Chapter 11, 9:15 p.m. Fayetteville, as they called Fayetteville, North Carolina, in the 1960s hosts the largest Army base in the world, Fort Bragg, home of the Roman 18 Airborne Corps. Breaking the monotony, the harsh red Carolina clay around it, the town sports a variety of go-go bars, honky-tonks, and tattoo parlors to refresh and spiritually solace the base's 100,000 personnel. Known far and wide as a macho post, Fort Bragg houses frontline units ready to mobilize on a moment's notice. During the Persian Gulf crisis, they were among the first to ship. The post deserves its macho reputation for a number of reasons, not the least being a highly classified square-mile compound, referred to locally as the ranch, that nestles in a remote and secure corner of its sprawling 135,000 acres. There, protected by a 12-foot-high fence, with armed guards and video cameras along the perimeter, is the nerve center for Delta Force, America's primary answer to terrorism. Now, part of the Joint Special Operations Command, informally known as JSOC, Delta Force is the pick of the U.S. Special Forces, a unit of some 70 men specifically organized, equipped, and trained to take down terrorist situations. Of course, Delta Force formally does not exist. The only Delta we know about is the airline. The official quip. Although they rarely have an opportunity to display their capability, Delta personnel practice free-fall parachute jumps from 30,000 feet, assault tactics on aircraft using live ammo and hostages, high-tech demolitions, scuba insertions, free climbing techniques on buildings and rock faces, all the skills needed to take terrorists by surprise, neutralize them, and rescue hostages. The leadership of this non-existent organization occupies a large, windowless concrete building topped by a 50-foot communications bubble, which recently replaced Delta's former shabby quarters in the old Fort Bragg stockade. Since the late 1980s, Delta Force has been led by Major General Eric Nichols, a 53-year-old Special Forces veteran of Vietnam who holds an advanced degree in nuclear engineering. He is short, barely 5 feet 10, with darting gray eyes and an old scar down his left cheek. He also moves with the deftness of a large cat. Like his hand-picked men, he is highly intelligent, physically honed to perfection, and possessed of a powerful survival instinct. His only weakness is a taste for Cuban cigars, which he satisfies with Monte Cristos smuggled to him by resistance forces on the island acquaintances, whose identity no conceivable amount of torture could extract. When Nichols breached the open doorway of the new officers' lounge, those in attendance were deep in a cosmic game of five-card stud, with 2 Lieutenant Manny Jackson and Captain Philip Sexton particularly engrossed, hoping desperately that the hand they now had in play would somehow miraculously recoup their staggering losses for the evening. He paused a moment, involuntarily, and surveyed the men, feeling a surge of pride, as always, in the way they carried themselves. A bearing that in others might have seemed arrogance on them only affirmed their competent self-assurance, and why not? Usually fewer than half a dozen volunteers finished out of a class of 50. A lightweight like Chuck Norris wouldn't stand a chance. Mostly in their early 30s, with the powerful shoulders of bodybuilders, the shooters of Delta Force did not resemble run-of-the-mill service types. For one thing, since they had to be ready for a clandestine op at a moment's notice, they deliberately looked as unmilitary as possible, right down to their shaggy civilian haircuts. Although they wore olive-drab one-piece jumpsuits during daily training, here informally off the ranch it was sports shirts, tattered jeans, and sneakers. Naturally, he noticed the poker game bending the regs was, after all, Delta Force's modus operandi, and he just as routinely suppressed a smile. He simply wouldn't see it. But with the monetary stakes he counted on the table, he realized that his news could not have come at a worse time. On the other hand, legitimate ops were few and far between, and they were always eager for action. Some real excitement at last. He knew every man in the vinyl-trimmed gray room would feel a rush of adrenaline. He took a deep breath and broke up the part. "Heads up, you screw-offs." It was his everyday formal greeting. "Bad news and good news. Report to the briefing room at 21:30 hours with all personal gear. Be ready to ship." There was a scramble to salute, followed by a frenzied bustle to collect the money still lying on the table. In seconds, everybody was reaching for his jacket. They had only 15 minutes, but they were always packed. The briefing room was a windowless space next to the ranch's new headquarters building. It contained a long metal table in the center, blackboards and maps around the walls, and the far end was chock-a-block with video screens and electronic gear. As the unit members filed in, they noticed that maps of the Eastern Mediterranean now plastered the left-hand wall. Next to these, they saw blow-ups of KH-12 photos of a small island, identified only by latitude and longitude coordinates. "All right, listen up," Nichols began. Almost the instant they had settled, he had just fired up a brand-new Cuban Monte Cristo and was still trying to get it stoked to his satisfaction. "I've picked 23 men. I'll read off the list, and if you don't hear your name, you're dismissed." He read the list, watched much of the room clear, and then continued. "Okay, your God's chosen. I picked the guys I happen to think are best suited to the way I see the op shaping up. To begin with, we're going to be airball. And by 2300 hours, which a check of your watches will inform you is less than an hour away. Which means no bullshit between now and when we ship out. We'll be flying best everybody's favorite C-130 with 2 in-flight refuelings. Destination officially classified, but if you guessed Souda Bay, I'd have to say no comment. Wherever it is we're going, we're scheduled in at 16:30 hours local tomorrow. For now, I want to go over the general outlines of the op. There'll be a detailed briefing after we land. In the meantime, I've put together a packet of maps and materials for everybody to study on the plane. I suggest you hone your reading skills. Now, here's what I'm author. Rise to tell you." They listened intently and without interruption as he proceeded to give a rundown. They would be making a scuba insertion onto a Greek island. Operational maps with the general geography were in the packet where an unknown number of hostiles had seized an American industrial facility and were holding hostages. He then provided a rough description of the SATCOM facility using satellite maps. They would rehearse the insertion at an appropriate location in a vicinity and then chopper to a carrier some 20 clicks south of the island, where they would undergo their final prep. It was a thorough, if circumspect, briefing, which was what they expected. Since its inception, Delta had always operated on a top security basis. Information always came as late into an operation as possible, on the theory that it was a two-edged sword and lives were at stake. Frequently, the command did not divulge the real background and strategic purpose of an op until after its conclusion, thereby avoiding sending in men with extractable information. Questions. Right away they all had plenty. What was the layout of the facility on the island? How many hostiles were there? How were they equipped? What was the disposition of the hostages? How many? Was their objective merely to extract the friendlies, or were they also ordered to neutralize all the hostiles? Answer. You'll get a further briefing at the appropriate time. The biggest question of all, however, was why the urgency? Why was Delta being called in to take down a situation that had no military dimensions? Where were the civilian SWAT teams? If this was merely an industrial matter, why wasn't somebody negotiating? They knew Bess was already being loaded with the gear the brass would think they would need. In addition, however, each man had certain non-issue items, something to take along as a talisman for luck, a backup handgun strapped onto the ankle, an extra knife. Carrying such paraphernalia was against the regs, of course, but Major General Nichols always took such niceties in stride. If the job got done, he had selective blind spots as far as such things were concerned. Nichols actually knew a lot more than he had told his men. He had already planned the op in his head. For the insertion, backup would be provided by 2 Apaches that would be armed and ready to carry out a rocket attack. the facility radars, and the 2 launch vehicles. Once they had secured the hostages, they were going to treat the terrorists to a goddamn big surprise. There would be no place to hide. If he had to, he was prepared to blow the place to. Hell, let the insurance companies worry about it. 11:43 p.m. The electric sign meeting in progress over the door to the Situation Room had been illuminated for hours. Inside, Hansen sat in a tall swivel chair at an end of a long table, staring at a detailed map of the Eastern Mediterranean now being projected on the giant screen at the end of the room. In the subdued, recessed lighting, half-drunk cups of cold coffee stood around the central teakwood table. A 4th pot was already brewing in the kitchenette, while the rotund chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Edward Briggs, had resorted to doing knee bends to stay alert. "All right," Hansen was saying. "We've got the special forces in the game. That gives us a military option, but I'm wondering, maybe we should just go ahead and evacuate Ceuta. At the minimum, get the 6th Fleet out of there, as a safety precaution. We could manufacture some exercise. At least get most of our assets clear." If the bastards had a nuke, he was thinking, a well-placed hit could make Pearl Harbor look like a minor skirmish. Right now, the entire complement of carriers in the Mediterranean was there, not to mention destroyers, frigates, and a classified number of aircraft. The destruction would run in the untold billions. The loss of life would be incalculable. Where would we deploy them? Briggs rose, bent over one last time to stretch his muscles, then straightened. Assuming we could get them clear within 24 hours, which would be pushing our luck, we'd have to figure out what to do next. Well, assuming there's available draft, we could deploy some of them around the island. We'd give those bastards who hijacked the place a little something to occupy their minds. Might make them think long and hard about getting back to Beirut, or wherever the hell they came from. You're talking about a tall order. I don't think we would really mobilize and evacuate the base in that kind of time frame. And even if we could, our operations in the Med would be disrupted to the point it would take us months to recover. Well, Ed, the president snapped, those are the kinds of problems you're supposedly being paid to solve. If we're not mobile, then what the hell are we doing in the Med in the first place? The question was rhetorical, but it stung as intended. I'll see if I can get a scenario ready for you by 0800 hours tomorrow. He tried not to squirm. They both knew he had already cut the orders deploying Fort Bragg's special forces to Ceuta to be ready in case an assault was needed. The last resort. In the meantime, I certainly could arrange for the base to go on a practice alert, cancel all leave, and get everybody on a ship-out basis. I think you should do that, at the very least. Should I inform the Greek government? Hansen wondered. No, let's see if this can be handled without opening a can of worms about whose sovereign rights are uppermost here. The relationship with Greece had, for all its ups and downs, been generally cordial. With any luck, they would never have to be involved or, with supreme good fortune, even know, then have Alicia get Johnson over at the Pentagon on the line, Briggs said, and he can cut the orders. We've never moved this fast before, so we're about to find out where our glitches are. Don't be surprised if there aren't plenty. Just be happy if the American taxpayer never finds out what he's getting for his money, the president responded. And speaking of money, we've been faxed a string of account numbers for a bank in Geneva. This is going to have to come out of a budget somewhere, so who do I stiff to pay off these bastards? Or make them temporarily think I'm paying them off? It's got to be some discretionary fund that has minimal accountability, and I don't want the CIA within a mile of this. That place is like a sieve. Briggs pondered. I can probably come up with the money by juggling some of the active accounts in procurement. Cash flow is a marvelous thing if it's handled right. You can rob Peter to pay Paul, and then make Peter whole by robbing somebody else. Then the end of the fiscal year comes around, and you withhold payment from some contractor while you hold an investigation. He smiled. Well, believe me, there are ways. The president wasn't smiling. Don't tell me. I don't think I want to hear this. But if you're going to play bingo with the books, then you damned well better do it quick and on the QT. That'll be the easiest part. I've already got some ideas. Just make sure I don't end up with another Iran-Contra brouhaha on my neck. I won't be able to plead senility and let a few fall guys take the rap. Briggs had foreseen as well the glare of television lights in the Senate hearing room. Worse still, it did not take too challenging a flight of imagination to figure out who would end up being the patsy. He would have to fall on his sword to protect the presidency. Washington had a grand tradition of that. He could kiss goodbye to a comfortable retirement in Arizona next to a golf link. You can be sure I will take the utmost care, Mr. President. And he was smiling, even though Hansen was not. All right, now about the special forces. Once we get them to Souda Bay, I want a quick rehearsal, and then I want them deployed just offshore, on the Kennedy, ready to move. Which means that whatever support they'll need has to be ready by the time they arrive. What have you got on that? A task force shipped out for Souda tonight, Mr. President. Their C-130 is already in the air. The problems are at the other end. Once they are in theater, we're still looking at a time of 12 hours minimum. There's just no way they can mount an assault any sooner than that. The president winced, already thinking about his other problem. If they did have a nuclear device or devices, whose was it? The signs all pointed in one direction. The Israelis claimed the stolen Iranian Hind had stopped over in Pakistan. There probably was no need to look any further. But now, he needed somehow to get a confirmation. Or was the threat of a bomb just a hoax? He had a meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning with the Pakistani ambassador. It would have to be handled delicately, with a lot of circumlocutions and diplomatic niceties. But he damn well intended to get some plain answers. 10:31 p.m. So this is the Bates Motel I've heard so much about, Vance said, casting a glance down the dull, cinderblock walls. Hitchcock's version had a lot more character. You're right, Cawley agreed. But wait till you see what it's like upstairs. It sort of gives new meaning to the phrase no frills. A hell of a place to cut corners, given all the money Bill poured into this facility, but he said he wasn't building a resort. She gestured around the utilities room, where a maze of insulated steam and hot water pipes crisscrossed above their heads like a huge white forest. Anyway, welcome back to the slightly unreal real world. Maybe what we need is less reality, not more. But if you can find us a beer, I think I could start getting the hang of the place. Let's just try not to bump into anybody. Okay, my feeling is that if we stay out of level 3 upstairs, we'll be all right. That's got to be where they're holding everybody who's not on duty, locked away for safekeeping. They had entered level 1 via a trapdoor in the stone water conduit that picked up waste heat from the environmental control unit in the residential quarters. Around them now was silence, save for the clicks and hums of motors and pumps. All right, who do we see about something to eat? He had just finished drinking deeply from a spigot on one of the incoming cold water pipes, even though he was still soaking wet from the trip through the conduit. He was feeling severely dehydrated, and the water tasted delicious, as though it had come from a well deep in the island's core. It had. You see me, she replied. We're going to head straight for the kitchen. There's got to be something edible there, so let's take the elevator up and see what's on the menu. I think today was supposed to be calamari. I'd settle for a simple American T-bone if you've got one in the freezer. Or American the better. I'm sort of down on grease at the moment. You can have pretty much what you want here, as long as it's not a pizza or a decent hamburger. She was pushing the button to summon the elevator. The lights above the door told the story of the facility, 3 levels, with the top being the living quarters. Level 2 being services such as food preparation and laundry. Level 1, utilities. Hit 2, she said as the bell chimed, and she stepped on, taking one last glance about the basement. The elevator whisked them up quickly, then opened onto another empty hallway. You know, she said, her voice virtually a whisper, this corridor is almost always full of people. I guess they really do have everybody confined to quarters. Lucky us. They're thorough and they know what they're doing. That's when he noticed the line of explosives that had been placed along the wall next to the elevator. neat yellow bars of Semtex wrapped in cellophane. The first was wired to a detonator, which was in turn connected to a digital timer. "Hello, take a look," he nodded down. "Guess my wild hunch was right. They're not planning to leave any witnesses when this is over. When they're finished, they'll just pack everybody in here and blow up the place. Nice and tidy. Won't even interfere with the computers, just in case they need to keep them running for a while after they leave." He bent down and examined the timer, now scrolling the minutes in red numbers. It was set to blow in just over 29 hours. "Guess we just got the inside track on their timetable." "My God," she said, looking at the device as though it were a cobra. "Can't we just earn it off? Sooner or later we'd better, but it's still got plenty of time left on it." His voice turned slightly wistful. "Tell you the truth, I'd rather some of the guys from ARM did it. I'm slightly chicken when it comes to bombs. Odd operations. Cut the wrong wire and eternity takes on a whole new perspective." He shrugged. "Also, there's a chance it's booby-trapped somehow. The thing's a little too obvious sitting out here in plain view. When something looks too easy, I always get suspicious. Maybe for no reason, but..." He motioned her away. "I suggest we forget about that for now and focus on finding a stake. I also wouldn't fling a hot shower back in your face. That's only on level 3. It may have to wait." She took his arm. "Come on. I don't like being around bombs, even if they have timers." She led the way down the abandoned corridor, its lighting fluorescent and its floor covered with gray industrial carpet. There was a total, almost palpable silence about the place that made it feel all the more eerie and abandoned. It seemed utterly strange and alien. "The kitchen is in here," she said, pushing open a large steel door. Vance stepped in and surveyed it. All the fixtures needed for a mess that served several hundred people 3 meals daily. In fact, it looked as though the evening's cleanup operation had been halted in mid-wash. Dirty pots sat cold on the big industria. Stoves and piles of half-peeled vegetables were on the wide aluminum tables. The storage lockers, refrigerators, and freezers were located across the room, opposite. By the way, he had a sudden thought. This place must have TV monitors somewhere, am I right? Every other place here does. Well, you're right and you're wrong. It does, but they're on the blink. It always seemed like a stupid idea anyway, almost like spying. And then one day somebody just cut the wires. Probably one of the cooks. I never bothered getting them fixed. I just couldn't think of any good reason to bother. Well, for once laziness paid off. Maybe we're safe here for a while." He had opened the freezer. "Hello, Lady Luck has decided to get with the program." He was pulling out 2 thick steaks. "Care to join me?" "Those are there for Bill," she noted, then laughed. "I'd still rather have a pizza, but I don't guess he'll mind if we dip into his private stock." So I repeat the question. He was already unwrapping 2, both thick. "Yes, of course, I'm famished," she shivered, "and I also wouldn't mind a set of dry clothes. Maybe one of these will warm you up." He was popping the steaks into a gleaming white microwave for a quick thaw. "Right. And while dinner is coming along, how about drawing me a diagram of what's up there? Maybe we can go up later, take a look around. Let's eat first. I'm too wired to think." He switched on one of the large, black electric grills. "My vote is that we just sit tight for now." And why not? This man with the sexy eyes and healthy laugh attracted her. Mercurial in his spirits, he appeared willing to take chances. Just the way she remembered her father. And Alan. But she wondered why he was here risking his life for a bunch of total strangers. Even Alan wouldn't have done that. "You know, Mike Vance, I have to tell you, you don't look much like a Ando. Guess what? I'm not. You know what I mean. For that matter, you don't look like the guys who came and installed our wonderful security system. I'd like to know your real story. How a retired archaeologist supposed?" A look. But I wasn't good enough at it, or maybe I was too good at it, I'm not sure which, and as a result, I ended up doing what I really wanted to for a living. Running a sailboat business. He looked her over. "You seem to like what? Or doing, too. And from what I've seen, I'd say Bill's getting a bargain, no matter what he's paying you," she laughed. "I'd say you're an even better bargain. He's getting you for free. Freebies are only a deal if they pan out." He lifted their takes out of the microwave and flipped them onto the grill. They immediately sizzled deliciously. a sound he had loved since he was a child growing up in Pennsylvania. It all mingled together with the scent of trees and summer. God, those Oh, great. She came over to take a look. I think the aroma is giving me some backbone. There's nothing like the smell of grease. I figured you'd come around. He patted her chastely on the back, half imagining it was farther down, then lift one of the stakes to see how they were going. Well, just like his spirits. But now she was moving off again into a space of her own. She scrutinized his weathered face, feeling a little hopeful that maybe, finally, she had run across somebody like Alan, though she still hardly knew a damned thing about him. With people I meet for the first time, I like to play a little game, she said finally. It's always interesting to try and guess. What are they really like? Does character show? What happens if you guess right? He nudged a stake. Do you own their soul, like some primitive tribes think a photograph captures their spirit? Guess you'll have to find out, won't you? She checked him over again. Okay. He smiled and gave her the same look back. But it's only fair if we both get to play. So, if one of us hits the truth, what happens then? Do we get to go for double jeopardy? Be warned. The prince who learns the princesses seek. Ritz can end up getting more than he bargained for. She came back, full of feeling. Then she paused for a second, thinking, and began. All right, I get to go first. Woman's prerogative. And I want to start with the sailboat. What did you call it? Odyssey II, and what it says about you. I think it means you're a doer, not a talker. I like that. Maybe. He felt uncomfortable, not sure what to say, so he decided to let it pass. Now it's my turn. He leaned back and examined her, hoping to get it right. Make a good first impression. Ignore the fact she's a knockout, he lectured himself, at least for now. Look for the inner woman. You like it here, he started. But the isolation means Everybody knows everybody. No privacy. And you're a very private person. So to use that famous cliché, you bury yourself in your work, you could be happier. That goes for you too, she quickly began, a little startled that his first insight had been so close to the mark. And you're a loner. The good news is, I think you're pretty loyal to friends, to women. The downside is you keep your friends to a close circle. Hey, I'd almost think you've been reading my mail. He seemed vaguely discomfited. But I'll bet you suffer from the same malady. You made some tight friends early on, but not much in that department since. They're all engineers, and mostly you talk shop. Oh, and no women. You want that. But you don't respect them enough. They're not as committed as you are. In fact, your last good friend was in college. Sometimes you have trouble getting next to anybody. Well, for the record, I'll admit that my best friend was from before college, and it's a he, George's. She decided to skip over the matter of Alan Harris. He had been a friend as well as a lover. A good friend, or so she thought, once. But I think the buzzer just went off. Game over. Whoa, don't bail out. Now, just when it's getting good. This was your idea, remember, and I'm not through. He leaned back. Okay, let's really get tough, go personal. You figure falling for some guy might just end up breaking your heart. Maybe it already happened to you once or twice. So these days you don't let things go too far. He rubbed at his chin as he studied her. How'm I doing? The rules of the game don't include having to answer questions. She took a deep breath. Mike Vance was definitely better at this than she'd reckoned. But if you want to keep going, we'll have round 2. Back to you. I'd guess you're always in control, or you want to be. So what happens is, you co-opt the things and people around you, May. Ik them work for you. And from the way things have gone so far, I'd say luck seems to be on your side. Some people are like that, and you're one of them. Don't be too sure. He checked the stakes again, then flipped them over. They were coming along nicely, the fat around the edge beginning to char the way he liked. Luck always has a way of running out eventually. Tell me about it, she said, letting her voice trail off. But I'd also guess you're a homebody in your soul. You like a roaring fire and a glass of wine and a good book over going out to paint the town. And you're probably just the opposite. You want to be out in the sun and wind and rain. Sitting around bores you. Guilty, he nodded. Now, for round 3, That glass of wine you have with the book is probably something tame. Say, Chablis, you drink? Let me see, Scotch is too mundane, I'll bet it's tequila, straight. You're psychic, but you missed the lime. Oh, I almost forgot the most important thing. She grew somber. You like a good battle, so taking on these thugs is going to be the most fun you've had all week. That's where you just went off the track. His eyes narrowed, the corners Inkling? We're definitely on the wrong end of the odds here. These bastards are dug in, they've probably got A-bombs, and we know for sure they've got a lot of helpless people in their grasp. That's not a recipe for heroics. It's more like one for pending tragedy. He paused, deciding it was definitely time to change the subject. Speaking of tragedies, it would be a major one if we didn't have a Greek salad to go with those steaks. He walked over and checked the fridge. Sure. Enough. There was a massive bowl of ripe, red tomatoes sitting next to a pile of crisp cucumbers. Most important of all, there was a huge chunk of white feta cheese. Yep, the chef had to be Greek. And up there, on a high kitchen shell, were rows and rows of olives, curing in brine. Throw them all together with a little oregano, lemon juice, and olive oil, and the traditional side dish of Greece was theirs. Just the stuff. He pulled down a jar of olive oil and one of dark Greek olives. Then he selected some tomatoes and a cucumber and went to work. You know, you're not a half-bad Greek chef. My mother would have loved you. You're making that salad exactly the way she used to. She made a face. Every day. God, did I get sick of them. All I wanted to eat was French fries. So when I finally got away off at college, I practically lived on cheeseburgers and pizza for years after that. Shame on you. This is very wholesome. Very good for your state of mind. He finished slicing the tomatoes, then opened the fridge and fished out a couple of brown bottles of the local beer. Ritsina would be the thing, but this will have to do. He looked over. By the way, Hauer, the steak's coming. Looks like our feast is ready. She pulled them off the grill and onto plates. How long has it been since you ate? Think it's about 2 days now. He finished tossing the salad and served them each a hearty helping. Didn't realize how famished I was till I smelled those T-bones broiling. He popped the caps on the beers and handed her one. Bon appetit. Better eat hearty because this may be the last food we're going to see for a while. She took a bit. I then looked up, chewing. It's delicious. And I want to say one more thing about our game a while ago. She stopped to swallow. And I mean this. It's always a little sad when I see a person who can do a lot of things but really find total satisfaction in any of them. Nothing they ever do really makes them happy. And I think that's you, really. I'll bet that whenever you're doing one thing, you're always thinking about some other things you could be doing. Which means you're never really content. You always want more. That's pretty deep stuff. He had launched hungrily into his steak. Maybe you're right, but I'm not going to come out and admit it. It's too damning. So let me put it like this. Maybe I happen to think it's possible to care about a lot of things at once. That's such as? Well, okay, I'll give you a for instance. I like sailing around these islands, but all the time I'm doing it, I'm thinking about what it must have been like 2,000-3,000 years ago. The archaeology. It's intrigued me as long as I can remember. My dad was the same. He spent his life digging around in Crete. I thought that was the most marvelous thing in the world, so I did it too for years. Even wrote a book about that island once. I loved the place, still do. That's funny. I was born practically in the shadow of Crete, and yet I've only been there a couple of times. She sighed. Well, what happened, I mean? And to your love affair with Crete, sounds like that's what it was. Maybe I loved the place too much. I don't know. He paused to take a drink of the beer, cold and refreshing. Well, when you love somebody or something, you want to find out everything there is to know about them. But when I did that, and told what I'd concluded was the real story, what I passionately believed was the real story, nobody wanted to hear it. I had some ideas about the island's ancient age of glory that didn't jibe with the standard theories. Made me very unpopular in the world of academia. Scholars don't like their boats to be rocked. And you let that get you down? She snorted. Being a woman, she'd had an uphill battle. All her life, men could be such babies sometimes. See, when the world's against you, that's when you're supposed to fight hardest. That's always been my rule. I'm not a quitter, ever. He winced and stopped eating. Hey, I'm back, aren't I? Greece. He looked at her, impulsively wanting to touch her again. But it's nice to have somebody like you to pitch in and help. Maybe we'll manage something together. Maybe you should have had somebody around the first time. God, he was really reminding her of Alan. The same buttons. Maybe you're not as tough as you think. Adversity depresses me. Like bad weather. I prefer life without too many psychodramas. And this Greek fireball, he told himself, had psychodra. Written large all over her. Still. Then the question now is what I should do. She looked at him, taking a last bite. Go back or stay with you. We need to learn from Ulysses' experience with the Cyclops, Vance said, click. Ing back into the real world. The one-eyed giant had trapped him and his crew and was devouring them one by one. So how did they overcome him? They got him plastered on some good Greek wine, then put out his eye with a burning hoe. That done, they proceeded to exploit his disability. What are you saying? She frowned. This guy is killing off your people, right? Pierre is coming in with his crew to try and take this place down, but in the meantime it would be good if we... I took a shot at putting out their eyes. Put out their eyes? She was still puzzled. It's a metaphor. It would be extremely helpful if we could blind them enough that they didn't know ARM was coming in. Couldn't see the team. Maybe shut? On the radars, something? Michael, it was the first time she had used his name, and she liked it. That's why we're in this mess in the first place. There are no radars that could spot an insertion. That's how these bastards got in here in the first place. Bill gets the Saddam Hussein Military Preparedness Award. There is no radar to monitor the shore. He laughed. Okay, but now that oversight has turned into a plus. What's good for the goose is good for the you-know-what. If there are no peripheral radars, then they're not going to know where Pierre and the boys make their insertion. Right. The bad guys are already blind. It's got to make a difference. Then what we need to do, he was thinking aloud, is to get them all together in one place. They're not going to let it happen. She was questing too. Unless we can make it happen, something? Keep thinking, he said. I don't have any ideas either, but somebody better come up with one. Well, let's go back up on the mountain before they find us here, she said finally, clearly itching to get going and do something. We're going to screw these guys, wait and see. Vance nodded, wishing he could believe it as confidently as she did. 10:49 p.m. Sabri Ramirez stood watching as the last of the Critron detonators was secured in the ganglia of wiring that surrounded the explosive octal sphere. Now one of the bombs was armed. He liked the looks of it. The next, he haven't come back yet, Wolf Helling said, interrupting his thoughts. Do you think there was a problem? He was warily watching the bomb and its timer being assembled, trying to calm his nerves. This was not like playing with a yellow lum. Of Semitach, one false move and you would be vaporized. Any man who pretended it didn't scare him was a liar or worse, a fool. Maybe both. The bomb did not frighten Ramirez. His mind did not dwell on risk. He assumed the pack. He knew their job they damned well better. No, his current concern also was what had happened to Morau. He had expected his unit to return before now. So far they had taken over an hour on what should have been a simple operation. With hostages dispersed in 3 locations, Ramirez feared that things were getting spread thin. Gamel had been keeping watch over the guards and the off-duty shifts on level 3 of the accommodations facility, while Peretz was holding things together in command. But still, it would be better if 4 of the team were not out chasing over the island trying to find some rogue guard. He had tried to reach them on his walkie-talkie, but so far he had not been able to raise anybody. That was particularly troubling. Why should all the radios suddenly go dead? If there was some difficulty up the hill, surely they're handling it. Ramirez tried to push aside his misgivings. He actually felt it was true, or should be true. He had checked out Morau's credentials carefully, investigating beyond the popular myth, and what he had found did nothing to diminish the legend of the blonde demon, Jean Paul. Now, we're ready to secure this baby into the payload container, Abdallah was saying. I measured it already, and it should fit with no problem. but we'll need to hook up the detonators with the telemetry interface, and for that we need Parrot's input. He'll use the Fujitsu in command to this thing, but it all has to be synchronized with the trajectory control. He's there now, Ramirez said, updating the trajectory runs. That's scheduled to be completed he checked his watch about 20 minutes when he gets through. We can go ahead with the detonators. Everything is on schedule. For some reason, Abdallah did not like the precise tone of Ramirez's voice. Right, he thought, everything is on schedule. So when Shujat and I have finished our part, what? Then, will we be accidentally gunned down the way Rise was? You claimed that was a screw-up, but you're not the kind of guy who makes that kind of mistake. Okay, so maybe Rise got careless. Was that your way of making an example of him? He motioned Shujat to help lift the first shiny sphere into the heat-resistant Teflon payload container. On a conventional launch, the container was designed to be deployed by radio command when the VX-1 vehicle had captured low Earth orbit. The nose of the vehicle would open and eject it, after which the satellite payload would release. This launch, however, was "Hey, they're back," Helling announced, watching the door of the clean room open. Ramirez looked up and realized immediately that something was wrong. Jean-Paul Morau's eyes seemed slightly unfocused, and his sense of balance was obviously impaired, a man stumbling out of a centrifuge. He also was rubbing at his ears, as though his head were buzzing. What in hell happened? He had never seen anyone with quite this set of symptoms before. They looked like men who had been too close when a homemade bomb went off. The bastard was up on the hill, and he managed to get control of one of the radars. Let me tell you, there's nothing like it in the world. You feel your head is going to explode. I can barely hear. He then lapsed into French curses. Stelios Tritzis still had said nothing. He merely watched as Rudolf Scheindler and Peter Mayer set down the RPG-7 and collapsed onto the floor. Then let him go for now. Ramirez wanted to kill them all then and there. But get that damned thing out of here. He indicated the grenade launcher. And the rest of you with it. Take turns getting some sleep and report back to me at 0600 hours. We'll soon have our hands full. The natives here are going to start getting restless. When that happens, the next man who up will have to answer to me. They all knew what that meant. 11:16 p.m. Door Parrots had just finished checking over the trajectory analyses, and he was satisfied that guidance would not pose a problem with sort controlling the trajectory at liftoff. A vehicle could be set down with pinpoint accuracy. Mid-course correction, abort the whole setup was going to be a cakewalk. The kid Lafarge was good enough to make him think he could do without the Andros. Bitch. Right now nothing indicated that it could not all be handled from right here in command, with the staff at hand. Okay, he thought, one more chore out of the way. Now it's time to start setting up the telemetry hookup with the radioca. Controlled detonators. Chapter 12, 10:05 p.m. Is there anything we need to go over again? Pierre Armand inquired, looking around the dusty, aging Athens hangar with a feeling of wary confidence. The weather-beaten benches and tables were cluttered with maps of Antikythera and blueprints of the SATCOM facility, scattered among half-empty bottles of ouzo and Metixath. He had just completed his final briefing, which meant the time had come to board the Cessna seaplane that would be their insertion platform. The team seemed ready. Hands had come through with the troops they needed. Reggie sat bleary-eyed but prepared, nursing a final brandy. The brothers Vorst of the Royal Dutch Marines were austerely sipping coffee. Dimitri Spiros was quietly meditating on the condition of the equipment, and Marcel of the Belgian ESI was sketching one last paper run-through of the insertion. When nobody spoke, Armand glanced at his watch and frowned. This final briefing had gone longer than expected, but he had to cover more than the usual number of complexities. For one thing, the hostages apparently were scattered all over the place, always a problem. Unless the team could strike several locations simultaneously, the element of surprise would be forfeited. That meant the insertion had to be totally secure, giving the team time to split up, get positioned, and stage the final assault with split-second coordination. Carrying out one op was dice. Enough, he was looking at 3 all at once. The alternate strategy would be to focus exclusively on Ramirez. Take him out first, blow their command structure, and hope the others would fold. The decision on that option would have to be made. In about 2 hours, just before they set down the plane 2 kilometers west of the island and boarded the Zodiacs for insertion. That was when Vance was scheduled to radio his intel on the disposition of the hostiles and the friendlies. But a stroke of luck to have him there, a point man already in place to guide the team in. "All right then," Spiros said, finally coming alive. "Let's do a final check of the equipment. We need to double inventory the lists and make sure everything got delivered. I don't want to hear a lot of crap from you guys if somebody can't find something later on." The others nodded. Dimitri had had to scramble to get all the hardware together, and Reginald Hall had had to make some expensive last-minute arrangements to obtain a set of balaclava anti-flash hoods for everybody. When there were hostages everywhere, the safest way to storm the terrorists was with non-lethal flash grenades, which produced a blinding explosion and smoke, but did not spew out iron fragments. But their use required the assault to function in the momentarily disruptive environment they created. The hoods, which protected the wearer's face and eyes from the smoke and flash, were crucial. And since your local hardware store did not stock them, he had borrowed a set from the Greek Demoria Idikon Apostolon, a SWAT unit of the Athens City Police trained to provide hostage rescue, securing Ix on a no-questions-asked basis, even though everybody there knew they had only one use. Word of the hostage taking down on Andakithera had not yet leaked out to the world, so DEA had not been consulted. But their record of security at the Athens Hellenikon airport was so miserable, he doubted they ever would be considered for a job like this. Though the DEA had trained with the German GSG-9, the British SAS, and the Royal Dutch Marines, they still were basically just cops. A real anti-terrorist operation would be out of their league. DEA had no illusions about that, and they also knew that Spiros was with ARM, arguably the best private anti-terrorist organization in the world. So if they granted Dimitri a favor, they knew they could someday call on ARM to repay in kind. In the anti-terrorist community, everybody was on the same team. Everybody understood the meaning of quid pro quo. Most of the rest of the equipment had been retrieved from the ARM stocks the organization kept stored in Athens. Governments frowned on the transportation of heavy weaponry around Europe, so the association found it convenient to have its own private stocks at terminals in London, Paris, and Athens. It made life simpler all around. Reggie Hall had dictated the equipment list as he drove into London in his black Jaguar, cursing the glut of traffic on the A21. Once he reached the ARM office there, a small, inconspicuous townhouse in South Kensington, he faxed the list to Athens, then caught a plane. Dimitri had checked out the list against the ARM inventory in the warehouse and quickly procured whatever was lacking. It had been packaged into crates, then taken by lorry to this small side terminal of the Hellenikon airport, ready to be loaded on the unobtrusive Cessna seaplane he had leased for the operation. By that time, the rest of the team had already started arriving. Then, 2.5 hours ago, Pierre had begun the briefing. A counter-terrorist operation always had several objectives: protecting the lives of hostages and procuring their safe release, isolating and containing the incident, recovering seized property, and preventing the escape of the offenders. But this time there was a twist to the usual rules. In a special threat situation like this, possibly involving nuclear weapons, the recovery of those devices was the paramount priority. The way Armand had planned the assault, ARM could manage with a 7-man team instead of the 9 most special reaction outfits normally used. He would be team leader, which meant his responsibilities included supervision as well as being in charge of planning and execution, controlling cover and entry elements, and determining special needs. Since Vance was already on the ground, he would be point man, providing reconnaissance and recommending primary and alternate routes of approach. The point man in an assault also led the entry element during approach and assisted the defense men in the security. Finally, he was expected to pitch in and help with the pyrotechnics as needed. The defense man would be Marcel, the Belgian, who would cover for the Vorst brothers during the assault and provide security for Vance during the approach. He would also double as point man when required and protect the entry team from ambush during approach. Another duty was to cover the entry element during withdrawal and handle the heavy equipment. Hans would serve as the rear security man, following the entry L during movement and providing close cover during withdrawal. He would be second in command, and also would bring in whatever equipment was needed. Since Reggie was a crack shot, the best, he would be the standoff sniper, maintaining surveillance on the subject area from a fixed position, monitoring radio frequencies, and providing intelligence on hostile movements. He also would neutralize by selective fire anybody who posed an imminent threat to the entry team. Spiros would be the observer, keeping a record of everything for an after-action summary, providing security for Reggie and assisting in locating hostile personnel. He would relieve Hall as necessary and handle the CS or smoke if PF or signaled for it. That was it for assignments. Everybody would be doing more or less what they always did. So far, so good. The next item was intelligence. Normally, you tried to gather as much as you could on scene, and presumably Vance was taking care of that. For the rest of it, Armand had dug up blueprints for all the buildings from the files, and on the plane from Paris he had meticulously numbered the levels, sectorized the windows, and labeled all the openings, ventilation shafts, etc. At the briefing just completed, he had used the blueprints to designate primary and secondary entry points. He would fine-tune his strategy with Vance by radio once they had made the insertion. And then, after he had located all the terrorists and confirmed the situation of the hostages, they would use the blueprints to plan the assault. Next came the equipment. Since the assault would be at night, they would need vision capabilities. That included M17A17X50 binoculars, starlight scopes, and infrared scopes. Then the radios, which had to be multi-channeled, with one channel reserved strictly for the team, and have cryptographic, secure voice capability. The surveillance radio package, compact in size, with a short antenna, included a lapel mic, push-to-talk button, and earpiece. All members of the team would have a radio, worn in a comfortable position and out of the way. As usual, they would employ strict communication discipline, using their established call signs and codes as much as possible. Other personal equipment included chemical light wands, luminous tape, gloves, protective glasses, disposable insert. For hearing protection, black combat boots, lightweight body armor, balaclavas, flashlights, knives, first aid pouches. Insertion gear included grapple hooks, several hundred feet of half-inch fibrous nylon rope, locking snap links and grappling harnesses. Finally, there was the weaponry. Everybody would carry a .45 caliber automatic pistol and a .38 caliber revolver with a special 4-inch barrel. The assault team would use H&K MP5s except for Armand and Hall. Pierre preferred a Steyr Mantlicher AUG, and Reggie had brought along an Enfield L85A1, in addition to his usual AK-47. Then, just in case, they had the heavy stuff. 203-40mm launcher systems, M520-30, and M620A shotguns, modified 1200 pump shotguns, and 9mm PSDs. God help us, Armand thought, if we need all this. Naturally, there also were grenades. They had plenty of the standard M26 fragmentation type, but since these frequently were next to useless in a hostage situation, they planned to rely more on stun grenades and smoke grenades. The same was true of the NM-14 incendiary hand grenade, a 2-pound container of thermite that burned at over 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit for half a minute. It was fine for burning up a truck. Not recommended for a room full of hostages. Better for that was the M15 smoke grenade, which spewed white phosphorus over an area of about 15 yards. Smoke, of course, could work both ways, also slowing up the deploying team. Last but not least were the tear gas grenades. To temporarily neutralize an entire room, ARM had long used the M7 tear gas grenade, which dispersed CN, chloracetylphenol. It was not a gas, but a Y. Crystalline powder similar to sugar that attacked the eyes, causing watering and partial closing, and simulated a burning sensation on the skin. If conditions seemed to require, they sometimes used a stronger chemical agent called CS, military shorthand for orthochlorobenzylmalonitrile. It, too, was a white crystalline powder similar to talc that produced immediate irritating effects that lasted from 5 to 10 minutes. The agent, in a cloud form, caused a severe burning sensation of the chest. The eyes closed involuntarily. The nose ran, moist skin burned and stung, thereby rendering anybody in the immediate area incapable of effective action. He would choose which one to use when the time came. After Hans had helped Dmitri double inventory the equipment list, Armand looked over the dark brown crates one last time, then gave the go-ahead for loading. One good thing, he thought. Since Andikithura is Greek, we won't be crossing any international borders. Nothing will have to be smuggled through customs. Reggie, impatient as always, was eyeing the clock at the far end of the hangar. We've already filed the fight plan. I think it's time we made this a go-op. What? Time is the next radio check with Vance. That's scheduled for 23:40 hours, Armand answered. After we're airborne. We'll go over the blueprints and compare them against the disposition of the friendlies and hostiles using his intel. Then we can decide the best way to take the place down. The boys are getting itchy, he told himself. They want to get this over with and get back to their lives. Who can blame them? This screw-up never should have happened in the first place. Spiros let the client set the parameters for a job which violates the first rule. He's going to have a lot to answer for when this is over. But settling that will have to wait till later. All right, he said, starting up the Cessnas. Edel stares and heading for the cockpit. Let's get tower clearance and roll. 11:32 p.m. The technicians in command were all sprawled across their desks, demoralized and still in shock. Georges Lafarge shared their mood. Colley had disappeared hours ago, and he was beginning to think he was on his own. The trajectories that Peretz wanted computed were finished. Now the Israeli wanted to work on the telemetry, and he wanted to do it himself. He had taken his place at the console and started programming a new set of instructions into Big Benny, the Fujitsu supercomputer. It looked as if he was coordinating some of the trajectory telemetry with the electronic signaling to the vehicle. And he was setting some sort of timer. Lafarge pondered the significance of these actions. He wants something to happen when the VX-1 aborts and begins descent, he told himself. And it has to be done with split-second timing. What can he be? Planning. He felt helpless as he sat watching, the control room around him now silent and listless. Locked out of his own computer, he felt rudderless and lost. He was realizing computers were a friend that could easily be turned against you. It was a moment of recognition that brought with it pure anguish. 10:01 a.m. Dr. Abdul Kirwani, ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan to the United States of America, sat rigidly facing the small desk in the Oval Office. When the call requesting a meeting had come from Johan Hansen's chief of staff the previous evening, he had hastily sent a secure telex to Islamabad to inquire if he needed any updating. He did. And it was a disaster. It's past due time we met personally, Mr. Ambassador, President Johan Hansen was saying. I regret that the press of affairs over the last month forced me to postpone receiving you sooner. State tells me your credential. are impeccable, and you're doing a first-class job of getting up to speed. Abdul Kirwani nodded his thanks, modestly but with ill-concealed pride. He was a tall, elegant man with a trim mustache and deep, inquisitive eyes. Some said he could have been a double for Omar Sharif. A deeply guarded secret was that he cared more about the ragas of Indian classical music than he did about diplomacy. He had made no secret, however, of his admiration for Johann Hansen. The American president's refocus of the superpower's priorities was a refreshing breath of rationality and sanity in an irrational, insane world, all of which made this particular meeting even more distressing. Thank you, Mr. President. My government wishes me to express its appreciation for the excellent cooperation we have received and the traditional American hospitality my family and I have enjoyed since we arrived. Shireen, I must say, loves this country as much as I do. She studied at Smith many years ago and is especially fond of New England. He smiled. We Pakistanis always yearn for places with a cool climate. Then perhaps someday you'll accord me the honor of letting Christ in and me show you my new presidential hideaway in the Berkshires. Hansen smiled back, chafing to cut the diplomatic bullshit. Perhaps sometime this autumn. We think it's one of the most beautiful spots on Earth. We would be most honored. He nodded again, reading the president's mind state perfectly. Now, Hansen could contain himself no longer. I want you to understand, Mr. Ambassador, that what I am about to say is not directed toward you personally. Meist F tells me you have been a private advocate for some years now of reducing and even eliminating nuclear weapons worldwide. That, as you know, is my desire as well. So you and I see eye to eye. Unfortunately, however, we live in a world where realities still assume precedence over noble ambitions. I agree with you, Mr. President, sadly but wholeheartedly. The Pakistani ambassador nodded lightly, dreading what he knew was about to come. So the U.S. already knows, he realized. This disaster is going to turn out even worse than I'd feared. The topic of nuclear proliferation brings us, I am afraid, to the subject at hand. You will forgive me if we set aside our views on the scenic Amer. It can countryside for another day. Time, unfortunately, is short. I think you will understand why when you hear what I have to say. Hansen leaned back in his heavy chair, hoping he had given the right signals. He had been entirely sincere when he said he liked Kirwani and did not relish the task immediately at hand. Mr. Ambassador, you will not be surprised to learn that this country is well aware of the gross violations of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty that have taken place since Pakistan refused to sign in 1968. The entire world knows about your uranium hexafluoride plant at Dera Ghazi Khan and the Kahuta facility where it is enriched using German centrifuges. We also know what that enriched uranium, he glanced down at his notes in the 95% range, is being used for. However, we have not been able to dissuade your government from the course it has taken. He paused. Quite frankly, there's not a hell of a lot we could do about it, without having to make some very undiplomatic accusations against our staunchest ally on the Asian subcontinent. Kirwani turned slightly pale. Although he worried about India's owing nuclear capacities as much as the next Pakistani, he still did not particularly like the idea of his country having its own secret nuclear program, developed in part to counter India's. The world needed more dialogue, he believed, not more destruction. However, he wasn't being paid to defend his personal views. Mr. President, I'm not authorized to discuss the strategic security arrangements of my country, as I am sure you can appreciate. Yeah, Hansen said, I can appreciate a hell of a lot, Mr. Ambassador. For instance, I can appreciate the multi-billions in military and economic assistance we've lavished on Pakistan over the years. There are those in this administration who think that gives us the right to a hearing. You know, back when Ronald Reagan was president, his administration argued that we could slow down Pakistan's nuclear program by giving you every other possible kind of military aid. Oh, we poured in everything you asked. However, all that aid seems not to have slowed your government's nuclear efforts for so much as a minute. In fact, Hansen went on, the memory still making him seethe. What you did was turn to China. For the data you needed to manufacture nuclear weapons without testing. That was the thanks we got. Then, an unproven accusation, Mr. President, Kirwani interjected lamely. Yes, China denied it too, but the Reagan administration took it seriously enough that they halted formal approval of a trade pact with China for almost a year in retaliation. We had hard evidence, believe me. And then, Mr. President, we are not, I'm sure, here to give each other history lectures. Certainly neither of us has forgotten that during those years, there were 120,000 Soviet troops in Afghanistan, just over our border. We had legitimate security concerns that could not always, I am speaking hypothetically, of course be addressed with a strictly conventional deterrent. Kirwani tried to smile. You do understand, of course, that this conversation is entirely hypothetical. Of course, so let's travel a little further into Never Never Land. What we do know is that the Soviet threat in Afghanistan is now a thing of the past. World conditions have changed dramatically, and there are those in Congress who may choose to wonder why Pakistan still has any justification to stockpile hypothetically. Of course, these unconventional weapons. American aid is not written in stone. Now, is that diplomatic enough for you, Mr. Ambassador? We are allies, Mr. President, Kirwani replied calmly. And allies work in concert toward mutual goals, each bringing to their alliance whatever contribution can further the ends of both. I do hope your government believes it has received as much as it has contributed over the years. Hansen tried not to smile. We never receive as much as we contribute, he was thinking. But then that's how the damned game is played. In the interest of diplomacy, Mr. Ambassador, I suggest we move this theoretical discussion along. We have reason to believe that a certain number of unconventional weapons may now be in hands neither of us would wish. The question is, how many weapons are involved, and what is their yield? Ambassador Kirwani had been expecting the inquiry. It was like waiting for the other shoe to drop. The government in Islamabad was beside itself, appalled that controls had been so lax and that now the world was going to know exactly the extent of Pakistan's nuclear program. Before this Astley's situation was resolved. Years of secrecy were going to be blown away. Yet in truth, part of him was half relieved that the cat was out of the bag, finally. For either India or Pakistan to loose nuclear weapons on the Asian subcontinent would be to unleash the wrath of Allah upon billions of innocents. It was truly unthinkable. You do understand, Mr. President, that before this conversation continues, we must both agree that it never took place. Furthermore, Eve, and if it should take place, it would be purely hypothetical. After Hansen nodded grimly, Kirwani continued. We both know the Israelis have had uranium bombs, not to mention hydrogen bombs, for many years, and yet they have never admitted it publicly. By maintaining a diplomatic fiction, they have kept their Arab neighbors quiet on the subject. They are never called to account. The government of Pakistan merely asks to be accorded the same latitude to conduct our security arrangements as we best see fit. The Israelis know it is not in their interest to rattle nuclear sabers, and we know that as well. He edged forward in his chair. That is, assuming we possessed such sabers, which I in no way acknowledge. I think we're beginning to understand each other. Hansen nodded. So perhaps that counts as progress. Of course, this conversation never took place, and lest you're wondering, I don't have the Oval Office bugged the way that idiot Nixon did. I believe terms like confidentiality and off the record still have meaning. Kirwani found himself yearning for a cigarette, though he knew smoking was forbidden here in this presidential sanctuary. Very well then, speaking hypothetically and confidentially, I am authorized to inform your government that we have reason to believe that there may be 2 uranium bombs in the 15 kiloton yield range, that may be in the wrong hands somewhere in the world. Needless to say, my government is extremely concerned about this and is currently taking steps to establish a full accounting of the situation. Kirwani realized it sounded lame, but his government had authorized him to deliver those words. Only, God help us, Hansen sighed. It's true, or maybe just a coincidence. When were these hypothetical weapons found to be missing? If such a thing were to be true, Kirwani continued, ever cautious, it might well have been just over a week ago. A final pause. And we have no idea where they are. 12:15 a.m. Ramirez watched with satisfaction as Abdallah and Shujat began loading the first device into the payload capsule. Shujat had carefully attached the wiring of the Critrons to a black box of computer chips, which was itself connected to a radio receiver, part of the telemetry for VX-1. With the bomb primed, the unsuspecting SATCOM crew could now move the weapon. Its 15 kilograms of weapons-grade U-235 waiting to be imploded upon itself up the gantry and into the satellite bay of VX-1. That completed, work would begin on preparing the second device, which was going to serve as a backup. When Parrots finished, only the computer would know the location of the first target. Total security, which meant nobody would be able to activate any anti-missile defense systems. All of Europe would be at risk, though the real target would in fact be among the most obvious, with the U.S.'s entire Mediterranean Sixth Fleet now anchored at Ceuta Bay. A nuclear explosion there would change the equation of power throughout Europe and the Middle East. It was high time. The so-called Eastern Bloc had turned its back on its Muslim friends in the region, leaving them to fend for themselves. The East had betrayed the Arab cause, just as it had betrayed him in the old days. Eastern European governments hired him in desperation, then half the time tried to kill him after he had carried out their objectives. Even a long-term purchaser of his services, Romania's Nicolae Ceausescu, had eventually turned against him. But he had seen it coming, even back when he had been the personal gun-for-hire of that late strongman, enjoying the hospitality of his plush seaside resort. That time, his Beretta 9mm had saved the day. And now, now that the launch time for the first vehicle was drawing near, he was feeling more and more comfortable about the 9mm under his jacket. This ad hoc collection of operatives he had brought along was going to start getting edgy, more so as the hours ticked by. The first to crack, he knew, would be the two remaining Pakistani engineers. But they were amateurs, which meant they posed no real threat. More than that, their usefulness was soon going to be at an end. No, they weren't. The problem was going to be egress when this was all over. But the old man who had been the president's professor years ago was a hostage made in heaven. And then, of course, there was the CEO, Bates. Nobody was going to shoot down a chopper with those two luminaries aboard. Although egress was the long-term consideration, there also was a short-term concern. Salim was reporting from command that the radio had a lot of scrambled traffic. The airwaves were beginning to have the feeling of an assault in the making. "Okay, we're ready," Shujat announced, standing back to admire his handiwork. The armed bomb nestled in its case, surrounded with bubble wrap. The truck that would take it from the clean room to the gantry area was standing alongside the bench. The weapon itself, accompanied by its electronics, weighed over 100 kilograms, but they used a forklift to lower it down. Very carefully. Shujat was nervous, although Octal was an extremely stable compound, which made it an ideal explosive to implode the enriched uranium still. Your instincts said to be careful. One nice thing about a nuke, though, if it went off accidentally, you'd never know. You'd be vaporized before your neurons and synapses had a chance to get their act together. You were gone, baby. Adams, take it up and get it on the vehicle, Ramirez ordered. From now on we work straight through. The two Pakistanis nodded and began slipping a large plastic covering around the crate. The clean room procedure, which they were following, involved encasing a satellite payload in a sterile plastic wrap to protect it from contamination when it was being transferred to the entry area. They zipped up the plastic, after which Shujat unsealed the airlock door and returned to help Abdallah roll the white three-wheeled truck through. Down the hallway, they glided, with all the insouciance of two grocery boys delivering a case of beer. The launch facility was compact and efficient, and the gantry elevator was only some 50 meters from the clean room. The hallway itself was now deserted, as all the SATCOM personnel were dutifully in their prescribed work areas. Via computer messages, Parrots had advised the SATCOM tech crews that the Arlington office had put the launch schedule on a crash basis, and everybody had to stay at his post. There had been grumbling, but everybody was determined to get with the program. After all, SATCOM was a team. An electronic eye opened the sealed doors leading into the gantry area. It too was spotlessly clean, with technicians busying to ready the elevator. Everything was being prepared for a countdown. Ramirez looked the scene over, straightening his tie. How ironic and amusing to have all these fresh-faced young Americans doing your bidding. The sense of power and irony was delicious. "This is the new payload," he announced, with the authority that had long since become second nature. "Open the elevator and take it up." JJ was there, and he looked Ramirez over again, still wondering who this guy was. Dr. Andros hadn't been around for a while, and all of a sudden this asshole was calling the shots. Was he Bill Bates' new second-in-command? It didn't make any sense, but then something funny was definitely going on. The communication system with command was all screwed up. Nobody could reach Dr. Andros. Everybody was ordered to stay at their posts and not take a break. And there had even been what sounded like gunfire from the sector where the clean room was. None of these things boded well. But he said nothing, just nodded in acquiescence, and opened the door leading to the gantry module. The two new SATCOM technicians, who had also shown up with the new AIC asshole in charge, rolled on the cart, which was carrying some mysterious new payload. The gantry elevator itself operated inside a mobile tower that rolled on rails, thereby allowing it to be motored next to the vehicle and at the lower level opened into the launch facility. From the lower level, technicians could insert the payload module, which then would be hoisted to the top of the gantry and inserted into the vehicle's nose cone. When the vehicle was fully prepped and ready for launch, they would roll the gantry with its elevator, some 50 meters down the track. Until 30 minutes earlier, the gantry elevator had been stationed at the midpoint of the vehicle, where technicians were loading the propellant and making the final adjustments to the quartz mirrors and nozzles. Now that they had finished at task, they could begin the countdown. Only the payload remained to be installed. JJ watched as the technicians secured the trolley, its plastic-wrapped package, and the two new dudes, a couple of camel jockeys, some of the guys said they thought they'd seen it Berkeley into the module and closed the door. In half an hour's time, it would be installed and the countdown could begin. 11:24 p.m. Willem Vorst was at the controls of the Cessna as they powered through the Aegean Sea. They're heading 210 as they closed rapidly on Andakithura. He was holding their altitude at 500 meters, their airspeed just under 100 knots, barely above stall. When they were about 10 clicks out, he would take the plane down to 200 meters, then set down about 2 kilometers northeast of the island. The last stage of the insertion would be via 2 Zodiac rubber raiding craft, and then finally scuba. Everything still looked like it. Go! Reggie was leading hands and the rest of the team through a final review of the facility blueprints, while Armand was in the cockpit, on the sideband radio to Vance. "Roger, Siren," Vance was saying. "We're in the communications blockhouse, up on the mountain, so we're a little out of touch, but our best guess is that Terra 1 is still down at launch. Everybody else is scattered all over the facility. That suggests an obvious option." "Copy, Ulysses," Armand replied. "That means Plan B. We'll have to take down that point and then secure the devices. Behead the dragon, then see what's left." "My hunch," Vance concurred, "is that if you take out Ramirez, the rest of them will fold. He's their main man. But I suggest extreme caution. He's a pro." "Copy that, Ulysses. Hang on while I put you on standby. Don't go away." "I copy." Armand paused to search the sea below with his IR goggles while he scanned the military frequencies. Neither pleased him. A new storm was growing, building in intensity, and it would complicate matters. But even worse, the military frequencies on the radio were abuzz. "Reggie, something's going on around here and I don't like it." He shouted back to the cabin, his voice strong above the roar of the engines as he scanned frequencies. "There's too much radio traffic in the area, all scrambled. What do you think?" "I'm worried the Americans are." Then it came. The radio called in crisp military English. "Unidentified aircraft. This is United States Navy warship Yankee Bravo. You are entering a controlled sector. This airspace is currently off limits to civilian aviation. Please identify yours." "Elf, repeat, we must have your ID and destination." "Shit," Armand blanched. He turned back to the cabin and motioned for Dmitri Spiros to come to the cockpit and take the headset. "Give them the cover. We're a medical charter. Delivering emergency blood supplies to a Polonian general in Heraklion. Strictly civilian." Spiros nodded, took the headset, and settled himself in the co-pilot's seat. "This is Icarus Aviation's Delta One. We have an approved flight plan from Athens to Heraklion, Crete. What's the problem, Yankee Bravo?" "Icarus Delta One. We've got an exercise underway for the next 72 hours. No civilian aircraft are allowed within a sector from latitude 33 degrees 30 to 36 degrees 30 and longitude 20 degrees 00 to 22 degrees 30. We're going to vector you back to Athens." Spiros switched off his mic and yelled back at Armand. "Problem? Looks like the U. Yes, Navy's cordoned off Andikithura. It's hot. Doesn't sound like they're going to take no for an answer." So that's what all the radio activity was about. Armand's dark eyes flashed satisfaction that at least one mystery was solved. But they quickly turned grim. "Well, we've got to go in. Give them the cover again and insist it's an emergency. They can check it out. It's all in the flight plan we filed." Which was, of course, bogus. The routing was intended to take them directly over Andikithura, where they would ditch. "See if they'll buy the medical emergency story and give us an IFF and clearance," he continued. "But whatever happens, we're damned sure not going to turn back. I'll give it a Spiros yelled, "but I don't think it's going to happen. They're going to insist we exit from the area, then file another flight plan that takes us around it. Standard." "Well, try anyway," Armand barked, knowing that the Greek was right. Things were definitely headed off the track. Spiros clicked on the mic. "Yankee Bravo, we have a flight plan filed with Athens Control. Nobody advised us this airspace was off limits. We're making an emergency delivery of blood plasma to the Apollonian General Hospital in Heraklion. We filed a manifest with the flight plan. It's a perishable cargo, and we have to have it in their hands by 0600 hours tomorrow. Sorry about that, Delta One, but this airspace has been quarantined to all civilian traffic as of 2100 hours. No matter what's on your manifest, you're going to have to radio Athens and amend your filing." Spiros shrugged, clicked off his mic, and glanced back with a, "I told you so look. Now what? They've acquired us on radar, so there's no way we can proceed. We try it and they'll scramble something and escort us out of the area at gunpoint. I'd say we're reamed." It was a tough call, but Armand made it without hesitation. He strode toward the cockpit and shouted to Vorst, "Take her down to 300 meters, and get ready." The Dutchman nodded as Armand stepped back to the cabin. "Okay, gentlemen, listen up. We have to make a decision, and I think we'd better vote on it. We've got 3 options. We can cancel the op and turn back. We can go on the deck and try our luck at evading their radar, or we can abort and take our chances. If we do they'll probably mount a search, but with any luck we'll be written off. I say we do it. Word of warning, though, if we screw this one up, the organization is going to take some heat." The men looked at each other, each doing his own quick calculus. It wouldn't be the first time ARM had found itself having to work outside the system to save the system. Frequently, the group or government that hired them ended up, for political expediency, formally denounced and sing whatever they had done. But it was a flap accompanied by a wink, and it always dissipated after any obligatory moral indignation was ventilated. This time, however, If the op went sour, it might not be so easy to explain. Away, Reginald Hall, the most conservative of them all, looked the most worried. He had a good civilian cover and he wanted to keep it that way. You know, if we get picked up and detained, it's going to be bloody sticky. Half of the nooch. Apps at special projects these days think I raise radishes for a living. It would be bloody awkward to end up in a Greek jail, or worse. Don't think I'd get invited to the Queen's birthday anymore. Hans was smiling. Reggie, you old... Ossel, let me get this straight. You don't mind getting killed on an op, but you don't want to get embarrassed socially. I'd say you've got a priorities problem. The difference, Hall replied testily, is that I can control what happens. On a regular op. But now you're saying we might have to fight our way through the U.S. Navy just to get in. That's bloody imprudent, mates. Well, Armand interjected, shouting as he gazed around the cabin, I'm waiting. We're still about. But 30 clicks out, which means that if we ditch her now, an insert tonight is out of the question. Plus, we'll be exposed. I'm waiting to hear a veto. If we're going to risk everybody's balls just to save Vance, it's got to be you now. Nimis, whatever we do together. He paused. I know what you're thinking, can Vance handle it for another 24 hours? Personally, I think he can put together enough moves to gain us the time, but who knows? He looked around. With an air of finality. Okay, I take it silence is consent. That was when Willem shouted from the cockpit. Pierre, we've just acquired an escort, about 15 clicks out and closing fast. All right, lads, Armand ordered. Time to get the show going. Break out the Zodiacs and assemble your gear. The cabin erupted in action. They had been expecting to deplane at sea, but this was not how they had planned to do it. I've suspected all along we were a bunch of damned fool. Armand laughed as he strode toward the cockpit. Now I know for sure. He glanced at his watch. 60 seconds. He passed Spiros as he reclaimed the co-pilot's seat next to Willem Vorst. What was our ETA for Andekither? We would have made the set-down site in 23 more minutes. Okay, I've got to alert Michael. He flicked on the sideband. Ulysses, do you copy? Loud and clear siren. Looks like we've got a problem, old buddy. The Trust. USN has shut down the airspace around the island, closed it to commercial traffic. Don't like the sound of that. It's getting a little lonesome down here. From the look of things, it may get worse. We're going to have to slip the original. Insertion. We'll need another 24 hours. Can you hang on that long? Hey, I'm making new friends all the time. No problem. The downside is that the rockets may start going up. I'm still trying to get a handle on that end of it. Now it sounds like I may have to look into trying to reschedule things a little. We need a breather, Armand said. Our options don't look too good at this end, but we'll be there, so don't believe anything you hear on the radio. All things may not be what they appear. Copy that. Have a nice day. Roger. Armand clicked off the mic. All right. He turned and motioned Spiros back to the cockpit. Tell them we're losing radio contact and our navigation gear is going. Say we're going to have to reduce altitude and fly with a compass and visuals. Maybe that will muddy things long enough to get us down. Dmitri Spiros hit the radio and delivered the message to total disbelief. That's a crop. Delta 1. Assume a heading of 340 immediately and get the hell out of this airspace. Immediately. Do you acknowledge? Transmission breaking up, Spiros replied, toggling the switch back and forth as he did to add some credibility to his assertion. That's more bullshit, Delta 1. Either you acknowledge or Spiros switched off the microphone. We've got to put her in. Now, 11:26 p.m. Captain Jake Morton was piloting the F-14D suit. Or Tomcat, and he honestly couldn't believe this was all that serious. He and his radar intercept officer, Frank Brady, had been scrambled on short notice, and though he relished the chance to clock a little flight time, he felt in his balls that this was a red herring. Didn't even have a wingman, which told him that command on the Kennedy probably wasn't too excited either. The blip on the VSD, vertical simulation display, was some tin cruising just above. Shop down there, pulling around 100 knots, and now losing altitude. Obviously, just some civilian asshole who wasn't going to make it unless he pulled out damned soon. He had to be close to stall. Problem was, though, the bogey had responded to the Kennedys' radio room with some medical charter malarkey and then shut down. What was that all about? And now, were these guys really having radio and nav problems like they'd said, or were they about to try something funny, some amateur attempt at evasion? Well, he thought, if that's their game, they're pretty fucking dumb. So what the hell was the real story? He'd learned one thing in 15 years of Navy. When you didn't know what could happen, you planned for a worst. He switched on the intercom and ordered Brady to turn on the television camera system, TCS, the F-14's powerful nose video, and use the radar to focus it, bringing up the image from down below for computer optimization. Yankee Bravo, this is Birdseye, he said into his helmet mic. That bogey that ID'd itself as Icarus Delta 1 has still got a heading of about 270, but now he's definitely losing altitude. In fact, he's practically in the drink. We're trying to get him on the TCS and take a look. Roger, came back the voice. We've lost radio contact. Advise extreme caution. Whoever the hell he is, he's a bogey. I want him the hell out of this air. Space, don't waste time with the TCS. Get a visual. Copy, Yankee Bravo. Want me to fly down for a look-see? Confirmed, Birdseye. And assume you've got a hostile on your hands. Caution advised. Repeat, assume he's a hostile. Roger, we copy. Morton tapped the stick, and his F-14 banked into a steep dive. 74,000 pounds of steel plummeting downward. What am I doing? He asked himself again as he watched his altimeter begin to spin. I buzz the guy and I'll probably scare hell out of him. He'll wind up in the suit for sure. And if he still doesn't respond, then what? Am I supposed to shoot down a civilian? The very thought made his new mustache itch, a clear sign of nerve. Such things had been done before, but Captain Jake Morton had never done them, and he had no interest in starting a new trend in his career. He had a wife and kids he still had to look in the face. On the other hand, a close encounter would definitely get their attention. But then, these were international waters, and the legality of interdicting civilian traffic was not all that obvious, and might be even less obvious in a court of law some faraway day. Particularly if it really was a medical emergency situation like those bozos down there claimed, could make for exceptionally bad press, which didn't do a thing for promotions in the U.S. Navy, 11:31 p.m. All right, Armont said, Ching for the microphone. We've got to confirm with Mike. He's got to know what's going on. He flicked the dial on the radio. Ulysses, do you read? Come in. I copy. What's the story? Insert is a definite abort. Repeat, abort. Insert, we're expecting some company. Red, white, and blue. That's going to blow everything. You've got a Roger, Ulysses. How far are you from Andikithera? Looks like about 20 clicks, Armont answered. You were timed for 0. A 200. Can Vu still make it tonight at all? Doubtful. Even with the 2 Zodiacs and outboards, by the time we reached there it'd be almost daylight. We may have to revise the insert, plus 24. How about your ear? Vance's voice betrayed his concern. We'll need hardware. The hostiles are loaded for bear. You will do what we can. We don't like it either, He had just glanced at the radar. Companies here, Ulysses. Stay up on that. Is frequency? Copy. Armont turned to Vorst. Okay, we've got to ditch now. That's probably an F-14, he pointed to the radar screen, and he's going to be on us in less than 2 minutes. We have to give him something to talk about back in the briefing room. Willem Vorst was staring through the cockpit windscreen at the dark, choppy sea skimming by just below the fuselage. Hang on. The ARM gear was packed in waterproof containers, and the Zodiac rafts were by the doors, ready to eject. Willem loosened his flight helmet and dropped the flaps. I hope this baby is insured by somebody. It's insured, Armont said, grimacing to think of the paperwork that lay ahead. We just had a malfunction. That's my professional opinion. 11:33 p.m. The storm had cut visuals to a minimum, and the puddle hopper down there was still not responding. Morton figured if giving the guy a flyby didn't get his attention, then come and would want to hand him a little heat, say a tracer from the Tomcat's 20 cannon. He prayed it wouldn't come to that, because that might well cause the guy to pee in his pants and go down for sure. What the hell was going on, Anyway, the wing had shipped out of Sauda battle-ready with less than an hour's notice. There still hadn't been a briefing. The whole thing was some top-secret exercise nobody could figure. And now this bullshit. He thought again about the rumor going round the flight deck of the Kennedy that an AWACS had been brought up from Saudi to monitor all air traffic in the area. What the hell was that about? Command had dropped a hint about terrorists, but this whole mobilization seemed like using a Phoenix missile on a mosquito. Then, just as he had feared, the radio crackled again. Birdseye, this is the TAO. I've just got you authorization to lay a tracer alongside that bogey if he refuses to acknowledge your flyby. Please repeat for verify. Morton had expected it, but he wasn't about to jeopardize his career over a misunderstood radio transmission. You have positive authorization to lay one tracer in the vicinity of Icarus Delta. Monitor her response and we will advise follow-up procedure. Roger. But first let me try to raise them on the radio one last time. That cooks it, Morton told himself. Guess they want to play hardball with these assholes. Whatever this so-called exercise is all about, somebody upstairs is taking it all very seriously. But then who knew? Maybe those guys down there were terrorists. Word had already reached the Kennedy's lower decks about the Glover being shot. It all to hell in a false flag attack, which meant caution was the byword. The rumor mill also had it that terrorists had seized one of the small Greek islands in this area. Was that it? Was the Navy's quarantine intended to keep them from bringing in reinforcements, to interdict them if they tried to get away? Had the U.S. Navy been made into a watchdog, a pretty lowly station after the glories in the Gulf? He spoke over the cockpit intercom, the Ikes advising Brady of the authorization. It was a formality since Frank had monitored all the radio talk. Brady said, "Shit," then flipped on the F-14's weapons station and armed it. "We're hot." 11:38 p.m. The radio crackled again, and this time Willem Vorst flicked a switch so the entire cabin could hear. Delta 1. This is Captain Jake Morton, United States Navy. I'm giving you one last warning. You have been instructed to alter your heading to 340 and exit this airspace. If you do not comply, I am authorized to employ whatever degree of force is necessary to make sure you do not proceed. What is your intention? I repeat, what is your intention? All right, Armand said. This is it. The pontoons bounced across the chop as Vorst touched down. He reversed the props and in seconds had brought the Cessna to an abrupt halt, its frail fuselage bobbing like a cork. With the storm coming up, the sea was rougher than it looked. Hans immediately opened the door, then nodded back to the cabin and reached for the line attached to the first raft. He had done this dozens of times before, but it always was scary. You had to watch out for the motor, inflate the raft from the doorway, then get your gear in, all the while keeping hold of the line. Do it wrong and you could lose the whole thing. Okay, Reggie, Armand yelled, time to earn your share. What bloody share? It's 15% of nothing. Paul sighed and stared out the Cessna's open doorway. Even in the dim moonlight, he could see the white caps thrown up by the chop, and he felt his testicles tighten. This is going to be a hell of an insertion. He re-cinched the straps of the backpack contain. In his gear, Armand watched him swing out and down, knowing he hated the moment, then motioned for Hugo Vorst to step up to the doorway. Hurry, we may be eating some cannon fire any time now. Vorst moved up quickly. He lanced toward the cockpit one last time, then seized his gear and dropped down. His brother, who was still setting the charge, would be the last out. Our new escort is going to have us dead to rights in about 60 seconds. Willem announced from up front. Everybody out now. Armand was securing the last of the gear needed for the insertion and the assault, readying it to be passed through the hatch, while Willem Vorst was finishing with the charge of C4. Armand looked around the cabin one last time, hoping they had gotten everything they absolutely needed. Several crates of backup gear would have to be left. but unexpected contingencies went with the territory. With that sober last thought, he signaled to Vorst, who was ready with the detonator. Set it for 45 seconds, that should be enough. As the Dutchman nodded, he reached for the rope and dropped. Willem spun the dials on the timer, then wrapped it against the dull orange stick of C4 and tossed it into the co-pilot's seat. In seconds, he was at the open doorway, swinging down the line and into the dark below. 11:40 p.m. Now Morton was really puzzled. The pilot had just gone into the drink. What had happened? AB, he was thinking he should call in a Huey for a rescue op. No, this setup was starting to smell to high heaven. They had refused to change their heading, so the bastards had to be up to no good. No legitimate civilian aircraft. Would ignore a U.S. Navy wave off now. Finally, he could make a visual, rough through the downpour, but it looked like it was a fucking seaplane. So instead of responding to orders to vector out of the airspace, they had settled in. Why skies? Well, even with the stormy sea down there, they still could take off, leave the same way they came in, and nothing would be made of it. First, though, they needed a short lesson in aviation protocol. Frank, let me handle this. Going to get their fucking attention. Using his right thumb, he toggled the weapon selector on the side of the throttle quadrant down from SB/PH, past SW, and into the setting marked guns. The 20mm cannon was primed with 2 tracers, which should give the bastard something to think about. Now the red radar lock on his HUD was flashing. That asshole down there, whoever it was in for a big fucking surprise. His thumb was about to press the red fire button when the first explosion came. Down below, a giant fireball illuminated the night sky, followed by secondaries. Jesus, medical supplies, right? That innocent-looking little Cessna was a flying munitions bin. They really were terrorists. A pillar of black smoke now covered the entire area. He ordered Brady to switch off the weapons station, and then, his hand trembling, he toggled his oxygen regulator up a notch, trying to catch his breath. As he pulled back on the stick, 11:45 p.m., Ulysses, Armand's voice was coming over the radio, mixed with static. Do you copy? At least they're okay, Vance thought. Transmission is lousy, Siren, what happened? We had to take a swim, about 20 clicks too soon. Which means we definitely scratched the original ETA, right? Does the 24 still look firm? Assuming we don't get any more surprises, this one is turning into a bitch, don't they? All, Vance said. Everybody is in good shape, so nothing else has changed. Vance looked around the mountain and wished he could believe that. The whole thing could have been over in another 3 or 4 hours. Now the terrorists had time to arm the vehicles and maybe even get one up. Life was about to get a lot more complicated. He finally spoke into the mic. Let's keep in radio contact. The deployment here keeps changing. Who knows what it'll be like by then. We roger that. Armand spoke quickly to somebody else, then came back. There should be plenty of time to chat. For you, maybe, but I'm not so sure how much spare time there's going to be on this end. I'll try to hold everything down till 0200 tomorrow, but it's going to be tough. If you can't raise me, then just proceed as planned. I'll be expendable. That's a touching sentiment, Ulysses, but you know that's not the way we work. Our people always come first. Keep thinking that way. It's an inspiring concept. Okay, we'll review procedures and wait to hear from you. That's all for now. Roger, have fun, he sighed. 12:23 a.m., up ahead through the dark ray, loomed the rugged atoll of an island. It was not large enough to have any vegetation. It really was only a giant granite outcropping that nearly disappeared every time a breaker washed over it. This, Pierre reflected with chagrin, is going to be our staging area, as well as our new home for a full day. A little camouflage would handle the problem of detection by any snooping USN flyovers, but the boys weren't going to get much sleep. This is a hell of a deployment. In base, Reggie was saying, his voice barely audible over the sputter of the 2 outboards. The 2 black Zodiac rafts were now side by side, keeping together. His normally florid complexion had turned even more deeply ruddy from the cold and frustration. How in bloody hell did it come to this? Armand was so frustrated he could barely manage a civil answer. It came to this because we let a client spec a job. We left a piece of security to the client. Always a bad idea. He climbed over the side of the Zodiac, splashing through the surf, and began securing the first line to a jagged outcropping. Around them, the cold waves of the Aegean lapped through the rain. Dawn was hours away, and there was nothing to do now except recriminate. Dmitri Spiros, who had installed the security system for the SATCOM facility, waded ashore looking as sheepish as he felt. He had only himself to blame for the penetration, he knew, and he had no intention of trying to defend it now. What can I say? He grimaced and caught the line Hans was tossing to him. I should have put my foot down. Sometimes pleasing the client up front means not pleasing him at the end. If something goes wrong, it's always your fault, not his. Human nature. I didn't listen to my own better judgment. Bates claimed they had enough security and I let him get away with it. It's in the past now, Armand said, biting his tongue. We all keep learning from our mistakes, just as long as the education doesn't get too expensive. Hans was setting up the camouflage that would cover them during the daylight hours to come. They had prepared for most contingencies and had brought enough camouflage netting to cover them and the rafts, which they now had dragged onto the atoll to serve as beds. They would take turns sleeping, letting whoever felt like it grab a few winks. Now, Armand was staring into the dark sky, thinking there must be a better way to pay for your caviar. Chapter 13, 11:47 p.m. We're on our own, Vance said, clicking off the mic and looking around the darkened blockhouse. Marooned. Colley, who had been listening to the radio exchange, already had other things to think about. She was engaged by the computer terminal checking out the status of the facility. Hate to tell you this, but it's worse than you know. She was staring at the screen. They've taken over the Fujitsu. They've locked out all the other works. Stations, and there's a countdown in process. Look, somebody's on Big Benny who knows all about SORT. About what? SORT? SORT's the program that sets up the automatic liftoff sequence. Once it's started, it proceeds like clockwork. The Cyclops comes up to power, the radars are all switched on, and the vehicle's electronics go to full alert status. The main console in command controls everything, and nothing can prevent the launch from proceeding unless it's stopped. From there, how long have we got? It's in the abbreviated mode. That's a 6-hour countdown. He looked at her. So you're saying we've got roughly 6 hours to get down there and stop it? 6 hours on the nose. How about your friend, Jor? Jizz, he's logged off the computer. Like I said, it's somebody else. They must have brought along their own specialist. Guess they came prepared. One more problem, Vance observed with a sigh. First Ramirez and then this one. Guess we'll have to neutralize him too, if that's the only way to stop the launch. This is getting dirtier all the time. There's no way to do it except get into command, Colley went on. But even then, shutting it down's not that simple. Once it goes in. To auto mode, you can't just flip a switch. But still, that's the only place you're talking about a frontal assault that could get bloody, Vance said. They might kill more of your technicians. No, the assault will have to wait for ARM. We're going to need to work a different way. He paused. Maybe it's time we blew up something. You mean, what's the definition of a terrorist? It's somebody who uses well-placed acts of violence to disrupt society's normal functions. Right, murder one and frighten 1,000. A terrorist is somebody who takes on a more powerful organization by hit-and-run tactics, scaring them. So, she looked at him quizzically, her dark eyes puzzled. Well, they've taken over the facility now, which means they're the establishment and we're the outsiders. The tables are turned, which means we have to become terrorists against them. But we don't have much to work with, so we're going to have to do some improvising. He turned thoughtful, scratching at his chin. How about some Molly's throw together some gasoline, sulfuric acid, sugar, and maybe a little potassium chlorate for ignition? Molly's? You mean Molotov cocktails. And if you design them for acid ignition, then Then you can blow them with a bullet. Not a bad little standoff bomb. I'm not so keen on blowing up equipment. It's hard enough to get things to work around here when we try. Ditto the fiber optics cable. I suppose that would be even worse. We'd be down for months. Okay, nothing crucial. He strolled to the open doorway and looked down the hill, pondering. We just need to put something out of commission that could be fixed easily. Turan, and you know what? I think I see the perfect target. What are you talking about? She rose, stepped over, and followed his gaze. Right down there, that gantry. It's the only way to prep the satellite payload, right? Maybe we would take that out. It would keep them from installing a bomb, put them out of business without damaging the vehicle. Nothing serious. They won't be able to use it, but you can put it back into operating condition in a couple of days with the right parts. Think that's possible? She seemed disposed to the concept, though still none too keen. Okay, but I've got a better idea. How about just blowing up a portion of the rails it moves on? Then they couldn't roll it away from the vehicle to launch. Sounds intelligent to me, but I've got a hunch we'd better not wait too long. He was feeling energized after the steak. Matter of fact, I'd say there's no time like the present. Where can we find some chemicals? Even the kitchen would be a place to start. I've got a better idea, she interjected. There's a construction shed. It might have something left from back when. Then why don't we go down and have a look, he mused. Figure out if there's anything we can liberate. That's fine with me, she sighed, not sounding as though she meant it. All we have to do is manage to get down there without being spotted and killed. I don't know how much more excitement I can take. He innately felt out of control, human prey, and he hated every minute of it. That goes for me, too. But she was already switching off the workstation. By now, the trek down the hill was getting to be all too familiar, the bristly Greek. Crub, the rough outcroppings. Some night birds twittered nervously, but otherwise only their labored breathing broke the silence. The harshness of the terrain made him think again about the Greek character, ancient and modern. To stand up to a like this, you had to be tough, which brought his thoughts again to the dark-haired woman by his side. Once in a while you ran across somebody with whom you absolutely clicked. He believed in love at first sight. He had been an incorrigible romantic all his life, and this was definitely the feeling he had now. And he thought, well, hoped she felt the same. Could it be true? Maybe it was just the fact they were working together. They were both strong-willed, and he sensed real potential. For friction. What are you going to do when this is all over? She was asking, a wistful tone entering her voice. Just go back to sailing? You sound as though you already assume it's going to be over. He laughed in spite of himself. What? She thinking the same thing? I admire your optimism. But to tell you the truth, if we live through this, I'm hoping to try my Odyssey trek all over again. He took her hand as they navigated the stones. Want to come along? Make it a twosome? Maybe. Her tone said she was intrigued, and she didn't drop his hand. It sounded pretty heroic. Well, it was mainly just a challenge, he shrugged, continuing on down the dark trail. Calling it heroic is maybe a bit much. No way. Her voice had a wonderful finality. I think your attempt to recreate the voyage of Ulysses was a heroic undertaking. Period. She paused. You know, maybe I shouldn't tell you this, but you remind me an awful lot of somebody I used to know. Who's that? His name doesn't matter, but it was Alan Harris. He was a biochemistry professor, tall like you, older than me. I guess I made a fool of myself over him, looking back. Vance didn't know quite what to say. What happened? What do you think happened? Older guy, smart, lovesick student looking for. Never mind. When I think about it, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Then her mood abruptly changed. Okay, the construction shed is right over there. She was pointing through the dark and the light spatters of rain that had suddenly appeared. Was it beginning to storm again? It's always locked, but it's got its own separate computer control. So it won't be shut down like everything else. All anybody has to do to get in is just to code in a requisition. That's how we keep inventory. He led the way, keeping to the shadows. Well, can you tell it to open sesame and look? It us in? She nodded, then entered a small portico next to the entryway. There, on a terminal, she typed in the code that would disconnect the heavy electronic locks on the shed's door. Moments later, he heard a click and watched the green. Diodes on the locks start to glow. Next, it swung open, and the fluorescent lights came on to reveal a perfect high-tech fabrication shop, with rows of precision machine tools lined up in neat rows, the floors spotless. Looking around, he wondered what kind of chemicals he could scrounge. There had to be something 12:10 a.m. Everything checks here, Wolf Helling said, looking at the wide board of lights in launch control. The packies went up on the elevator and wired in. A device, nobody here had any inkling what it is. He was speaking on his walkie-talkie to Dor Peretz, who was still operating the Fujitsu out of command. I think we're ready. Then you'd better roll the gantry the hell back away. From the vehicle, Peretz' voice barked. My next item in the countdown is to test the alignment on the Cyclops, make sure the vehicle is receiving power. Okay, Helling replied. The electronics are all in a positive state of mind here. But I guess you can't be too safe. By the way, how's everybody doing there? Having any trouble? Our guests are getting with the program, came the answer. I've even got an engineer friend here named Georges who's going to be a gray. Help when the time comes. Small attitude problem, but nothing I can't manage. Well, keep them all frightened. It's the best way. I'll get started with the rollback. Should only take a few minutes. Go for it, Dor Peretz said. 12:15 a.m. Vance felt the cold steel rails, glistening lightly in the thin moonlight, and wondered how long it would take to set the charge. He also wondered if his impromptu bomb would work as planned. It should. In the shop, Cawley had led him directly to a cache of British-made gelignite, left over from the days of excavation. He had shaped a so-called diamond charge, which, when wrapped around a rail and detonated with a fuse, would produce shock waves that would make it at the center, then be deflected at right angles, shattering the metal. It was a little-known bomber's trick, one he learned from Willem Vorst, that usually produced total deformation and fracture. He had insisted that she let him handle this one alone, claiming there was no need to endanger two people, and finally she had agreed. Dr. Calypso Andros. She had already proven she could take control of a situation like the one up the mountain and handle it. That cool would come in handy later. He also liked her New York street smarts. Yet beneath it all, he sensed something was wrong. She mentioned some guy named Alan, then clammed up. Funny. Reminding a woman of some old boyfriend could be a mixed blessing. Sometimes you got to take credit for the other guy's failings. Well, that cuts both ways. Admit it, he finally lectured himself. Calypso Andros reminds you of Eva Borodin. She was the temperamental Slavic beauty who had been the love on and off of his life. That was the bottom line. He still wore her wedding ring. He had loved her more than anything, and after she left, he had tried everything he could think of to help forget her. None of it had worked. Even here, the thought of her kept coming back, but enough. Concentrate on the job at hand and get going. Quickly, he began securing the soft explosive. Although his instinct still was just to blow the whole gantry and have done with it, he agreed with Cawley that that was a no-no. The idea was sabotage, not demolition. The difference might not be all that subtle, but there was a difference. The gantry, a huge derrick on wheels, was illuminated by intensely focused floodlights from a battery across from the vehicles. The tracks were about 60 meters long, which suggested the distance it had to be away from VX-1 before the vehicle could lift off. So, if he could destroy the tracks close enough, the gantry would be stuck in place, making a launch impossible. The gelignite should do it, he told himself. The charge was going to wrap almost perfectly around the rails. This ought to be a snap at that moment. He felt a tremor in the rails and looked up to see the lights on the gantry flicker as its motors revved to life. Then it started rolling. Like a monolith, slow and assured, it began inching away from the vehicle and toward him. 12:18 a.m. Okay, it's moving back. Elling said, I guess this thing suddenly, as abruptly as it had begun, the gantry halted, its steel wheels screeching to a stop along the tracks. What happened? Ramirez's eyes narrowed as he gazed out through the viewing window. A red indicator had come up on the console, flashing. The gantry, bathed in floodlights, was just standing there, stubbornly still. The control went into a safety mode. The German was staring at the console. According to the lights here, the track sensors shut. It down. Maybe the rails are obstructed. 12:19 a.m. Good safety system, Vance thought. He could feel them now beneath the explosive electronic sensors on the tracks, a thin line of parallel wires held by insulators. Had it acted his tampering and halted the gantry. Wait a minute, he suddenly thought. Maybe I don't have to blow the track after all. Why not just short-circuit these wires and let the thing's own safety system shut it down? They may not figure out for hours what the problem is. With a grin, he began going along the track, feeling his way through the dark as he twisted the parallel safety tripwires together every few feet, making certain they shorted. 12:20 a.m. Well, we don't have time to tinker with it now, Ramirez declared, feeling his peak growing. There's only a problem if it's a malfunction of the motors and they don't report a problem. He pointed down to the console. So just switch it over to manual. Helling stirred uneasily. I'm not sure it's such a good idea to override the safety system. We don't know. When I'm in need of your views, I'll ask for them. Ramirez cut him off. Now go to manual and get on. It. Wolf Helling was a risk-taker, but only when he knew the downside. If the gantry motors shut down, he figured there probably was a reason. On the other hand, the first device already had been loaded onto VX-1. All systems checked. The pre-flight punch lists taken care of. Maybe it was better to go ahead and keep Ramirez's mind at ease rather than worry too much about the technicalities. After all, unanimity was as important as perfection. If you say so, he declared finally. But it's risky. I take no responsibility for this. He flipped the gantry control motors to override and shoved the operating lever forward outside the glass partition. The huge gantry again began to inch along its steel tracks, moving away from the vehicle. See, Ramirez said coldly and with satisfaction. It was probably a malfunction of the indicator lights. We don't have time to troubleshoot every little glitch that crops up. Now increase the speed and let's get on with it. Wolf Helling, his precise Prussian mind clicking, was liking Ramirez's recklessness less and less. On the other hand, he knew better than to contradict the temperamental South American he'd hired on with. Let's keep the speed the way it is, and I think I ought to go out and check the track just to be sure, if you want to, but don't take too long. 12:21 a.m. Uh-oh. Vance felt the track suddenly shiver, then with what sounded like a painful grind of metal on metal, the gantry started moving again. They decided to override the safety shutoff. Okay, he thought, back to the original plan. He turned and retraced his steps to the place where he had left the lignite, feeling along the track until his fingers touched it. It was still in place, but there was no time now to set up a fuse, which meant there was only one other way to blow it. Quickly, he secured the diamond-shaped patch more tightly around the steel, then looked up to check the gantry. It was now about 5 meters away, its wheels inching along the rails with a ponderous inevitability as its electric motors hummed. He pulled out his sailor's tin of matches and withdrew. Relieved it was still dry, he scraped the match across the bottom of the can, and it flamed in the dark. Next, he quickly pressed the wooden end into the soft gelignite, making a target he could see from a distance. After checking it, last time, he rose and dashed for the safety of the nearest shed, pulling the Uzi from his belt and chambering around. He leaned against a darkened wall and took careful aim, on semi-auto. The gantry was only a meter away from the arge when he finally squeezed off a round. It kicked up a spray of gravel next to the rails, the small stones glistening in the floodlights like small shining stars as they erupted slightly to the left of where he had placed the charge. Damn. He knew the match could be seen, as well as the flare of the Uzi, but maybe nobody was watching. In any case, he adjusted his aim and quickly fired again. But this time he had moved the sight too far to the right. Again, the gravels laid another sparkle under the lights, but once more nothing happened. Now the gantry's wheels were about to pass directly over the explosive. If the thing was going to be immobilized, he had one shot left. He took careful aim and squeezed the trigger to the sound of a dull click. His last round had misfired. 12:22 a.m. Something's going on out there, Ramirez yelled, grabbing Helling's arm. I saw flashes of light. Somebody's shooting. See it? Over there. He was pointing. Ting, that's exactly why I wanted to check it out. At last, Helling thought. Maybe now he'll listen to reason. Look, I'm going to shut this damned thing down right now, till we know what's going on. He hit the control and applied the brakes. 12:23 a.m. He had just squandered his last rounds and his chance to cripple the gantry. He sighed involuntarily. C'est la vie. At that instant, however, whoever was manning the controls locked the wheels, and there was the loud screech of metal on metal. He watched the wheels slide across the patch of gelignite, creating instantaneous frictional heat. Immediately, a blinding white flare erupted from the tracks, followed by the loud crack of an explosion. He watched as the first steel wheel was sheared away and the gantry lurched awkwardly forward. Next, the axle ground into the gravel next to the track as the motion of the giant tower tilted it askew. It had not toppled over, but it was leaning dangerously. Whatever might be required to repair it, the gantry was no longer functional. SATCOM was shut down for the foreseeable. He was less than happy with his handiwork. Collie's going to kill me, that was his first thought after a long diatribe about not doing any big damage. Then he watched as it got worse. The gantry jerked again as the axle cracked from the stress and began slowly to heal. Like the slow crash of a tumbling redwood, he almost wanted to out timber. It toppled forward, landing with an enormous crash that shook the very ground around him. Angle iron and lights splintered into the granite-strewn soil that separated the launch pad from the rest of the facility. Now the gantry lay like a fallen giant. As he watched, he slowly recognized he had achieved nothing but malicious damage. By collapsing, the gantry was now out of the way, below the sight lines between the Cyclops system on the mountain and the vehicle. They still could launch. VX-1 must already be armed, he realized. The bomb is aboard and set to fly. 12:24 a.m. God admit I warned you it was a mistake, Helling exploded, still stunned by the view out the window. The gantry had just heeled over and collapsed onto the track. At least it fell out of the way, Van Myers declared calmly. No problem. He cursed himself for not taking Helling's advice. For once the German had been right. Nothing's changed. We launch on schedule, but right now we have some unfinished business. What? That bastard from up on the mountain. He had to be the one responsible. I know it was him. I can smell it. He drew out his 9mm Beretta and clicked off the safety, then angrily motioned for Helling and headed out the door. Come on, let's get the son of a bitch. I'm going to kill him personally. 12:25 a.m. Now what? Vance rose and started walking toward an opening he saw that led into the underground launch facility. Maybe he was thinking he could slip into launch control and somehow sabotage the vehicle itself. A dark tunnel branched off on his right. The lights were off, so he probably would go directly okay, he thought. Assume one of the bombs must already be installed on the first vehicle and ready for launch. But given all the Critron detonators the Pakistani had, there could well be more. Maybe you should try and find them, see what you can learn. Could there be a way to disable the weapon now poised up there without having to reach it? Maybe disarm it electronically. He tried to guess what the firing mechanism could be. Clearly, if you were planning to deliver a nuke, you were going to need some way to control the detonation. So how did it work? Maybe a pressure apparatus that could blow it on the way down during the re-entry phase. Why not? As the vehicle encountered denser and denser atmosphere, pressure could activate a switch that sensed the altitude and instigated detonation at pre-programmed height. Another possibility was a radio-controlled device connected to the guidance system in the computer. That would be trickier, but it might ultimately be more reliable. It also might be easier to abort. In fact, the whole thing might be doable from here on the ground, but what if he got caught? His Uzi was empty. Collie had his Walther, and nothing now stood between him and the terrorists except his own. Bad luck. As he edged into the darkened tunnel, he felt the coolness envelop him. The whole operation now felt as though it were in a shroud. He was almost at the end when he heard The steel door behind him slammed shut. He whirled to look, but nothing betrayed any sign of life. Instead, there was only stony silence, punctuated by the mechanical hum of the facility's underground environmental control system. But as he turned back, two figures stood in the doorway ahead. Oh shit! He hit the floor just as it started, a ricochet of bullets slapping around him. Then, as abruptly as the fusillade had begun, it stopped. He was so astonished to still be alive, he barely heard the voice from the smoky doorway cut through the sudden silence. Then it registered, accent and all. "Is that you, my friend?" A pause. "You are like the cat with 9 lives, and until a second ago you had used only 8. I assume your 9th got you through my colleague's burst of impetuosity just now, but I want to see you before I kill you." "Your counting system needs work," Vance said, still in shock. He gingerly pulled himself up off the floor, fully expecting to be shot then and there. The thought made him giddy, feeling like a Zen master living as though already dead. "I've got 8.5 left. So it is you." The accent was unmistakable. "Don't make me sorry. I didn't let Wolf here finish you just now. However, this matter is personal. I want the satisfaction of doing it myself." Vance stepped into the light. "Sabri Ramirez. I can't really say it's a pleasure to meet you." The giddy feeling was growing. "I feel like I'm going to need a shower just being in the same space." Ramirez stared at him, startled. "How do you know who I am?" "I'll bet half the bozos who came with you don't know, do they?" Vance looked him over. Feeling his life come back. Stand up and take it like a man. "Back from the dead, it's a miracle." "Yes, I am back. But you soon will be entering that condition, and I doubt very much you will be returning." Vance's mind flashed a picture of Ramirez strafing the Navy frigate, shooting the SATCOM technician. Not to mention, he was planning to detonate a nuclear device somewhere in the world. Not a man given to idle threats. He was also known to love torture, part of his personal touch. "Incidentally," Ramirez went on, "perhaps you should pass me that Uzi. I assume the clip is empty, but it's liable to make my friend Wolf here nervous. Wouldn't want that, would we?" Vance handed it over. "Metal stock?" "Erst, thank you." Ramirez took it and tossed it to the emaciated, balding man standing next to him. "By the way, you know my name, but I still do not know yours." "Vance. Mike Vance." Why not tell him, he thought. It hardly matter. "Now, Vance. That name rings a bell. From somewhere." The thoughtful look turned slowly to a smile. "Ah yes, as I recall you work freelance for ARM. He paused, the smile vanishing as he mentioned the name. "So tell me, are they planning to try to meddle here?" "That would be a big mistake, Mr. Vance, I can assure you." More bad news, Vance thought. Ramirez is no fool. He must have known we did the security for this place. I've got a feeling they're going to be interested in what happens to me, if that's what you mean. Ramirez moved closer, looking squarely in his face. "You know, the eyes of a man always tell more about him than any words he can say, and your eyes give you away. You're lying. And you're scared." He stepped back and smiled. "And I'll tell you something," Vance continued, meeting his stare. "When I look in your eyes, I don't see anything, but even a hyena can know fear. Your time will come." It was pointless bravado, but it felt good to say it. "We'll see who can know fear." Ramirez scowled angrily at the use of the nickname he hated. "We will also learn something about your tolerance for pain, Mr. Vance, in very short order. You are not very popular with some of my men. They're not very popular with me." The defiance just kept coming. He wasn't sure from where. "And I've got some other news for you. You're about to find out that Andikithura is a very small, vulnerable objective. You persist in trying to antagonize me, Mr. Vance. I could easily have had you killed just now and spared myself this pointless interview. Why didn't you?" The giddy feeling was coming back. "I wanted to show you how stupid you really are." He's right about that, Vance told himself. "I think I've just proved it. But your 9 lives have run out. I'm afraid I'm no longer interested in this conversation." He turned away and motioned for Wolf Helling. "Let me just shoot him and get it over with." the German said. Not just yet, Ramirez replied after a moment's thought. No, I think Jean-Paul would enjoy softening him up first. 6:15 a.m. Mr. President, the voice. Ed, have you made your decision yet? John Hanson felt his anger growing. The voice on the other end of the phone exuded the self-assurance of a man who was holding something unspeakably horrible over your head. Either he could bluff with the best them, or he knew exactly what he was doing. Which was it? He looked over at Theodore Brock, who had been at his desk, just down from the Oval Office early, arranging for the wire transfers of the funds to Geneva. The 800 million dollars had been placed in a numbered account in a branch of the Union Bank of Switzerland, just in case. The objective, however, was never to take the final step and transfer it into the accounts the terrorist had designated in Bath. Nco Ambrosiano. Brock now sat on the couch across, fiddling with his glasses. A cup of coffee sat next to him, untouched. We've accepted your proposal in principle, Hanson replied, nervously drumming his fingertips on the desk. He scarcely could believe the words were emerging from his mouth. We have some conditions of our own concerning the hostages, but I think it's possible to come to terms given time. Arrangements are being made concerning the money. According to the procedures I faxed you? The voice asked. Not entirely, Hanson went on, beginning what was going to be his own gamble. The funds will have to be handled through our embassy in Switzerland. It may take a few days. There was a moment. Silence on the other end, then. You don't have a few days, Mr. President. Time has run out. You have to make a decision. Either you honor our demands or you must be prepared to accept the consequences. And I assure you they are terrible. Which will it be? It is going to be neither, Hanson replied coolly, sensing he still had leverage. It is in both our interests to satisfy our objectives, including the safety of the hostages on the island. If we have to work together to accomplish that, then we should. It's the logical, rational way to proceed. Mr. President, this world is neither logical nor rational, came back the voice, now noticeably harder. The timetable does not allow latitude for delays. You let me put it like this, Hanson interjected, trying to catch him off balance. You have the choice of doing it the way it can be done or not doing it at all. Which do you want it to be? I've given you an ultimatum, the voice replied tersely, its sense of control returning. The only question left is whether or not you intend to honor it. Hanson stole a glance at his wristwatch, thinking. He needed to stall for time, but clearly it wasn't going to be so easy. The special forces had reached Souda Bay, but they would not be in position to begin an assault for several more hours. I told you I'm working on it, he said finally. These things take the funds can be wire transferred in minutes to the Geneva accounts I listed for you. The voice was growing cocky. There's no need for brown paper bags and unmarked bills. Hanson suddenly felt his anger boil, his composure going. Sometimes it was better to go with your gut than with your head. Then the scenario could be played out on your own terms. The hell with this bastard. Why not just call his bluff? He wasn't going to use the weapon or weapons even if he had them. He would gain nothing by that. The threat of using a bomb was his only bargaining chip. You know, he said, I'm thinking maybe I don't want to play your game at all. That is a serious error in judgment, Mr. President. I am not playing games. As far as I'm concerned, you are. Hanson looked up to see Alicia ushering Ed Briggs into the office. God, he thought, do I look as haggard as he does? I'm offering you a deal. His attention snapped back to the phone and he continued. Give me another day to arrange for the money. Another 24 hours. That's the best you're going to get. We both know that is a lie, came back the voice. If you expect me to accept that, you are an even bigger fool than I imagined, since you don't appear to believe my seriousness. The time has come for a demonstration. I'm waiting. The chances of you delivering a nuke, which is what I assume you have, are about the same as Washington being hit by a meteorite. The odds are a lot bet that you'll just blow yourself up. Criminals like you are long on tough talk and short on technology. This conversation is getting us nowhere. So just to make sure we understand each other, let me repeat the terms once again. The 800 million must be wired to the accounts I listed at the Geneva branch of Banco Ambrosiano within the next 5 hours. If it is not, the consequences will be more terrible than I hope you are capable of imagining. The loss of life and property will be staggering. Keep him talking, Briggs whispered across. Keep a line open dialogue the fucker till Hansen cleared his throat and nodded. Look, if you'll just hold off a few more hours, maybe something can be done about the problems with the money. You have to try and understand it's not that easy. His voice trailed into silence and he looked up. The bastard cut the line, Ed. He's gone. He cradled the hand piece. Shit. Will the son of a bitch be ruthless enough to use one of those nukes? He was wondering. You can't really know, he answered himself. With a lunatic, you damned well never know. 12:40 a.m. Bill Bates was still in his office trying to do some thinking and put his problems into sequential order. The first problem was that the bastards were killing his people, mostly just to make an example and instill terror. The next one he wasn't so sure about, but from what he had seen, and in his occasional glimpses of control, Collie was missing. Apparently she had gone off with the fucker who called himself number 1 and hadn't come back. Was she down at launch? Doing what? Well, Calypso Andros was a tough cookie. They'd Escher her and threaten her, but she would stand up to them. These terrorists were just cowards with automatics. He could smell that much a mile away. The next problem was SATCOM itself. He hated to find himself thinking about it at a I'm like this, but the company was built on a pyramid of short-term debt construction loans that could be rolled over and converted to long-term obligations only if the test launch proceeded as scheduled. It already had been postponed once, and the banks were getting nervous. If these thugs derailed the Cyclops for any length of time, the banks were going to move in and try to foreclose on all the computers and equipment. The litigation would stretch into the next cent. Shuri sat calm, on the brink. High risk all the way, but what a dream. Almost there, and now this. He found himself thinking about his wife, Dorothy. She had been supportive, she always was from the very first. Maybe after 18 years of struggle, she had had misgivings about gambling everything on this one big turn of the roulette wheel, but she had kept her thoughts to herself, which was only one more reason why he loved her so. She had been all their married life, always. There with a real smile and a hug when the going got the roughest. It made all the difference. But now that the whole enterprise was in danger of going down the tubes, he felt he had let her down. For the first time ever, even his bride. Her pipe tasted burned out like ashes. He had taken every cent he could beg or borrow and had gambled it all on space, only to have a group of monsters barge in and wreck everything. Now what? He honestly didn't know. He had flown. An A6 intruder in Vietnam, but hand-to-hand with terrorists was something else entirely. The bastards had shut down all the communications gear when they moved in. The phones were out, the radio, and even his personal compute. Her terminals had been shunted out of the system. He could count, and he knew what automatic weapons could do. No, this one was out of his control. He glanced around his office, paneled in light woods, and hung with photographs of Dorothy and the boys. His favorite was during a regatta in Chesapeake Bay. There also were photos of the Cyclops system and the VX-1 vehicle, the latter caught in the austere light of sunrise, the blue Aegean in the background. He shook his head sadly, rose, and made his way out into the cavernous room that was command. The fluorescent lights glared down on a depressing sight, the staff disheveled and living in stark fear, one armed hood at the computer, another lounging by the doorway. 12:45 a.m. Georges Lafarge looked up to see Bates coming out of his office and into the wide, vinyl-floored expanse that was command. He assumed the CEO had been sitting moodily in his office, dwelling on the imminent foreclosure of SATCOM's creditors. He must have been puffing up a storm on his pipe because a cloud of smoke poured out after him. And he looked weary, his eyes told it. Nobody down at launch control knew they had been taken over by terrorists. Peretz had carefully made sure that all communications from command were monitored and controlled. Number 1 had gone down there, but he apparently had managed to fool everybody into thinking he and all his hoods were SATCOM consa. Ultants. One thing you had to say for them, they were masters of deceit. Number one could pass for a high-powered European executive, and he was playing the authority thing to the hilt. Are you bastards having fun? Bates walked over and addressed. Door parrots. The Israeli looked up and grinned. More than that, we're making history. Fasten your seat belt, cause your first test launch is going to be a real showstopper. A one-of-a-kind. This facility doesn't need any more showstoppers. As you put it, pal. Bates looked him over with contempt. We were doing just fine before you barged in. Live a little, baby. Parrots beamed back. Lie back and enjoy it. Let me break some news to you, chum. This organization isn't going to just roll over and give you the store. Now I want to talk to that greaseball who calls himself number one. It's time we got some consideration for my people here. They need food, and they need to be rotated, see? Oh, they can get some rest. There's going to be hell to pay, and in short order, I can guarantee it. Hey, man, ease up. Parrots leaned back, then rotated away from the console. Everybody's okay. Don't start getting heavy. We're just about ready to party. Right. Bates walked past, headed for the door. I want to see what you fuckers have done to my people down at launch. I'm going over there. You're not going anywhere, asshole, Parrots declared. So just sit down and make yourself comfortable. He turned and signaled the Iranian lounging at the door, barking something to him in Farsi. The man was carrying his Uzi by the strap, almost as though it were a toy, but in a second he clicked to attention. Brought it up and chambered around. Bates glared at him, then turned away, knowing when he was licked. He might try and take the bastard, but it probably wasn't worth the risk. Not yet. The time would come. Chapter 14. 1:45 a.m. Isaac, wake up. She shook him, trying to be as quiet as possible. Outside, a new storm was building, but the large barracks room in level 3 of the Bates Motel was dark and deserted, with a staff all now mobilized for the upcoming launch. Thank God I found you. His eyelids fluttered, and then he slowly raised up and gazed at her, his look still somewhere between sleep and waking. He seemed to be in a drug-induced or shocky-induced torpor. What? Collie, is that you? Isaac, there's been a disaster. I don't know where Bill is, but the gantry's been destroyed. He blew it up, Jesus, when I told him to be careful and Collie. He finally managed to focus on her presence. Then he looked around. What's going on? Where? Everybody's down at launch, she interjected impatiently. These hoods have taken over the Cyclops, and they've started a countdown. I want to get you out of here and try to radio someone. Now, what? What are you talking about? He was still staring at her groggily. Radio who? The people who set up the original security system. They're coming in to get rid of these hoodlums. Well, good luck. But the man who saved me, what was his name? He mentioned something about it. Then he disappeared. That's who blew up the gantry. His name is Vance. She quickly recounted the story. I told him not to blow it up, but he didn't listen. All he accomplished was to make things worse. She was so outraged she could barely speak. The idiot, the fuck-up, Mannheim's mind seemed to be clearing. A countdown, but why would George's? He isn't involved, at least I don't think so. He's been replaced by one of their people. They've taken over Big Benny, somebody who knows how to run sort. Mannheim exhaled. Then, what are we supposed to do? It gets worse. Not only is a gantry gone, but I'm afraid they've taken Mike prisoner. Mike? He was still trying to get his bearings. Vance. She was suddenly embarrassed by the implied familiarity. Isaac, she noted, hadn't missed it, and he raised an eyebrow. Look. She continued. He may be dead by now, who knows? But I want to get you out of here, and then try to raise ARM on the radio. They were going to delay everything for a day, but now they've got to get in here and stop the launch. She paused, shaking from the strain. Isaac, I'm not as strong as I thought I was. Her voice quavered. I'm scared to death, for you, for Bill, for George's, for Mike, for all of us. Even worse, I'm scared for the world. What do you mean? He was finally coming alive. With a faint groan, he rubbed his glassy eyes and brushed back his mane of white hair. I've got a sneaking suspicion that those bastards have put a nuclear weapon in the payload bay of VX-1. Good God. And now you say the gantry is gone. How will we get it down? Look, let's not worry about that part just yet. We just have to stop them from going through with the countdown. We can disarm the bomb later. All right then. He was on the side of his bed searching for his shoes. Get me out of here. She led him out into the darkened hallway. The separate rooms were all locked, giving no clue who was still around. Where was the SATCOM security staff? He wondered, were they locked up in their own safe little enclave somewhere? Wherever they were, they wouldn't be any help now. They undoubtedly were unarmed and demoralized. With a sigh, she pushed open the door and they stepped out into the storm. It was tearing across the island, bringing with it the taste of the Aegean, pungent and raw. It felt cool, a refreshing purge after the stuffiness of the Bates Motel. The rain lashed their faces, cleansing away some of the feeling of the nightmare, and he knew that the few wild goats that had not been captured and removed would now be huddled in the lee behind a granite ledge they liked, bleating plaintively. There was a wildness, a freeness about Antikythera, as the winds tore across and through the granite outcroppings, and the sea churned against the timeless rocks of the shore that made it feel like nowhere else on earth. Get practical, she ordered herself. Forget the romance. The storm would probably be over well before morning. But in the meantime, it would just make things that much harder for ARM to reach the island. If they made it at all, it would be around dawn, just in time to watch the launch. Damn Vance. 2:05 a.m. Somebody's on the frequa. And see, Hans declared abruptly. The ARM team had been settled in for just slightly over an hour, trying to keep plastic sheets over them to ward off the rain as they attempted to alternate taking naps. However, in spite of the weather, he had kept open the single sideband frequency Vance had been using, just in case. Up until now, it had been a continuous hiss of empty static. What the hell? Armand pulled back the plastic, wiped the rain from his eyes, and lifted a questioning eyebrow. Around them, the dark Aegean churned against their granite islet. Vance is crazy to be on the radio now. He'd better have a blasted good reason. It's not him. It sounds like a woman. Hans had a puzzled look on his face as he handed Pierre the headset, shielding it haphazardly from the rain. He mentioned something about a woman when we talked yesterday, Spiros said, snapping out of his morose reverie. Maybe it's the same one. She was with him well, whatever's going on, I think we all should hear this. Armand unplugged the headphones from the radio, then turned up the volume, the better to overcome the rain and roar of surf. Scion, do you read me? The voice was saying. Oh God, please answer. I copy, Spiros said into the microphone. He was as puzzled and troubled by this development as by all the rest. Who the hell is this? Thank God, came back the voice. You can't wait, you've got to come in. Now, I repeat, Spiros spoke again, you must identify yourself, otherwise I will shut down this frequency. They've started a countdown. They plan a launch in less than 6 hours, and Mike is gone. I don't even know if he's dead or alive. Spiros glanced around at the others, wondering what to do. The frequency was being compromised, but probably it was worth the risk. His instincts were telling him she was for real. Miss, whoever you are, you must identify. I yourself. He paused a moment, thinking. Then he asked, where is Ulysses? I told you, he's disappeared. He screwed up and destroyed the gantry, and then he vanished. But I think they've already loaded a bomb in the payload bay of VX-1. Spiros clicked off the microphone. She knows Vance's code name, but half the Aegean probably knows that by now. He clicked the mic back on. I'm giving you one more opportunity to identify yourself or this conversation will be terminated. I'm Kali Andros, project director for SATCOM. I was with Michael Vance when he talked to somebody in Athens named Dimitri yesterday morning. And I was with him a couple of hours ago when he was talking to you. Do you think I knew this frequency? What in hell do I have to do to convince you people that the assault can't wait? They have a countdown in progress. I don't know what they plan to do, but there's a very good chance a bomb is going somewhere. I think she's legit, Spiros said, clicking off the microphone again. It adds up. Sounds like Mike was trying to shut them down and must have managed to muck things up. I thought he was better than that, but this is very bad. News. By now everybody was rousing, intent on the radio conversation. A storm was coming down, and now the whole plan was about to get revised. Again. Worse still, the insert would have to be managed without a point man. Unless... Dr. Andros, Armont began, please tell me precisely what happened to Michael Vance. I want to know if he is still alive, and if so, where he is. She told him what she knew in a way that was repetitive and rambling. It also was convincing. You think they can launch in this kind of weather? The storm will probably let up by daybreak. That's how the weather usually works here. I don't think it's going to be a problem. All right, Armont interjected. Looks like we'd better come in. I would ask you where you are now, but that might compromise your safety. I do have one more request, though. Could you stay by the radio and assist us after insertion, telling us as best you know how the host are deployed? It could be very helpful and possibly save a lot of lives. Yes, I'll do anything you want me to, but you can't wait until tomorrow night. If you do, there may not be any point in coming at all. Then stay. Up on this frequency, Armont said, and nodded to the others. You'll be hearing from us. It was a gamble, taking the word of some anonymous voice on the radio, but sometimes you had to go with your instincts. As he looked around, they all agreed. Eid 2:09 a.m. Did you get it? Radio man First Class Howard Ansel asked. The radio room at Gurns had been particularly hectic the last few hours, but he was glad he had thought of scanning single sideband. Ansel was 20. T8, and had eyes that reminded people of the German shepherds he raised back home in Nebraska. It's on the tape, Big Al replied, lifting off his headphones and scratching at his crew cut. But I don't have the goddamnedest idea what it... Eanes, doesn't matter. It was somewhere off Andikithera, which means it's automatically classified top secret. Whatever the hell's going on, it sounds like some bad shit. What was that about a launch going in? Is this some kind of pry-off? Ready exercise? Who the hell knows? But we've got orders. He picked up the phone and punched in the number for his supervising officer. 2:12 a.m. Armont felt the cold surf slam against his leg as they slipped the two black Zodiac back into the swell, taking care to avoid the jagged rocks along the water's edge. The surf was washing over them, and everything felt cold and slippery. Reginald Hall was the first to pull himself aboard, after which he looked back, trying to account for everybody and everything. The weather was starting to clamp down now, faster than anybody could have expected. Pierre, Vite, Hans was already in the second Zodiac, tossing a line across. Their insertion platforms, both equipped with small outboard motors, were lashed together with a nylon line. Hurry up. He turned and used an oar to hold the raft clear. We need to get moving before this thing gets ripped to pieces. Neopren was but there were limits. Willem Vorst tossed the last crate of equipment into the second craft, then grasped a line Hugo had thrown and pulled himself aboard. Dmitri Spiros went next, and then Armont. The wind and current were all eddy tugging them toward the south, so the outboards would have some help in battling the choppy sea. Reggie Hall was muttering to himself as he tried to start the engine. He bloody well didn't fancy anything about the way things were going. Ever. A thing about this op was starting to give him the willies. When this much went wrong this soon, you hated to think about what things would be like when the going really got tough. As they motored into the dark, Willem Vorst kept an eye on the eastern horizon, watching for the first glimmer, and prayed the storm would keep down visibility. He also monitored the compass and hoped they could stay on course. Where had the weather come from? The woman who had said her name was Andros was probably right, though. This one would blow out by dawn, but in the meantime it was a hell of a ruckus. And the reception coming up on the island wasn't going to be brandy and a dry bed, either. You know, Reggie was yelling, this bloody weather might eve and be a help with the insertion. If it keeps up, it could be the perfect cover. What we really have to hope, Armont shouted back, is that a storm like this might force them to delay the launch. She said it wouldn't, but who knows? Still, we can't count on it. By the way, how are we doing? I think we've already made a kilometer or maybe a click and a half, Hans yelled. If we can keep making this kind of headway, we should make landfall just before 050's. 0 hours, in time to join everybody for morning coffee. He looked around. This has got to be the stupidest thing we've ever tried to do. We're just motoring into a shitstorm. He shook his head, and the raindrops in his hair sprayed into the dark. I can't fucking believe we're doing it. I really can't fucking believe it. 2:15 a.m. Damn, Major General Nichols said, covering the mouthpiece of the phone. He was on the Kennedy, in mission planning, talking on secured satellite phone to JSOC control in the Pentagon. Gurns picked up some radio traffic on sideband. Some assholes are talking about trying to go in. Whoever the hell they're working for, they could screw things up royally. He spoke into the receiver. Do you have a lead on where they are? He nodded. Right, my thinking exactly, which means they probably blew up that plane as a diversion, and our F-14 jockey suckered for it. He paused again. No, we are not scheduled to go in for another 24 hours, but that may have to be pushed up. I'd say we have two choices. Either we interdict these dingbats, or we just go ahead and get it over with, take out the launch vehicle, and he paused again. What do you mean we can't? His eyes narrowed. Don't give me that classified bullshit. I've got top secret clearance and I damned well have a need to know. A long pause ensued. Jesus, now you tell me, nuclear material. What the hell does that mean? You're planning to send in my boys to take down a nuke. This is the first I've heard. Thanks a lot for telling me. Good Christ. He paused once more. Okay, let me think. I'll get back to you. He settled the phone back in its cradle and looked around mission planning, the gray walls covered with maps. Shit, this whole thing is coming apart. What is it? General Max Austin asked. He was two-star with steel gray hair. As the base commander for Sauda, he had been placed in charge of Operation Lightfoot, code name for the action to retake Andakithura. Even though they had known each other for 15 years, Nichols was not necessarily pleased to have this rear echelon other fucker running the show. Austin had been given the undemanding post on Crete for a year mainly as an excuse to bump up his rank in preparation for retirement. The whole op is rapidly going to hell in a handbag, Nichols said. The Pentagon conveniently left one small fact out of my briefing papers. I'd kill somebody if only I knew who. He looked up. Max, we may have to send the Deltas in tonight. Just get this damned thing over with. That's not possible. Austin declared without hesitation. This operation can't go off half-cocked. You of all people ought to know that. Well, sometimes circumstances don't wait around for the textbooks. The Gurn-Sigint team just intercepted some radio. Oh, traffic. Somebody's out there talking, and they know more than we do. They're probably freelance clowns, most likely mercenaries, but they're claiming the bad guys may be about to launch one of the vehicles within the next few hours. So they're planning to hit the place tonight. Well, they won't stand a chance, Austin said. I agree, but what they can do is royally fuck up our insertion. They'll disrupt the hell out of everything and probably get a lot of the hostages killed. Okay, Austin mused, sipping at his coffee. We've got two problems here. Maybe they should be handled separately. First, we interdict these guys going in, and then we decide what to do next. The best way to solve them both at once two birds with one stone is with a preemptory strike on the island, Nichols insisted again. Right now, tonight, we just go in and take the place down. No way, Eric, Austin interjected. That's going to skew the risk per emitters in our ops analysis. We'd have to scrap our computer simulation and virtually start over. Hell, that alone could take us 3 hours. All those fancy analyses are best employed wiping your bum. Nichols heard himself thinking almost but not quite out loud. We've got nobody on the ground, so we're working with satellite intel, and Sigint which ain't giving us shit cause those bastards aren't talking on their radios. Let me make sure I heard it. A minute ago, Nichols went on. We can't just take out the launch vehicles, a surgical strike, because there's a chance there could be nuclear material on board. You've got it right. I'd hope not to have to tell you, so consider the It's classified. The whole op has been jacked up to a Vega one. We've never had anything that serious before. That's nuclear, Nichols told himself. Well, he figured, why not, if the terrorists did have a bomb. This damned thing is hot, Austin continued. They don't get any hotter. So there's no way in hell I'm going to go around procedures. If you and your boys don't do this clean, it's going to mean our next command, yours and mine, will be somewhere within sight of Tierra del Fuego. If there's a nuclear incident here, the Greek government would probably tear up our mutual defense treaty and convert the base at Sauda into a souvlaki stand. Am I making myself clear? If I hear you right, what you're saying is, no way can we afford to fuck this one up. I've always admired your quick grasp of the salient points in a briefing. So, we're going to do this by the goddamn book. We're going to dot every goddamn I and cross every goddamn E and get every goddamn detail of this op, right down to the color of our goddamn shoelaces, approved, signed off, and askist in triplicate. That Iranian hostage disaster did not exactly make a lot of careers. Again, I ask you, Rick, am I getting the fuck through? In skywriting. The only small problem I see, sir, is that while everybody is carefully protecting their pension, those assholes on the island may start slaughtering hostages, or put this nuclear material, which I have just learned about in such a timely fashion, into goddamn orbit. And then my deltas are going to be in the middle of a shitstorm they easily could have prevented if they'd been given the chance. They're my boys, and I don't really take kindly to that happening, sir. He reached in his breast pocket for a cigar, the chewing of which was his usual response to stress. So what exactly do you propose we do? Austin asked. The most obvious first thing would be to interdict this bunch of mercenary jerk-offs and keep them from going in there and getting a lot of people killed. I say we should find them and stop them, using whatever force it takes. There are enough civilians in harm's way as it is. He leaned forward. Look, if we have to dick around waiting on the Pentagon before we can go in, at least we can stop these mercenary assholes. It has to be done. And we don't need some computer study before we get off our ass. I won. To take them down and nobody has to even know about it. If it comes out in some debriefing someday, we'll worry about it then. All right, maybe I agree with you, Austin sighed. They should be interdicted. What you want, a pay. Ivlo, just give me an SH-60 to pick them up. I'm going to put the love of the Lord into these amateurs, then bring them in. Hell, they're probably well-intentioned, just doing what somebody paid them to do, and who could blame that somebody, he found himself thinking, if it takes the U.S. of a this long to cut through its damned bureaucracy and mount an operation. All right, I'll give you a Seahawk, Austin said. It can be prepped and ready to go by, Hegel. Glanced at his watch, 0300 hours. Will that be enough? Guess it'll have to be. By that time, he was thinking ruefully, we could be taking the island. And with that thought, he decided to hell with protocol and fired up his chewed cigar. Look, Eric, I know what you're thinking, Austin said after a pause. That an old fart like me is cramping your guy's style. And damn it, maybe there's a grain of truth in that, hell, more than a grain. But here's the downside. If your deltas go in half-cocked and get cut up, we're going to get blamed. On the other hand, if they don't go in till Washington says so, then, yes, maybe it'll be too late, but it's going to be on somebody else's service record, not ours. I'm protecting your boys, whether you see it or not. If we only go in on orders, then the deltas are not going to be the ones taking the heat if this thing falls apart. Just get me the damn chopper, Nichols said quietly. 3:15 a.m. Mannheim looked at her. Cawley, we need to try and find him. This Vance fellow. If his friends are going to try and come in, then they'll need him to help them. He'll know what they require a lot better than you will. Chief found herself nodding grimly, agreeing. Isaac Mannheim was no dummy. They must either have captured him or shot him, she said. Or both. He would have come back by now unless there was a problem. But if he's still alive, then they probably have him down at launch, and it's going to be very dangerous for us to go down there, Isaac. I'm an old man. Maybe I've outlived my usefulness. It was strange talk for Isaac Mannheim, but he was turning wistful, perhaps Eva. Defeated. I do know one thing. He risked his life for me. I owe it to him to at least find out what happened, so let me go by myself. She did not like the sound of that. Look, maybe I know, not you. They've got to be looking for you. But they probably just think I'm an old fool, he laughed, and maybe they're right. At any rate, at least I can go down there and wander around a bit. Everybody knows I'm harmless, as long as it doesn't look like I'm going anywhere. I don't think they'll bother with me, at least not right now. If they're busy with the countdown, they're not going to trouble with a deranged old man. I'm small potatoes. Isaac, you're a very big potato. She wanted to hug him. But you're also just about the most wonderful man I know. I love you to death. Just be careful, please. Now it was his turn to smile, the old face showing its wrinkles more than ever. I'm not dead yet, and with any luck I won't be for a while. He looked at his watch. By the way, when do you think those friends of his are likely to show up? They didn't say, but I expect they might get here in a couple of hours. Well, Dr. Andros, we're not licked yet. Any luck, there won't even be a launch. Maybe the weather. In the meantime, why don't I check the empty storage bays and launch? Just a hunch. He rose and kissed her, then began to shuffle down the hill. 3:20 a.m. I'd guess he's at about 1,000 meters now, Pierre was saying. Above them, the SH-60F Seahawk was sweeping past, clearly on a recon. Maybe he won't pick us up, not with the swell this high. Armand didn't really believe his own words. The Seahawk carrier-based Hilo, the U.S. Navy's preeminent ASW platform, had come in hard from the south and it was searching. The question was, what for whatever it was, the guy was all business. And given his APS 124 radar, not to mention his forward-looking IR capabilities, eluding detection was going to be tough. They must have figured out we scammed them, Reggie declared. I was afraid it was going to catch up with us. What? With the electronic assets the U.S. has got deployed in this region, you'd almost have to expect it. Probably the fucking radio, which means we've got to keep silence from here on in. Damn. Armand squinted through the dark. Let's weigh it and see what happens. As far as I know, those things don't carry any cannon, just a couple of ASW torpedoes. We're a pretty small fish. Let's hold firm for now. They hunkered down and motored on, watching as the Navy growled on toward the north. Maybe everybody was thinking the crew had missed them. Maybe they were after somebody else. Maybe. No, it was coming back again, sweeping, on a determined mission to locate something. They're going to pick us up sooner or later, Willem Vorst predicted. It's just a matter of time. The wind and sea were growing ever more unruly, but that was not going to save them. They all knew it. I've got a terrible idea, Reggie said, almost yelling to be heard. It's going to mean we go in with a bare-bones complement of equipment, but I'm beginning to think we don't have any choice. What are you suggesting? Armand asked, his voice almost swept away by the storm. We loose one of the rafts, leave a radio transmitting a mayday. By the time they realize they've been had, we'll be at the island. What about their IR assets? Armand wondered back. Okay, good point. So we set a flare and maybe hatch a couple of life jackets with a saltwater beacon. That'll engage their IR. And what do? This motor will still have an IR signature. Hall thought a moment. We could cover everything with some of the plastic camouflage. That should cut down the heat signature enough. Reggie, I don't think that's such a hot idea, Spiros yelled, the rain in his face. We're not going to be able to shake them that easily. Don't be so sure. There's a good chance a decoy would keep them off our scent for a while. Might just give us enough time, mates. The Seahawk had swept past again, banked, and now was coming back, clearly working a grid, maybe getting her electronics up to speed. Nothing about it boded particularly well. For some reason it was lit, a long white streak in the dark. Long and lean and ideal to drop ASW drogues. The carrier-based Sikorsky SH-60F incorporated 2,000 pounds of avionics, and was even designed to carry nuclear depth bombs, though the choppers were never wired for the weapon. Its maximum cruising speed was 145 mph, with a 1-hour loitering capability. Given time, it would find them. How much farther do you reckon we've got to go to make the island? Armand shouted over the growing gale and the roar of the two outboards. My guess is we're looking at another 8 or 10 kilometers. But I vote with Reggie. We've got no choice but to try a decoy setup. Let's keep this raft the engine is running better and start moving over whatever gear we absolutely have to have. He knew there might well be some dispute over that, with each man having a pet. Ease of equipment he deemed himself unable to live without. But the men of ARM were pragmatists above all, and they would bend over backward to reach a consensus. They began sorting the gear hastily, and the selections being made. Down their assault options, balaclavas would be kept along with rappelling harnesses and rope. The heavier ordnance had to be left, the grenade launchers and shotguns. They quickly pulled over a case of tear gas grenades, but the others they effed. Radios, of course, had to be saved, and the Heckler and Koch MP5s and the Mac 10s. No Uzis, those were for cowboys. Each man had his own handgun of choice, but the rounds of ammo were cut down to a bare minimum. As they sorted the gear, they were making an unspoken strategic decision concerning how the insertion would be structured. Without the heavy firepower, they would be fighting a guerrilla war, focusing on taking out Ramirez and hoping the firefight would be over in seconds. If it lasted more than 15 minutes, they were finished. The result might well be an assault more risky than it otherwise would have been. But, as Reggie was fond of saying, you can't have everything. Sometimes you can't even. Come bloody close, 3:33 a.m. Seahawk 1, this is Bravo Command. Come up with anything yet? It was the radio beside Delta Captain Philip Sexton, who was flying co-pilot in the Seahawk. Lieutenant Manny Jackson was pilot, while the airborne tactical officer was Lieutenant James Palmer Roman II, and the sensor operator was Lieutenant Andrew McLeod. Any hint of unintelligent life down there? Andy says the damned radar's picking up too much. Op, Yankee Bravo, don't think we're going to find these bastards. It's the proverbial needle in the you-know-what. This baby finds subs, not dinghies. Looks like all we're getting so far is fish scatter, just noise. Then you might want see if the IR will give you anything, came Nichols's voice. The fuckers have clamped down, total radio silence, but they've got to be there somewhere. Roger, we copy. Don't know if we've got the sensitivity to pick up a thermal, though. Not with this weather and sea. Copy that. So try everything you've got, even sonar, or the mag anomaly detector. Hell, try all your toys. These bastards are close to slipping through, and no way can that be allowed to happen. You've got it a rog, sir, Sexton replied. I'll have Andy give the IR a shot and see what we get. 3:39 a.m. They're staying right on us, Hugo Vorst observed, looking up. They don't have us yet, but they've probably figured out we'd make a beeline for Andikithura, so all they have to do is just work the corridor for all it's worth. Then let's get on with it. Armand nodded through the rain. Do we have everything you think we might need? We've got a thing we can bloody well keep afloat, Reggie yelled back. We're leaving half of what we need. He knew that 7 men in the single Zodiac, together with their gear, was going to be pushing it to the limit. The sea was still rising, which meant they would be bailing for their lives as soon as they cut loose. All right then, Willem set the timer on the flares. Armand shook his head sadly. If we keep having to abandon equipment, Hall could be heard grumbling, this is going to be a damned expensive operation. Where in bloody hell is it going to end when we're down to a bow and arrow each? It's beginning to feel that way now, Willem Vorst groused. He had finished and was clambering into the single raft. With his weight oared, it listed precariously, taking water as the waves washed over. He settled in, grabbed a plastic bucket, and started bailing. Now the Seahawk was coming down the line again, making an even slower pass. Time had run out. All right. Cut her loose, Armand ordered. The radio they left had been set to broadcast a mayday. The engine was locked at full throttle, and a couple of life jackets with saltwater-activated beacons had been tied to a line and tossed overboard. The flares had been set to a timer, giving them 3 minutes to put some blue water between them and the decoy. With a sigh, Dmitri Spiros leaned out and severed the last connecting line. 3:47 a.m. I've just picked up 'em. A-Day, Jackson yelled. From somewhere in this quadrant, I think we've located our bogey and he's in trouble. He banked the Seahawk, trying to get a fix. Not surprising with these seas. He gave the instruments a quick check. They care. Be far away, Andy. Anything happening on IR? Nothing to write home about. There's Jesus, it looks like. He glanced out the cockpit window. The hell with the IR. We've got a visual on this baby. He's right down there. Appointed. See it. Let's take her in and see what we can see. You've got it. Jackson hit the collective and banked, heading down. Yep, he thought, no doubt about it. There was an emergency flare. Maybe the fuckers had capsized. Maybe they... Was a god. 3:51 a.m. I think they went for it, Armand declared, his voice almost lost in the storm. It's going to take them a while to figure out the raft is empty, and then some more time to make sure there's no bod. Ian, those life jackets. I think we've milked maybe half an hour out of this. Then we're home free, Dimitri said, staring toward the dark horizon. We should make landfall just before first light. One thing, though, Reginald Hall reflected. We can't risk any more radio contact. We're clearly being monitored. So whatever happened to Michael, he's on his own. Armand said nothing in reply, merely scanned the turbulent skies. Maybe he thought the weather had worked. To their advantage, had saved them from interdiction by the U.S. Navy. But would it be enough to delay the launch? He was beginning to think the storm might clear in time given the way Aegean downpours tended to come and go and not even put a dent in the schedule. 3:54 a.m. Ramirez walked into command, wondering. Peretz was at the main workstation, the one normally controlled by Georges Lafarge, and he was wearing a big grin, the stupid one he sported so often. So what was the problem? He had sent a computer message to launch saying they needed to talk. What was this about? He suspected he already knew. The room was busy, resounding with the clatter of keyboards, the whir of tape drives, the buzz of fans, the hum of communication lines, the snapping of switches. Above them, a digital clock showed the countdown, clicking off the hours, minutes, and seconds, while next to it were the 3 master video screens. A first giving the numerical status of the Cyclops power-up sequence, the second depicting the Fujitsu's latest orbital projection, being lines across a flat projection of the globe, and the third showing a live feed from the base of EX-1, where the ant-like images of SATCOM launch control staffers could be seen methodically readying the vehicle, not having any idea what was about to go up. Got a little item to go over with you, Peretz said in Arabic, not looking up from his screen. A minor business matter. What's on your mind? Ramirez asked in English. We're all busy. Peretz glanced in the direction of Salim, who was standing by the door, keeping a watchful eye on the staffers. Salim, he anew spoke Farsi as a first language and English as a second. Like many Iranians, he had not deigned to learn Arabic. Peretz, on the other hand, spoke it fluently. Furthermore, he had brushed up on it in his recent experience is with the Palestinians. Ramirez, of course, had spoken it for almost 20 years, finding it indispensable for his business dealings in the Islamic world. The time is overdue for us to have a business chat, Peretz continued in Arabic, revolving around in his chair. I've been thinking over the money. It strikes me that the split ought to be to each according to his ability, if you know what I mean. You're a card-carrying Marxist, right? If you insist, Ramirez replied, immediately realizing he had been right about the direction the conversation was going to take. He also understood the reason for the Arabic. You may have the quotation in reverse, but I assume you did not call me down here to discuss the finer points of collectivist ideology. Nobody ever called you dumb, friend, Peretz went on, now settling comfortably into the mellifluous music of the Arabic. He actually liked the language better than Hebrew, understood. It was the perfect vehicle for poetry. So I expect you won't have any trouble understanding this. He was handing Ramirez a plain white business envelope, unsealed. Sabri Ramirez suppressed an impulse to pull out his Beretta and just oot the fucker between the eyes. The only thing that surprised him was why this extortion for that surely was what it had been so long in coming. Peretz had been planning this move all along. After a moment's pause, he took the envelope and held it in his hand, not bothering even to look down at it. Instead, he let his gaze wander around the room, taking in the rows of video terminals, some with data, some with shots of the working areas, together with the lines of shell shocked affers. Then his gaze came back to Peretz, a novice at the trade. This inevitable development, in fact, almost saddened him. He had, over the past couple of months, acquired almost a fondness for the Israeli. He even had come to tolerate his irreverent humor, if that's what it could be called. Thus he had begun to wonder, in a calculated way, if they might have a partnership that could continue beyond the current episode. A good tech man was hard to find. Do I need to bother opening this? He said finally. Why don't I just guess? At this point you feel your services have become indispensable, so you want to restructure the distribution of the money. You want to cut out the others, and I suppose there's even a chance you want to cut me out as well. Cut you out? Peretz grinned again. Never crossed my mind. The way I see it, we're business partners, baby colleagues. I'd never, ever try and screw a partner. Surely you know that. What do you take me for? No, man, I just think there's no point in giving monetary encouragement to all these other assholes. And what if I don't choose to see it your way? Ramirez kept his voice calm. Well, there could be a lot of problems with the countdown, if you know what I mean. There's only one guy around here who could fix it, so I think teamwork is essential. You do your part and I do mine. The old extra mile. Your extra mile, I take it, is finish the job you were hired for in the first place. Ramirez found keeping his voice even to be more and more difficult, but he had to bide his time. A quick glance at Salim told him that the Iranian did not have an inkling of what was going on. You might say that. Again the inane grin, and mine is to restructure the dispersals of the money afterwards. Ramirez's eyes had just gone opaque behind his gray shades. Something like that. Not afterwards. Now, it's all in the envelope. Tell you what, Ramirez said finally, his anger about to boil over. I'm going back to launch and I'll take this with me. What's the point in opening it here, raising questions? You'd better take this problem seriously, believe me, Peretz interjected, vaguely unnerved by Ramirez's icy noncommittal. I'm not kidding around. Oh, I take you quite seriously, Dr. Peretz. He was extracting a thin cigar from a gold case. I always have. You will definitely get everything you deserve. I intend to. 3:55 a.m. Isaac Mannheim stumbled through the torrential rain, wondering if the terrorists were stupid enough to try a launch in this kind of weather. Actually, he found himself thinking it might just be possible. The guidance system would be tested to the limit, but if the weather eased up a little, the above-ground structures for launch were just ahead, including the two pads with the vehicles sprouting into the sky. From the looks of things, they were both unharmed, with VX-1 clearly prepped and ready for launch. Then he paused to examine the collapsed gantry and shook his head in dismay, heartsick at the sight. That was going to cost a fortune to repair. He shrugged sadly and moved on. He knew it was going to be a beehive of activity inside the tech areas now. The entire SATCOM staff was on duty, which was standard for a go power-up situation, which meant that they had to be holding Vance somewhere out of the way. The question was where? Where? He tried to think. There were some spare parts bays, locations where items that constantly needed replacing could be held ready to hand. But everything was clicking now with those areas pretty much out of the loop. So, maybe that would be the place to start checking. The main entry points for the bays were, naturally enough, from the inside. But there also was a large loading dock on the south that allowed gear to be delivered directly from the warehouse. Maybe that would be the logical place to try and slip in. He was feeling better now, energized. Why not go in, have a look? 4:22 a.m. Jean-Paul Moreau punched him again, then waited for a response. There wasn't one, but only because Michael Vance was near to passing out. They had taken him not to the Bates Motel, but to an unused room at the periphery of launch. Its original purpose wasn't clear, but whatever it no longer appeared to be used for anything. The ideal location to beat somebody's brains half out. You have a remarkably low tolerance for this, you sleazy batard. Vance merely moaned. He had been trying mystical techniques for blocking out the pain. God, he hated pain. So he attempted to focus his mind on something else, on little things like working on his boat, on making love, on Caribbean sunsets. Instead, what he got was the vision of a nuclear bomb going off somewhere, and the anger he had felt when Ramirez and his thugs blew up the U.S. frigate. Still, any emotion, any feeling he could muster, seemed to drive back the pain, make it more endurable. Now he was focusing as best he could on the long-haired, blonde French goon who was pummeling him. Whack, love, whack, hate, whack, anger, boiling, seething anger. It was almost working, almost. He moaned again. Then for one last time he tried to smile. Jesus. What sewer did Ramirez dredge to come up with you guys? Good, good, keep talking, Morau said. Sounds mean you are still alive. It means you still can feel. And he hit him again, hard in the stomach, taking his breath away once more. The moans had become airless grunts. Jean-Paul Morau had readily accepted the job of softening up the fucker who had caused them so much trouble. It was intended to be a partial compensation for his having endured the radar treatment. And also it felt good to be able to work over the very son of a bitch who had done it. There was, indeed, justice in the world. Justice that you made for yourself. He was now making his own justice, and it felt terrific. Vance, he couldn't take much more of a pounding without passing out. Morau was a professional who didn't specialize in breaking bones. Instead, he confined himself to internal trauma. That seemed to be his particular area of expertise. He was careful to make sure his victim remained conscious, which meant, Vance knew, that this part of the program was drawing to a close. He couldn't handle much more pain, the fact of which he knew this French thug with the streaming blonde hair was well aware. What he wondered was the point anyway. Sadism. Ramirez was still waiting in line to dish out his own particular brand of revenge. And Ramirez had forgotten more about dispensing pain than this creep would ever know. Thunk. Another blow to the stomach took his breath away once more. He felt his consciousness swim back and forth, scarcely there anymore. When was this going to end? He would have signed away anything just to stop the punishment for a few seconds. And he was on the verge of throwing up. Surely it had to be over soon. He felt like a boxer who had just gone 15 rounds with no referee. Time for the bell. His battered mind tried to put together a guess about what was next. Maybe after this Eurotrash had had his fun, Ramirez would show up for the coup de grace. It would almost be welcome. Or maybe nothing was going to happen. Maybe Ramirez would just leave him to be blown up with the rest of the facility. Where was Pierre? If ARM wasn't coming in for another whole day, who knew where this disaster was headed? What was Cauley doing? And Bill, were they safe? Cursed himself again for screwing up the golden opportunity to deactivate the gantry. Bring the proceedings to a halt. Instead of doing what he had planned, he tried to take a shortcut. Now he realized that had been a major mistake. And now, with ARM not coming in for another whole day, the only chance left was to try and stall. 4:37 a.m. The wind was howling and rain spattered on the loading dock. It should have been protected, but you can't do everything as Mannheim briskly made his way up the metal steps. The large sliding door was locked, but he still had the magnetized card that clicked it open. A button on the wall started it moving along the rollers, just enough to slide through. There, he was in. Inside was a long hallway cluttered with various crates either just delivered or ready to be removed. He was not sure, and he had to feel his way along, not wanting to risk turning on the lights. For an instant, as he stumbled among the sharp corners, he really felt his age. This was not something for a retired engineering professor to be muddling with. He should be back in Cambridge growing orchids in his greenhouse. What in blazes was he doing? Then he noticed the light emerging from under one of the doors, and as he stepped closer, he heard two voices. One of them belonged to the man who had saved him, Michael Vance. The other had to be one of the terrorists. Now what, 4:51 a.m.? You know, I hate to spoil all the fun you're having. Vance I had to look at Morau, but he could barely see through the swelling of his puffy eyelids. But I've got some unsettling news. You and the rest of Ramirez's hoods are about to be in a deep situation here. The minute you try to send that bomb You can tip your hat and kiss your ass goodbye. Better enjoy this while you can. What do you mean? That nuke you've got primed. It pains me to tell you, pardon the joke, but your gang isn't exactly the crew of rocket scientists. Who think you are? The second the Cyclops laser hits the first vehicle, there's going to be a liftoff, all right. Only it's likely to be this island that's headed for orbit, and you with it. Why in hell do you think I was trying to stop it? Was it true? He wondered. Think, try to make it sound convincing. What are you talking about? Morau's blue eyes bristled. Just thought you ought to know the bottom line. If you're planning to liberate the oppressed masses or whatever, this is a hell of a way to start, by nuking yourself. That should really impress everybody with your dedication. You are going to die anyway, so what do you care? Got a point there. Guess I'm just wasting my time, but there are a few people here on the island that I, like you, incidentally, are not among them, and I would kind of hate to see them get blown away because of your fucking incompetence. He paused, trying to breathe. As it happens, I had a chat with the project director. She told me how that system works. The nuts and bolts are a little complicated, but it boils down to what happens inside the rocket when the Cyclops laser starts up. Surely you know the energy in the Cyclops creates plasma. In the vehicle, that's loose atoms which becomes the propellant. Vance looked at him. You do know that, don't you? Morau nodded, almost but not quite understanding what he was talking about. Good, because the interesting part comes next. You don't create this atomic soup called plasma without generating a lot of electromagnetic noise, in other words, radio garbage. You know, he thought to himself, it's getting to sound better and better all the time. These technical things do not concern me, Morau declared with a shrug. They may not concern you, pal, but they might concern the bomb. What if one of the radio signals produced just happens to be the one that triggers its detonator? And believe me, with the smorgasbord of radio noise that plasma produces, the chances are easily 50-50. I hope you feel lucky, asshole. I don't believe you. He sat down in a spare chair, beginning to appear a little uncertain. You hotshot. Saw a little over your head here. Maybe you ought to pass that information to the chief. Anything to get him out of here, Vance was thinking. Anything to give me a little time to recover. I suggest you think about it. He struggled to but then realized he was tied into the chair. Congratulations. I think you just about beat me to a pulp. It was my pleasure. Morau looked him over, his expression now definitely troubled. Now I should beat you again for lying. If it's all the same, I think you might be smart to keep me conscious for a while longer. Maybe I can tell you how to solve your problem. If you are so wise, then tell me now, Morau said. With all due respect, I don't talk to messenger boys. He tried to shift his weight, but his body hurt no matter what he did. You wouldn't understand anyway. It's too technical. Why don't you let me have a chat with that genius you've got running the computer? He is the only one around here who could possibly understand what I'm talking about. And he's the one, Vance told himself, who now holds the key to everything. Remove him and their whole house of cards crumbles. You mean the Israeli? He fairly spat out the words. This operation is multinational. Peretz is handling the computer. Peretz, is that his name? Now we're getting somewhere, Vance thought. If I can get in the same room with the bastard, maybe I can rearrange his brain cells. He is supposed to be a computer specialist. Morau's voice betrayed his contempt. Maybe he is, but he thinks he knows everything. Whenever anybody tries to tell him anything, he just laughs and makes bad jokes. He won't listen to you. Well, why don't we give it a shot anyway? Morau examined him closely, still skeptical but beginning to have second thoughts. Why would you want to do this anyway? Help us. Like I told you, I figure. Or you're going to end up detonating that bomb somewhere. Frankly, I'd just as soon it wasn't 50 feet from where I'm standing, make that sitting. I do have a small sense of self-preservation left. So why don't you do everybody a favor and let me talk to this Peretz? He has to change the radio frequency that detonates the bomb to digital mode. If that thing is controlled with plain old UHF, The Cyclops may just set it off before it ever leaves the pad. Vance knew he was talking over this thug's head. He was talking over his own head. But who knew? His fabrication might even be true. The story, though, probably could use some work. "Look," he said finally, "why don't you raise him on that walkie-talkie and let me talk to him?" Morau frowned at the idea. "We've gone to radio silence except for emergencies." "I'd say this qualifies." "That remains to be seen." He paused. "I'll go and tell him what you said. And he can decide for himself what he wants to do. I don't want to belabor the obvious here, but time is running a little short. I'll be back. If he says you are lying, I may just kill you myself." Whereupon he opened the door and walked straight into a befuddled Isaac Mannheim. Chapter 15. 5:03 a.m. They had used the same insertion procedure off Beirut 3 years earlier, so there was nothing about this that was new. Standard procedure. As had been planned all along, they donned scuba gear at 500 meters out, packed their equipment in waterproof bags, and entered the churning water. After the raft was punctured, obliterating all evidence, the 7 men of ARM set out, underwater, for the rugged shoreline of Andikithera. Her scuba gear was invisible against the dark sea as, one by one, they emerged through the breakers and into the last remnants of rain from the storm. They faced a short ledge of surf-pounded rocks immediately abutted by a sheer granite cliff. Exactly what they expected, indeed what they wanted. They were greeted by silence from up above, which gave Lope that the insertion had gone undetected. So far. They were in, with the only problem being they no longer had Vance to serve as point man. They would be proceeding blind, but not too blind. Back in Athens, they had studied the schematics of the facility carefully and had concluded the most vulnerable insertion point would be launch control. Added to that, Ramirez was last reported to be there, and the objective was to take him out as quickly and efficiently as possible. That also was the place where they believed they could shut down the operation quickest and get their hands on the weapons. Everything came together. Hit launch. They had discussed renewing radio contact with the woman named Andros, in hopes she might be able to give them an update on the disposition of the hostiles and friendlies. But they decided to wait and see first if they could handle it alone. Radio security was non-existent, as they had already discovered. For now, the downside of breaking radio silence outweighed the upside. Later, perhaps, when it no longer mattered, after he had pulled off his scuba gear, Armand took out his IR scope and surveyed the top of the cliff and the coastline. Both looked clear. "All right, it's going to be light soon," he whispered. "Let's get up there and get to work." Dimitri Spiros nodded, then began donning an old SATCOM uniform he had brought, left over from his days on the island, hoping to pass himself off as a company staffer if need be, and get in position to act as point man, since Vance was not part of the picture now. Spiros would guide the unit in, using a secure radio to coordinate the overall operation with Pierre and with Reggie, who would be standoff sniper. By the time Dimitri was finished, they were ready. Marcel tossed a grapple up the side of the steep cliff, and it lodged somewhere near the top. Next, Spiros tested the line, then started making his way up, inserting silent spikes into the crevices as he climbed. The granite was firm, with enough irregularities to hold onto. When he reached the top and signaled the all-clear, the others immediately followed, with hands bringing up the rear after he had secured the gear with ropes, ready to hoist. As the last black satchel topped the cliff, they went to work, breaking out the hardware they would need. The light of dawn had opened just enough for everybody to see what they were doing, yet remain little more than shadows in the early mist. Or was it fog? The dark made it hard to tell, but it was a magic moment that would not last long. Since Reggie was the standoff sniper, he normally would have begun installing his IR scope. But now, with dawn so near, the need for IR capability was problematical. Not being seen was as great a concern as seeing, just ahead, barely visible, was the rotobarb fence. Since Spiros had installed it, he strode ahead and did the honors, cutting the razor wire quickly and efficiently. With daylight approaching, there was no time for niceties such as scaling. They would just have to take the chance that the security system was no longer operative. They carried the equipment through, then scouted the approach. Up the rocky hill they could see 2 silver spires, now illuminate, aided with spotlights. After a few moments of thoughtful silence, Reggie Hall nodded and pointed toward an outcropping of rocks located near the north entrance to launch control, indicating with hand signs that they would provide the best location for overall surveillance. He would set up there, a look-down spot from where he could handle the standoff sniper chores, ready at any time to neutralize any hostiles who might emerge from launch. It also was a good spot from which to monitor hostile radio traffic. Having done this many times before, they were ready. Armand and Hans, together with the brothers Vorst, would lead the assault, while Marcel would be at the rear of the entry element, serving as defense man covering for them and providing security. As point man, Spiros would supply backup for Marcel if things got hot, or if somebody tried to ambush the entry team during approach and entry, or during withdrawal. The Greek would also be in charge of directing any pyrotechnics. In addition to acting as commander, Armand would assume his usual role as security man, providing covering fire for the entry element during the assault, and more close cover during withdrawal. He also would be in charge of any other equipment they might need, since the assignments reflected ARM's standard configuration, with everybody in their usual slot. There was no need to squander time reviewing who would be where. In moments they were ready, silencers attached, poised to move through the dark, early morning haze. It was providing a small semblance of cover, but not for long. They hoped they could take launch control fast enough that there would be no time for the terrorists to use hostages as human shields. If that happened, there was sure to be bloodshed. Just to be on the safe side, Armand did a quick run-through of the assault with hand signals. He was just finishing when Reggie Hall's radio came alive in a burst of static. "Siren, please come in." It was a woman's voice. "Do you read?" "Blast," he whispered, his face rapidly turning florid in the dim mist. "Didn't we tell her radio silence was essential?" He quickly itched on the microphone. "Ulysses 1, get off this channel. Siren is here." "Thank God, but you've got to try and find Mike. Isaac went to look for him, but he hasn't come back." "You mean Mannheim?" Armand took the microphone. "Where did he go?" "He said he was going to try the empty loading bays down at launch," she said. "He hasn't come back, so maybe he found him. Could you try there?" Reggie turned to Armand with a questioning look that needed no word. It was, simply, "What do we do now on this one?" Armand had no better idea than anyone else. They all knew where the loading bays were, since the blueprints had made that plain enough. The problem was the sequence. Should they go ahead with the assault as planned, to take the time to try to find him and pull him out? Her intel on his location was just a guess, but it was a start. ARM's rules always had been that their own people came first. So if they knew where Vance might possibly be, nothing else mattered. According to the rules, they had to drop everything and try to pull him out, even if it jeopardized the operation. Those were the rules, no exceptions. For that matter, Armand suddenly thought, why not try and bring her in out of the cold too? Then they would have a personal guide to the whole layout. It seemed to make a lot of sense, particularly since radio security was already shot to hell. He clicked on the microphone again. "Can you meet us there, where you think he is?" "Copy, give me 8 minutes." And the radio clicked off. "I hope we've got 8 to spare," Armand thought, checking his Krieger watch. The minutes were ticking away. "Okay, we'll change the plan," he whispered. "We'll make the insertion through the loading bays." He nodded to Hans and the Vorst brothers, and without so much as a word, they tightened their black hoods and headed up through the mist. 5:19 a.m. She heaved a sigh of relief as he put down the microphone and prepared to stumble down the hill. She realized she had violated protocol by breaking radio silence, but she was almost as worried about Michael Vance as she was about the facility. And it was a disturbing realization, or maybe not so disturbing. True, he had screwed up, but then everybody did that from time to time, even Alan. There it was again. But come on, the resemblance was almost scary, and she was also beginning to hate him for the same reasons she had hated Alan. It was the anger and maybe the guilt. She had told them 8 minutes, so get moving, it was going to be tight. First find Mike and Isaac, if that was possible, and then go. On to the real business of the morning. Whoever was on the Fujitsu had to be stopped, even if it meant more damage to the facility. The cost no longer mattered. SATCOM could be rebuilt, everything. But if one of those third-world bombs were set off somewhere, it would be another Hiroshima. The horror of it would be unthinkable. She prayed a short prayer, something she hadn't done in 25 years, and started down the hill. 5:20 a.m., out the wide windows of launch control. The searchlight illuminated spires of VX-1 and VX-2 gleamed through the early mist. Sabri Ramirez studied them, thinking about logistics. With all the scrambled radio traffic in the area, he had a sneaking suspicion then a suspicion that a Special Forces assault was being set up. But that's what all the hostages were for. Everything was on schedule, just as planned. According to Peretz, the last tests of the telemetry had been completed and the countdown was proceeding without a hold. Outside, in the vast bay that was launch, technicians buzzed, a sea of white coats. Lines of workstations showed voltage and amperage values for the power buildup in the coil. Calculations of wind shear were being made and preliminary tests were being run on the guidance system. The Orbup's team, Orbital Operations, was busy running up orbital and attitude numbers, readying their input commands. The irony was they still didn't have a clue they were about to send up a nuclear device. American ingenuity turned on itself. In a fearsome symmetry, take a look at what I found. Ramirez whirled, hearing the voice, and was startled to see Jean-Paul Moreau coming in through the doorway of launch control, leading the old Jew professor, Isaac Mannheim. Where did he come from? The old man was supposed to be sedated and sequestered away for safekeeping in the living quarters. Guess it hadn't worked. Here he was bumbling about. On the other hand, maybe this was a stroke of timing. He was about to be needed again, and this saved the trouble of having to go and get him. Where was he? Wandering around the loading docks, Jean-Paul said, still shoving Mannheim, eh? It of him? I think there's a technical question we need to run by him. What? That bastard Vance just claimed that the Cyclops laser may set off the device when it starts up. I didn't get it exactly. He wants to talk to Peretz. Thing about plasma and stray radio frequencies. Sounds like an invention to me, Ramirez said, looking Mannheim over. The old man, his baseball cap askew, was clearly as mad as a loon. What would he know about anything? On the other hand, he was a scientist, so it wouldn't hurt to ask. Well, what about it, Herr Dr. Professor? He walked over and straightened the old man's cap. Is your laser going to produce random radio signals? Of course not, Mannheim declared. That's what is so ideal about this system. There's nothing to interfere with the telemetry, no static. No, I thought so, Moreau muttered, cutting him off. With a flourish of his blonde hair, he turned to go back to the loading bay. I'm leaving him here. Vance was lying, just as I thought. He's going to regret. The walkie-talkie on Ramirez's belt crackled, and he grabbed it instantly. What do you want? I ordered radio silence. Firebird 1, this is Hacker, came the voice of Peretz. I turned on the security system for a look-see, and lo and behold, I think there's a possible penetration in progress. Down on the south shore, in Sector 56 of the fence. Could be a malfunction, but maybe somebody ought to check it out. Ramirez groaned silently. Was this the assault he had been half expecting? If so, it was coming quicker than he had planned, which meant that having Mannheim here was definitely a stroke of luck. Wait. He motioned for more. Al, who had turned and was headed through the doorway. I want you here till we find out what this is. Could be a false alarm, but then maybe not. Okay, he thought quickly, where is everybody? Time to batten down. Peretz, of course, was in command, along with Salim. Wolf Helling was here in launch, coordinating telemetry between Peretz and the Pakistanis. Stelios was keeping tabs on the prisoners now in the living quarters. the Bates Motel. Jamal was on patrol on the perimeter. Why hadn't he noticed anything, together with the two Stasi? And Jean-Paul was here. The first thing to do would be to raise Jamal on the radio and have him check out the situation there in the south. And if it really was a penetration, then the two most expendable members of the team right now were the Stasi. They were the cannon fodder. Let them earn their share. All right, he said to Peretz. We'll check it out. 10-4. While Jean-Paul watched, he quickly raised Jamal on the walkie-talkie and repeated what Peretz had said. It could be a malfunction of the sensors, but who the hell knows? If this is the real thing, then we'll have to take steps. But once we escalate, everything is going to get more complicated. I'll have Skyndler check it out and get back to you in 3 minutes, Jamal barked back. We'll keep the line open till I know for sure what's going on. All right, but you'd better get ready for trouble. My hunch is this may be the beginning. If it is, then we've got our work cut out, you know what I mean. He clicked it off, then turned to Jean-Paul. Okay, forget about Vance for now. I want you to go over to command and help Salim get the sick Urity into shape. I'm not sure he knows what the hell he's doing. Check, Jean-Paul Morau said. I'll take care of everything. He walked out the door and into launch, then headed for the tunnel leading to command. Ramirez, he knew, had a contingency that was supposed to stop an assault in its tracks. He only hoped it would work as planned. 5:23 a.m. As she moved down the hill, dawn was beginning to show dimly through the fog to the east, promising an early morning clearing of the skies. The prospect made her fearful. The dark had been better, a shroud to cover mistakes. Now, without the fog, she would be almost as exposed as the barren rocks that pockmarked the hillside. The birds this morning were strangely silent, as though they knew ill-doings were afoot. Even the pale, fog-shrouded glimpse of VX-1 and VX-2 down at the other end of the island had never seemed more plaintive. She had worked for almost 3 years to put those vehicles into space, and now she had to try and stop the very thing she had been aiming for all that time. She had told the ARM team she could be there in 8 minutes, but now she realized that was optimistic. Though she was moving as fast as she could manage, hugging the line of the security fence, the island seemed to be getting bigger all the time, and smaller. The fence, which had seemed so reassuring when it was installed, wove among the trees and rocks as it went. Down the hill, almost a meandering presence. But it was not hard to follow, even in the reduced visibility of the half-dark and fog. The trick, she realized, was going to be finding the ARM team, or maybe they would find her. Finding things was what they were supposed to be good at, thank God. There was somebody up ahead, barely visible through the dim light. Only one, however, which immediately made her wonder. She paused, drew a deep lungful of the fresh morning air, and waited to see what he would do. For one thing, he was moving along as though he was searching, yet with an air of owning the terrain. Shit, it was one of Ramirez's men, out on patrol. She recognized him. It was one of the European hoods who had barged into command the fateful evening now half a lifetime away. Quickly she tried to melt into the shadow of a tall bush, but she was too late. His head jerked around and he saw her. Up came an automatic. He was dressed in black, and as he approached her, he flashed a crooked smile, then produced a German accent. So, it's you, we've been missing you. Which one of them are you? She didn't know what else to say. I am Max Skyndler, he replied in heavily accented English. He was at least 30 pounds overweight, the hard-earned rewards of a lifetime of potatoes and strudel. He looked like a puffing black balloon. Number 1 Vil be pleased to have you return to us. He thought you were an assault. He laughed as he gestured her forward with the weapon. Come on, this morning, I think, is going to go quickly. Just another couple of hours and the real excitement will begin. I can hardly wait. Good, it sounded more like Oot, you are going to have a circle-side seat. He seemed extremely pleased with himself, both with his own humor and with the fact that he had been the one who would be bringing her back. You mean ringside? Great. The time was already flashing. Bye. She thought the 8 minutes she had given ARM were undoubtedly up, which meant they probably would be changing plans again, working their way. Would they just forget about her and move on? Tell me, how did a smart guy who end up working for a maniac like Ramirez? Who? The guy you call number one. I hear he's really Sabri Ramirez, didn't you know? The German's startled look betrayed his disbelief. His small, pig-like eyes narrowed. Who told you? Such a thing? Just a little birdie. Skyndler shrugged, unconvinced, then pushed her on. That's impossible. Everybody knows Sabri Ramirez has been dead for 2, maybe 3 years. Well, she thought, with any luck he soon will be. Whatever you say, she continued. It's absurd. Ramirez was South American. Number one is from Beirut. Now come on, hurry. Just keep your hands where I can see them. Skyndler was almost shoving her around a rocky outcrop. We have to get up to launch before he gets impatient and sends somebody else out looking. Well, if you're in such a big rush, there's a quicker way to get into launch than the way we're going. We can just enter through the loading bays, she pointed up there. We don't have to go all the way around. Are they unlocked? He looked up and squinted through the mist. The bays were distinguishable by tall metal doors that were sized to accommodate some of the large vehicle components that had been delivered. Over the past couple of years, they could just be seen now, dark silhouettes against the horizon. The big doors are probably locked, but there's a side entrance that's always open. She paused. Do what you want, but I guarantee you it's quicker than going around. All right, he nodded. A quick bob of his beefy neck, you lead the way. What she really was thinking about was the rocks and trees covering that back route. This German blimp escorting her would be no match if she simply took matters into her own hands and made a dash. Why not? It was a desperate move, but this was a desperate moment. Wait. She bent over, as though to tie a shoelace, and when she came up, she was swinging. Skyndler was tired. And perhaps because of that, he was caught completely off guard, staggering backward. It was the moment of disorientation she needed. She grabbed at the Uzi, hoping to wrench it from his grasp. He may have been surprised and overweight, but he had lost none of his dogged Stasi tenacity. His one-handed grip tightened on the weapon as his other hand flew up to defend his face. Now, she had one hand on the breech of the automatic, and with the other she reached out and seized the muzzle. It was the leverage she needed to swing the butt of the metal stock up against his jaw. The blow caught him with his mouth open, smashing his lower lip against his teeth and slicing his tongue. He emitted a moan and yanked the Uzi away with bow. Hands, but now Calypso Andros was already stumbling through the brush, up the hill and into the fog. Skyndler felt his bleeding lip as he recovered his balance, and he fleetingly considered just taking her out with a quick burst. Nice. And simple. Though number one had insisted she be returned alive, he told himself he was mad enough he didn't care. He wanted to kill the bitch. But the second he took to make that calculation proved to be crucial. She had gotten into the heavy brush that ringed the hill farther up. Chase. He plunged after her, puffing and seething. It was one thing not to have found her. It was another to have had her within his grasp and then let her escape. He would be a laughingstock again. Wolf Helling, who had given him this job, would be humiliated once more. It was unacceptable, unthinkable. Rocks along the fence line were jagged, cutting into his boots as he half ran, half stumbled through the dim light. She was there, somewhere. She had said something about the loading bay, so she probably was headed there. In any case, there weren't that many places to hide. It was just a matter of time. Just a matter of time, 5:24 a.m. Ramirez was talking to parrots again on his walkie-talkie. I've been monitoring the scrambled radio traffic, and I've begun to have a sixth sense about the situation. I think we're about to have some uninvited guests from the U.S. Special Forces. 10-1, it's Delta. Are you ready? Gene Paul just came in, and he says we're totally secure, baby. Satcom thoughtfully lined this place with steel. Ain't nobody gonna waltz into this little enclave of ours without a press pass. Rest easy, man. Keep cool. Well, I'm thinking I should send you some more backup, just in case. What I really should do is shoot you and just use the backup. By the way, how does the schedule look? The countdown's now being handled entirely by the computer. So far, there are no holds. Liftoff is coming up exactly as scheduled. Good, Ramirez spoke back. Keep me updated on a 10-minute framework. He paused, thinking. Incidentally, is there any way? We possibly could speed it up. Things are pretty tight as they stand. There might be some shortcuts, but I'm not sure I know this system well enough to start fooling around. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Know what I mean? An Origina. Well, sentiment, Ramirez responded dryly. But don't be surprised at anything that may happen here in the next 90 minutes. There may be a setup for an assault, but I'll take care of it. It's a tough game coming down here, but ain't noba. It he gonna fuck with us, 'cause we got all the big cards. They may try it though, so make sure that place is tight and have Jean Paul and Salim double-check all the entries. The chances are good we're going to take a hit, and soon. No. Problem from down here. I told you we're covering it. What do you know, you smartass? Ramirez asked himself grimly. All right, but as soon as Jamal checks in, I'm sending him over there too, and one of the Stasi. Stelios can handle the living quarters by himself. Just keep the countdown going, no matter what else happens. Okay, but the only way this thing is gonna fly is if you made those bank arrangements the way I wanted. One hand washes the other, as the saying goes. Otherwise, I'm just going to shut the whole thing down. I mean it, man. It has been taken care of, Ramirez said. I faxed Geneva. They just opened that desk, but I should have a confirmation back in a few minutes. With that announcement, he clicked off the mic and smiled. Parrott's memo had explained he wasn't demanding blackmail. What he wanted was more like an equitable readjustment of the take. And why not? The memo had reasoned. Without his computer skills, nothing could have been possible. He wanted written proof that when the ransom money came in, it would automatically be split, with half going to a new account he specified. What an amateur. It was almost depressing. 5:27 a.m. She stumbled through the brush wondering where they were. They must have come in from the south, which meant they were already near the entrance to the loading bay. Go for that, she told herself, pushing on. The bramble was scraping her face and hands tearing her clothes. She was going to look like she'd been run through a shredder, she thought. A bloody mess. Then she heard something whiz by, the first shot, and knew the German was closing in, his weapon on semi-auto. With a rush of despair, she threw herself on the ground and tried to merge with the damp leaves and underbrush. And she felt terrible. Mike had screwed things up, but she hadn't done much better. Then, out of the mist just up the hill, a figure appeared. Figures 3, moving with quick, cat-like motions. She wanted to yell to warn them, but maybe all she would be doing was alerting the damned German hood trying to kill her. No, they were supposed to be professionals, so let them handle it. Their own way. Then she heard another whiz of a round singing by and saw a fleck of dirt fly up only inches from where she lay. Again, the hard crack of the German's automatic followed. All right, arm. You're supposed to be such hotshots. Do a something and do it now. The 3 dark figures answered the shots as though they were in a ballet, all dropping to a crouch virtually in unison. They were using silencers, so the rounds came as a series of dull thunks, but each figure fired only once, or at most twice. And when she turned to look back, her pursuer was nowhere to be seen. No, he was slumped over a bush, motionless. As one of the hooded figures came up to her and began lifting her to her feet, 2 of the others advanced cautiously on the German. Their caution, however, was unnecessary. He was as lifeless as the granite rocks around them. Well, she thought, these guys sure know how to treat a lady. 5:28 a.m. Jamal cursed the morning fog that had settled in, understanding it was probably moisture left over from the storm. Then he checked his watch and realized that Skindler was overdue, which was typical. He was beginning to wonder how the German nation had acquired it. Its famous reputation for punctuality and efficiency. Both were, in his opinion, grossly undeserved. Helling's recommendation that those 3 screw-ups be brought along did not reflect well on his judgment. He clicked on his walkie-talkie. Firebird 6, do you copy? Is everything CQ where you are? It's check-in time. There was no answer. The jerk had gone down by the south security fence where something was amiss. Was he in trouble? Everybody was tied up now, getting ready for the launch. He wondered if they were going to find themselves short-handed, not having as much firepower as they needed. Firebird 6, come in. Cut the games? Again silence, which gave him a very bad feeling. There was no reason for the radio to conk out suddenly. The rule was they always kept their channels open. This was trouble. Time to alert Ramirez. Either Skyndler had fucked up, or they had been penetrated. 5:30 a.m., Major General Eric Nichols was so relieved he scarcely knew whether to laugh or cry, and he rarely had been seen to do either. Actually, his feeling was more one of surprise. For once something was going right, after diddling and dabbling for almost 10 hours. Entagon Fort Fuckup had actually made a decision. It was so unprecedented, it might even merit a place in the annals of military history. Such rare moments were to be savored. Maybe they had gotten tired of running computer risk analyses, or maybe their damned computer had broken down. Whatever the reason, however, the exalted pay grades upstairs had decided to get off dead center and just let him assault the damned island. The op was a go. The civilian assholes had been headed off at the pass, which meant one less thing to worry about. Now all that remained was to figure how to get the boys in safely and take down the place. And at last, he knew there were nukes. Great communication system, the R. He had, making sure everybody had been briefed and was totally up to speed. Christ, he sat still a moment after setting down the phone, breathing a short prayer. Although appearances would not suggest it, he was in fact a religious man at the core. He had been close enough to death enough times to conclude that there were indeed no atheists in foxholes, and he figured what was good enough for foxholes was good enough for the rest of the time. Besides, what harm did it do? All. Right, he turned and glanced at Max Austin. I guess the computer has got everything planned. Looks like we can go in after all. How's that for efficiency? Just as it gets bright enough for my guys to be risking their asses, we get the green light. I'd say that's just about perfect timing. Austin nodded slowly, then rose to check the teletype machine to see if the orders had really come through. This op was going to be by the book or not at all. If it turned into a clear incident, there were going to be inquiries up the wazoo. Looks like it's really going down, Austin said, yanking off a sheet. So I'll cut the orders and get us mobilized here. How long before you can get your boys in the air? Well, this is going to have to be a daylight op. We might as well use the Apaches and not fuck around. We'll just hit the bastards with enough firepower to take out the command control radars up on the hill. That ought to shut down any chance they could get anything launched. Then we've just got a hostage situation to deal with, and if we have to, we can just starve them out. It'll only be a matter of time. Maybe, God willing, we can keep the friendly casualties to a minimum. Austin did not like the image of the headlines Nichols's assault plan suddenly conjured up. Any heavy property damage and there was going to be hell to pay. I don't like it, Eric, he said. The word I get is that we're not to damage the infrastructure any more than is absolutely essential, which means no first strikes on command and control. This isn't Iraq, for God's sake. This is American property. You're saying my main orders are to save the infrastructure. Nichols's tone was deliberately wry. You've got it. I want you to get in there fast, take down the hostiles, and get this situation the hell over with. That's the best way to put this problem behind us and fast. The last thing this man's army needs is a month's worth of gory headlines. Some quick casualties can look unavoidable and be over with in a day. A long drawn-out situation can make us all look like jerks. I can't believe I'm hearing this. You didn't hear a damned thing, at least not from me. But if you know what's good for the army and for the country, you'll get in there and take down the place in a morning, neutralize the hostiles with extreme prejudice, and let the army write the headlines with a press release. Nichols knew what he was hearing, the groundwork for deniability, and he despised it. This kind of cover-your-ass bullshit was one of the things that gave him such contempt for desk jockeys. All right, he said smoothly, covering his disgust. If you want to play it that way, then we can sure as hell do it. I don't suppose my opinion in the matter is of a hell of a lot of interest to the Pentagon. Truthfully, no? Okay, he leaned back. Doing it the Entagon's way, there would be 2 points we need to assault. There's the computer control center, and then there's the launch facility. There are probably terrorists at both, so we've got to take down both locations simultaneously. And both, unfortunately, are underground, which also means we've got to figure out how to get in, get down there, and do it fast. What would be your insertion strategy, given what we've just discussed? Well, I've already got the alternatives. Rehearsed. Right now I think we should stage a diversionary landing on the coast by a SEAL team. Use the confusion to let the main assault team insert from choppers. My main worry is not the hostages, but getting my own boys. Shot up going in. It's going to be a clusterfuck if some of those bastards can get a bead on the task force that's arriving by chopper. Could mean a lot of casualties. Let something go wrong, and I don't even want to think about how many of. My men could get chewed up, but we've been rehearsing that assault option, and I think we can get 20 men on the ground in about 90 seconds. The difference he was thinking was that he had been planning to do it under cover of darkness. To suddenly have to revise the entire strategy and try and take down the place in broad daylight was calling every assumption into question. But there was no time to try and devise yet another assault. Shit. All because Washington kept changing its signals, and when it did get them straight, somebody came up with this bullshit about minimizing property damage. It was a goddamn outrage, but that's what you had to expect when Remfs got mixed up in planning an op. Shit. Well, 20 men should do it, Austin said. And there'll always be backup from the SEAL team that's providing the coastal diversion. They'll be there, in theater so to speak. Right? You don't know fuck all about how an op like this goes down, Nickel. Was thinking, and you have the balls to sit there and tell me how to deploy my resources. On the other hand, it sounds easy. Too easy. That's what's wrong with it. The place would appear to be a cracker box. But these bastards are pros, so they must already have thought through everything we have. Time to plan ahead of them. All right, Nichols concluded, rising. I'll have everybody airborne in 15 minutes. 5:38 a.m. Vance twisted around and tried to see his watch. He couldn't make out the hands, but they both seemed to be pointing in the general direction of down. Whatever that meant exactly, the time had to be getting on toward dawn. The 6 hours that Cawley had talked about, the 6 hours left before the liftoff, how much of that time was left? It had to be half gone. What now? Maybe his cock-and-bull story had impressed the French hood enough to get him out of the room for a while, but it wasn't going to cut any ice with anybody who knew anything about lasers. Sooner or later, he was going to come back. Not something to let the mind dwell on. One thing was sure. He felt like he had been run over by a truck. The blood from the beating was slowly starting to coagulate, crusting on his face. It had begun to itch, and something where his liver used to be was emitting stabbing bursts of pain. It would come, then subside, then come again. He tried to focus his eyes on the room, the piles of empty crates, wondering if maybe a sharp object was protruding somewhere, maybe something he could use to cut away at the cord that held his hands. Nothing, and it was a stupid idea anyway, left over from too many B-movies. But now his mind was beginning to attempt to function with a little more rationality, and along with that came the glimmerings of an idea. The bomb was aboard one of the vehicles, and a countdown was underway, now being handled by Bill's supercomputer. There was no obvious way to stop it. Maybe, however, there was a not-so-obvious way. A last-minute reprieve. Assuming he ever got the chance, he groaned and leaned back, wondering. What happened next came so fast he couldn't really comprehend it at the time. Only later could he roughly reconstruct the dizzying confluence of events. But that was as it should have been. The door was suddenly slammed wide, and 2 smoke grenades plummeted into the room, followed by a flash grenade. Next, through the smoke and confusion, 3 men dressed in black pullovers plunged through the opening and dropped to their knees, MP5s at the ready. Jesus. He gasped for breath, blinded by the flash grenade but still trying to see through the billowing CS that was engulfing everything. In what seemed like less than a second, one of the men appeared by his side, and he saw a knife blade flash. A hand was slapped over his mouth as another rough set of hands yanked him from the chair. His legs were numb from the bindings, but they came alive as his weight went back onto them. Terra firma had never felt better. The men's faces were all covered in balaclavas, but one of them gave 2 sharp clicks, and on that signa, well, they began to drag him out the door. He knew better than to say a word. The whole operation had been carried out with clockwork precision and in perfect silence except for the destruction of the door. Had there been any terrorists in the room, they would have been dead, scarcely knowing what had happened. As they entered the hallway, one of the men pulled back his anti-smoke hood. "You look like hell," Willem Vorst said. "Can you walk?" In a manner of speaking. He felt pain shooting up through his wobbly legs. "I suppose I should ask what took you so long, only it hurts to talk. You weren't scheduled in for another day. What happened?" "We moved up the timetable, though you'd be amazed how many people didn't want us to show up," Marcel remarked, his Belgian calm returning. "The entire U.S. Navy, to be exact. We were made to feel very unwanted. That's going to seem like a welcome wagon compared to what's coming up." He paused and tried to inhale the comparatively smokeless air of the hallway. "What's the plan? Do you want to try and take out launch control, or do you want to move on command?" That was when he saw Kali. "How did you get down here?" Somebody had to lead these guys in, she said matter-of-factly. Her face was scratched and her shirt torn. "No thanks to you. All we have to thank you for is blowing up the gantry," he just groaned. "Things got complicated. But you waited until it moved for the explosive before you blew it. I saw the whole thing. How could you be so crazy?" Her anger was boiling. "That wasn't what we agreed to. Like I said, things, please give me a break. If you worked for me, I'd fire you on the spot." It was clear she meant every word. "So after you screwed that up, what was I supposed to do? I had no choice but to get on the radio. Now look at the mess we're in." "What happened?" "To tell you the truth," Vance answered, "I'm not Eva. I'm quite sure myself. Great, just great. It's a jungle out there. No kidding. Later, I'll tell all," he said lamely, wanting desperately to change the subject. "Right now, though, there's the matter of Ramirez. And by the way, it is we had a one-on-one." "What did he tell you?" Armand asked, his interest suddenly alive. "Did he say what he wanted out of all this? Ransom or what?" "We didn't make it that far. A personality conflict got in the way." "No, nothing. Just that he knows exactly what he's doing. They're going to launch an atomic bomb, kill a lot of people somewhere, and I don't think the payment of ransom is going to make them call it off. They're going to take the money and go ahead and do it anyway." He rubbed a hand across his face, trying to feel a cut, then drew it away and examined the blood in the half-light, not quite sure what he was seeing. "But I still think that if we take him out, the rest of them will fold." He looked at Kali, trying to meet the outraged glare she was bestowing on him. "Any idea where he is now?" "The last I knew, he was in launch," she said, still visibly fuming. "Then I guess that's the first objective. Jesus, do you want to go in shooting?" She looked around at the motley men of ARM. "Those are my people in there, you know, my friends. It could be a bloodbath." "Doesn't have to be." Spiros had pulled back his balaclava and was shaking Vance's hand with an air of genuine contrition, maybe trying to cheer him up after Kali Andros's blast. "Michael, I'm damned sorry about all this. The whole thing is my fault, really." "Spilt milk," Vance replied. "Now, we have to look ahead." "Well, it's my spilt milk, as you say," Spiros declared, "and I want to clean it up myself. If all we need to do is take down Ramirez, I think I can get in there and maybe do it without too much in the way." "You have pyrotechnics." "What do you mean?" Armand asked. "Let me go in by myself alone. I've got a uniform, so I'll just be another Greek mechanic. At least we should try that first, see what I can do." "Dimitri, that's a heroic offer," Armand said. "But no, it's not heroic, it's realistic. It's a chance, but one I think we should take." "We don't stay in business by taking chances," Armand declared, vetoing him on the spot. "We go in as a team." "All or nobody," Hans said. "It may not always be best, but those are the rules." "Exactly." Armand closed out the subject. "All or nothing, so let's get out the blueprints and start assigning the entry points." Chapter 16, 11:16 p.m. It's him. Alicia's voice came back over the intercom in the Oval Office. By now, it looked as disheveled as the Situation Room in the basement. "What?" Hansen said. "The son of a bitch is on the phone, again at this hour." "What do you want me to do?" she asked. "Just a minute." He clicked off the intercom and returned to his other call. "Caroline, I don't know, just play it by ear and do the best you can. Press secretaries get pay. Id for giving non-answers. Tell the goddamn Post we have no comment. Try and make a deal. Say you'll give their team an exclusive, deep background, just for them, if they'll hold off another few hours to give us time to sort this out. Tell him we promise not to give the Times anything fit to print until after their deadline tomorrow. The late edition." He paused. "You're probably right, but give it a shot anyway. Look, I've got to go." He reached over and pushed us. "Econ button on the console." "Yes, Mr. President," came the voice, its accent more pronounced now. "I know you think you can recover this facility with an assault, but I want to assure you that any such action would be a very costly mist. The only mistake that's been made so far was made by you going there in the first place." Hansen glanced at the listing of his commitments for the next day. Ted would have to cancel all of them. This wasn't how the presidency was supposed to be. Nobody told him he would be spending days on end negotiating with a criminal threatening mass murder. "Let me put it like this," the voice went on. "If there is an assault, all I have to do is retire to the lower level of the facility and then detonate one of the nuclear devices I now have armed. It's radio-controlled. If you want to commit suicide, then go ahead," Hansen said. "What kind of bluff was that?" he wondered. "Let me put your mind at ease." Came the voice, as measured and secure as it was foreboding. "My revolutionary colleagues and I will be at the main power coil, which is buried at least 300 feet below the bedrock here. It is a ready-made bomb shelter. Any invading force, however, would be vaporized along with all the civilians. You'd never escape," Hansen shot back. "What's the point?" "That remains to be seen. But what you have to ask yourself is whether you are prepared to have a nuclear disaster in the Aegean." On that point, Hansen admitted to himself, the son of a bitch had a point. The political costs, not to mention the economic costs, would be staggering. "Look," he said, "you're proposing a scenario neither of us wants. It would be irresponsible and immoral. Though I suppose those points don't disturb you very much. Let me help your thought processes. You have 20 minutes starting now. If at the end of that time you can't assure me that the assault has been called, please don't bother to deny that one is imminent, then what will happen will be on your hands." He paused. "Incidentally, I also will bring Professor Mannheim to the phone then, and you can explain to him why he is about to die. I am putting this line on hold. You now have 19 minutes and 40 seconds. The phone went silent. Hansen stared at Ed Briggs, sitting bleary-eyed across on the couch, then returned his gaze to the desk, noting the time on the digital clock. It's 25 a.m. "Alpha Leader, this is Seal 1, crackled the radio. "Bearing 209er, range 500 meters, no hostile fire." "Roger," Nichols replied. "Continue inbound." He clicked off his walkie-talkie and turned around and yelled to the men in the back of the Huey. "Okay, heads up. The assault is now in progress. We go in at 0630 hours. The Deltas nodded as they checked their watches and spare ammo clips. The 23 men are all wearing black pullover hoods, each with a thin plastic microphone that looked like a phone operator's. Over these, they had Kevlar helmets with protective goggles and light balaclavas, while their bulletproof assault vests included kits filled with grenades and extra ammo for their H&K MP5 assault submachine guns. Nichols was using a squad of 10 Navy SEALs to stage a diversionary assault on the shoreline, the same kind of diversion that had been employed so successfully by the SEALs in the war to liberate Kuwait. After leaving the carrier, they would approach the island at 40 mph in a pair of Fountain 33 speedboats, powered by 1,000 HP Mer Cruiser N. Gins. About 1 kilometer offshore, they were scheduled to disembark into 2 motorized Zodiac rubber raiding craft that they had lashed to the bow. If all went according to plan, they would hit the coastline in full view and provide diversionary fire, giving the real assault team an opening to take the 2 main objectives. That's when the serious action would begin. Nichols and his men would then come in using Army choppers, 2 HH-1K Huey gunships and 2 AH-64A Apaches. The Hueys would hover and drop off the insertion teams, while the Apaches would provide backup firepower that, with their 30mm chain guns, Hellfire missiles, and 70mm folding fin rocket pods, would easily be mistaken for the end of the world. The assault was timed down to the second. 3 minutes after the diversionary SEAL action began, the 2 Hueys would set down in the middle of the island and pour out the real assault teams, one team to storm command and the other to hit launch control, massively. He figured if they took both at once, there would be no place for the terrorists to hide. That was the best way they knew to accomplish their first objective, which was to neutralize any nuclear devices safely. The outstanding unknown, of course, was the location of those devices and their state of readiness. You had to assume terrorists weren't suicidal, Nichols told himself. But yet, what about Beirut and the Marine barracks, demolished by a suicide mission? Such things were never outside the realm of possibility. So if these crazy fuckers decided to go out in a blaze of glory, it wouldn't exactly be a first alpha leader. The radio came alive again. SEAL 1 objective secure, no sign of any hostiles down here. Copy SEAL 1. Shit, Nichols thought. The bastards didn't go for it. They're battening down, planning to make a stand. And why not? They've got hostages. They think we're not going to hit the place. They've got another thing coming. It's just going to be bloodier than we had hoped. If they start using the hostages for human shields. Request permission to advance toward launch control, came the radio again. If we're going to provide that diversion, we're going to have to go in. Why not? Nichols thought. We're already improvising, but maybe the bastards can still be drawn out. It's worth a try. Roger, SEAL 1, he said, checking his watch. Watch yourself. It could be a setup. He knew the SEALs were lightly armed, with only a German Heckler and Koch submachine gun each, plus a couple of M16s specially equipped with M200. 3 grenade launchers, the so-called Bluetooth. Still, those boys could raise some hell, confirmed. Copy, we'll slip in here for 5. Kick hell out of anything that's not nailed down. Roger, Alpha Leader. If they show their heads there, gonna know we're in town. 6:26 a.m. All right, Armand declared. We make the insert here. He tapped his finger on the blueprint. We hit the nerve center of launch with flash bangs and tear gas and take it down. If we're lucky, Ramirez will still be there, and that should be the end of it. He always controls an operation totally. Nobody else will have any authority. That's his style. If we handle it surgically, there shouldn't be any major casualties among the friendlies. The area around launch control was still foggy, illuminated mainly by the lingering spotlights on 2 vehicles. No technicians were in evidence, since the final stages of the countdown were underway and nothing remained to be done to the exterior of VX-1. The dry ice propellant had been installed, and now the action was underground, where the subterranean energy storage system, the superconducting coil, was being primed. At this point, most of the AFers were monitoring the last-minute computer checks of the in-flight systems. Sounds good, Reggie said, pointing to a spot on the blueprint. I'll position myself right there, where I'll have a clear shot at the main points of ingress and egress. Now let's move it before somebody checks in with the security system and picks up our penetration. Everybody else agreed, signifying it by a last-minute review of weapons and gear. Everybody, that is, except Michael Vance, who had been thinking and worrying about the irreversible step that a frontal assault would represent. What if Ramirez had left launch and gone back to command? The man had a habit of keeping on the move. It was an innate part of his inner nature. Oh, he rubbed at his swollen face and winced at the pain. I'd like to suggest a different tack, a sort of look before you leap approach. What do you mean? Armand asked distractedly, anxious to get the assault underway while still a lingering cover of fog and semi-dark. Pierre, before the team assault, why don't you let me test the waters a bit? See if I can't be a decoy long enough to make them show their hand. Care to explain exactly what you have in mind? Armand asked, always willing to listen if skeptically. They know I'm here. They don't know about the team, at least not yet. And more to the point, we don't know if Ramirez is really in there or not. But assuming he is in. Instead of storming the place, why not let me first see if I can't draw him out? At least give us a preview of his resources. How would anybody go about doing that? Reggie was double-checking the sight on his Enfield L80. 5A1 assault rifle, still anxious to get moving. Well, Vance went on, he wants me. So maybe this is not the worst time to use our heads instead of hardware. Why not use me as bait? Michael, Armand interjected. Whatever you have in mind, you've done enough already. This isn't your fight, and I can't in good conscience ask you to do anything more. You just take care of those bruises and let us handle it from here on out. Tell you the truth, you look like hell. Vance paused, trying to get a grip on his own feelings. All right, maybe it's just a vendetta on my part, unprofessional, but the real truth is I'd like the chance to take him down myself. He realized he had truly come to hate Ramirez, a killer without a conscience who deserved anything he got. Besides, there's another reason. I think he's got an old professor in there somewhere, and I confess a certain fondness for the man in spite of all his bung. Guling, if you rush the place, God only knows what he's liable to do. Probably get himself killed. I can understand you might feel you have a personal stake in this, Reggie Hall said finally. But what exactly do you think you can do? Remember the old saying, Shakespeare or somebody, a hero is the bloke who died a Wednesday. I don't plan to try and get killed, but why not let me take some flash grenades and a gun? Go up there by the gantry and generate it a little excitement. If he's still there, maybe I can draw him out. He won't realize I've got backup. You take it from there. I'm not sure I like it, Armand grumbled, slamming a clip into his automatic. If you ask me, there's been too damned much impromptu strategy on this op already. On the other hand, Michael has a point. Hands interjected with Germanic logic. If we can separate Ramirez from the hostages, it could prevent a lot of danger to the friendlies. My only worry is that if it doesn't work, then we've blown the element of surprise. All of a sudden, we've got a firefight on our hands. We've got a firefight anyway, Marcel observed, no matter what happens, so why not? You agree it's a gamble, Vance paused, but the alternative could be a genuine disaster. He took an MP5 from the bag of hardware they had brought and checked the clip. Does anybody strenuously object? I do, Cauley finally spoke up, her anger at him seeming to soften. We'll probably have to come and pick up the pieces, but you're right about Isaac. Knowing him, he's liable to just walk into a line of fire out of sheer absent-mindedness. All right. Vance looked around. While the fog is still in, I want to go up. He was pointing. Why wait for a vote? Nobody seemed to be strongly against it. I'll come in from up there, he pointed by the base of what's left of the gantry, and try to raw him out. If nothing else, it'll be diversion. If it doesn't work, you can still go in. All right, you win, Armand said. His eyes betrayed his lingering misgivings. But you're making yourself a target, so don't try any hero. Wicks, if Ramirez does show his face, let us take it from there. This isn't your game. Willem Vorst nodded and pulled out an extra vest, already festooned with grenades. He handed it to Vance, who slipped it on and secured it, wincing silently from the pain in his rib cage. Just be bloody careful, Reggie Hall said. That and nothing more, British understatement. Calypso Andros had no such reserve. Her hair plastered across her face, she reached up and impulsively kissed him on a swollen cheek. Then she whispered, good luck, 6:31 a.m. Alpha Leader, this is Seal 1. I think we've spotted some hostiles. With a smile, Nichols clicked his radio to transmit. He was in the lead Huey, now hovering slightly more than a kilometer away from the shoreline of Andikithera. I copy, Seal 1. What's your status? We're ready to get acquainted. Are you synchronized? Roger, Nichols's terse voice replied back. I want all hell to break Oos, and any bad guys you can pin down or neutralize will be much appreciated. We insert in 90 seconds. We roger that, Alpha Leader. Seal 1 team on full auto. Nichols turned to his pilot, Manny Jackson. Okay it. So go. I want us on the ground in 90 seconds. 6:32 a.m. Vance moved quickly up the hill toward the toppled gantry. Already he had a view of the wide, sloping window that was the center of launch control, and he could see figures there, though not clearly enough to know if Ramirez was one of them. Maybe they were SATCOM staffers or... No, there was Ramirez talking on the phone, and standing beside him was the man Vance had come to love, Isaac Anheim. The old professor looked haggard, a perfectionist man who had despaired. He clearly had lost touch with time and place. Then Ramirez handed him the phone and barked something at him. Dejectedly, he took it and started speaking. Damn. Any half-competent sniper could take out Ramirez here and now. He thought he was safe, and he had never been more exposed. But this was not a job for an amateur, not with Mannheim so close. Okay, he thought, guess this is going to happen the hard way. He extracted a flash grenade from the vest Willem had given him and got ready to pull the pin. 6:33 a.m. Johann, he'll do it. Isaac Mannheim was saying into the handset that Ramirez had thrust in. His face, they have 2 devices. One is on VX-1, ready for launch, and the other one is here. They say they've rigged a radio-controlled detonator on it. He's going to use it if you don't do whatever it is he wants. He talked to the son of a bitch again, Hansen said. All right, Johann, please talk to him. Mannheim handed back the receiver. His hand was shaking. Have you made a decision, Mr. President? Ramirez inquired. Yes, goddammit, I've got an open line to Gurns. You can listen while I issue the order to hold off the assault for 6 hours. Does that satisfy you? It will do for a start, Ramirez said. Then we can talk about the money. And he listened as Hansen spoke to through the secure communications link to mission control on the Kennedy. What he did not hear in Hansen's conversation was the incredulity on the other end of the line. But the assault is already underway, General Max Austin was declaring. Stunned, they were in communication with Nichols, and the SEALs were about to open fire on the hostiles. Just scrub the operation, Hansen barked. That's an order. That was a wise decision, Ramirez said, listening. Now about the money. Check with the bank in 15 minutes, Hansen said, a note of resignation in his voice. It will be deposited. Now I want you out of there, all hostages safe, and those weapons disarmed and left. You have nothing to worry about? Ramirez declared, scarcely able to contain his sense of triumph. You have made a decision for humanity. Just get the hell gone, and don't try my patience. This time it was Hansen's turn to abruptly break the connection. Ramirez was cradling the receiver, savoring his triumph, when a blinding flash erupted from the direction of the fallen gantry. And there, in the momentary glare, stood Michael Vance. 6:34 a.m. The leader of the SEALs, Lieutenant Devin Robbins, spoke into his thin microphone. Can you see them? We could use an IR scope. The SEALs had split into 2 teams, as was their practice, and he was leading the first. Hard to make out much in this fog, came back his point man. And Lieutenant Philip Pease, who was leading the second team. Pease was exactly 20 meters away, all but invisible because of his dark commando gear. He was studying the men up the hill with a pair of 8x 30mm Steiner Rio-optic binoculars. Though they were designed for low light, he still could not see clearly. But they're dressed in black, and they look like they're armed. What else can you ID? They're not together, exactly. It's almost as though they're loying for something. What the hell are they doing outside in the first place? Does it mean the fuckers haven't gotten around to taking over the launch facility yet? Maybe they're getting set up for their next move. Can't confirm anything. Eel 1. Just too much damned fog. Wait, yeah, they've got assault rifles of some kind. Looks like some big-time shit. That's a definite confirm. They look like they're setting up. All I can tell for sure is they're moving, spreading out. Something's about to go down. Got to be Badiz. Who else could they be? All right, SEAL 2, our mission is to create a diversion, shake them up, and let Nichols's chopper teams handle the heavy lifting. Those Apaches can make a man. Give his heart to Jesus. You've got a rog on that, SEAL 1. But if we're here to make an impression, I say let's give them a big Navy welcome. Time for a close encounter. We came to play. Get a flare blossomed from somewhere up in the vicinity of the vehicles, illuminating the fog into a huge white cloud, vast and mysterious. What in hell? Yelled Pease's voice on the radio. That was farther up. Maybe it's a 2-point assault. Looked like it was over to the left. Can you tell what happened? Must have been a flashbang. These assholes brought their own boombox. Okay, SEAL 2, we've got a mission. First things first. For now, we just neutralized those bastards in black. Looks like half our hostiles are out. Eyed and in the clear. On the count of 3. The SEALs all clicked off the safeties on their MP5s and took aim, wishing they could see something more than dark, vague outlines in the fog. 6:35 a.m. How the hell, Ramirez wondered. Did Vance get on the loose again? I was supposed to have taken care of him. Had he screwed up too, I should have just let Wolf kill him in the first place and had done with it. This time I'll just handle it myself. He checked his pockets, making sure he had extra clips for his Beretta 9mm, and then he headed through the door leading into the open bay of launch. The SATCOM systems engineers and ground control specialists, not privy to the wide windows of launch control, had no idea what had just happened outside. They were too busy worrying about the fog, making the final checks of the electronics, monitoring the countdown clicking off, and all of them had laid side bets on whether the launch, now scheduled for less than an hour and a half away, would be able to proceed. The wagering leaned toward the fog clearing in time. Ramirez strode past the bustling gray, SATCOM uniforms with a single-mindedness that characterized his every move. How the hell, he was wondering, did Michael Vance get on the island in the first place? He was one of the back-office support types for ARM, a financial guy. Nobody had ever ID'd him in an assault. It made sense that he was here, when none of the rest of the ARM operatives were around. Why Vance, who was a nobody? All the same, he had specialized in screwing up things ever since the initial penetration. He had managed to wreck the and destroy the gantry, make a general nuisance of himself. The time had come to put a stop to the annoyance and then get moving. If the money had been delivered, as Hansen had claimed, then it was time to move on to the next phase. Just take care of a few banking transactions, then put the egress plan into motion. He hit the lock control on the door, which had long since been defaulted to manual, and strode out, his Beretta ready. The problem now was finding that bass. Heard Vance in the fog. The reflected light off the spots illuminating the vehicles was going to provide visibility. Besides, the bastard was a cowboy, took chances right and left. He also didn't seem to be a particularly competent Arksman. 6:36 a.m. There he is, Pierre Armand said, peering through the fog with his Tasco in focus zoom binoculars. They did not require focusing, and with a touch of a lever he jacked up the power from 6 to 12. At the sucker myself. We missed him in Beirut, but this time. Up above, Sabri Ramirez was gliding along the side of the fallen gantry, an automatic in his hand. Ramirez, Armand knew, was famous for his Beretta 9mm, used to such deadly effect over the years. It was his trademark, always employed for assassinations. But now, finally, after all the years, there was the hyena exposed and clear. One shot would do it. He's mine. Armand Lev. His MP5, captured Ramirez in the sight and clicked it to full auto. Vance was a genius. He had lured the hyena from his lair. Take him out, and the whole op would be over in time for morning coffee. 6:37 a.m. Ramirez was edging down the side of the gantry, the cold angle iron against his back, when there was an eruption of gunfire down the hill. It was controlled, professional fire that seemed to be coming from 2 locations. An assault. Well, fuck Han. The president had lied, claiming he had called it off. Had he lied about the money too? The fleeting thought made him seethe, but one problem at a time. He quickly ducked behind the fallen gantry, disappearing into the shadows. One more. A phone call, then a check with Geneva. If the money hadn't been transferred, Souda Bay and the American Sixth Fleet were both going to disappear in a nuclear cloud. In fact, they were anyway. What better way to cover an egress? 6:38 a.m. What in? Armont emitted a curse as all hell broke loose behind them. A fusillade of automatic weapons fire rained around from somewhere in the direction of the shoreline. It was almost like covering fire, not well directed, and since everybody on the ARM team had long made a practice of minimizing exposure at all times, he didn't expect immediate casualties. But what in hell? Had Ramirez's terrorist team encircled them, drawn them in? He felt like an idiot. Hostile fire? He gave the signal to get down and take cover, swinging his hand from above his head to shoulder level, but that was nothing more than redundant instinct. The ARM team was already on the ground, ready to return fire if so ordered. Nobody, however, was wasting ammo on the darkness. The team had little enough to spare, and besides, why give away your position and create a target? The third consideration was that ARM never fired on an unknown. They were, after all, civilians and answerable. An army could wreak whatever havoc it pleased and later blame everything on the heat of battle. ARM had to be damned sure who it was taking down. By the time Armont's yell died away, everybody on the team had already found cover behind the random outcroppings of rocks. Everybody, that is, except Hugo Vorst, who spun around and stumbled backward, moaned, then collapsed. 6:39 a.m. Hold. Your fire. Goddammit, hold your fire. The SEAL leader, Lieutenant Devon Robbins, was pressing in his earpiece, incredulous at what he was hearing. Around him, the team was on the ground in firing position, keeping the terrorists up the hill. In down, next would come the assault. Roger, Alpha Leader, I copy. Does anybody know what's going on with this whole fucked-up op? I copy. He looked around. We just got aborted. What the fuck do you mean? The SEAL next. To him, John McCleary said, he was slamming another clip into his MP5. The team is extracted. Now, Robbins could scarcely believe his own words. You have got to be fucking kidding, came the radio voice of Lieutenant Philip P. So we've got the assholes. A couple of grenades from the blooper and then we take them. Their history. Hey, I just report the orders, I don't give them, Robbins replied. Immediate egress, that's the word. Who the fuck knows? But what a be? Out the choppers. Nichols is coming in with the Apaches. Gaum says they're scrubbed too. Everybody's on hold. Nichols just about ate the fucking radio. He's going apeshit. Well, the hell with Gurns, came a third voice through a black pull. Over. Maybe we had a radio failure. The fuckers are pinned down. Let's just go ahead and take them down. The whole op is blown. Now they're going to know we're coming in. They probably figured on it anyway, Robbins said, clicking on the safety of his MP5. But who the hell cares? We're out of here. Flint, you've got the rear. Use it. I'm on point. Let's hit the beach. In 5, pass it on. He switched on his radio. Listen up. Anybody not in a Zodiac in 5 Mike swims. 6:40 a.m. Georges Lafarge had been studying parrots, trying to figure out what was going on. One thing was sure. The countdown was about to switch into auto mode, which meant the priming of the superconduct. Incoil would begin. When that happened, the Cyclops would be entering a very delicate and dangerous phase. Shutting it down after auto mode commenced required the kind of familiarity with the system he was sure parrots did not have. Mesa. Then, and you could literally burn out the huge power storage ring buried deep in the island's core, which was why the Fujitsu was deliberately programmed to thwart any straightforward command to abort. Ironically, the fail-safe mechanism was designed not to shut down the Cyclops, but rather to carry through. At this stage, the only way to abort the launch sequence safely was to bleed off the power using the Cyclops' main radar, the way they had done early last night. To simply flip a switch and turn everything off would be to risk melting the multi-million-dollar cryogenic storage coil down under. The whole thing was as bizarre as it was real. By continuing the countdown until everything went into auto mode, Peretz was creating a monster of inevitability. He was currently trying to explain this to the Israeli, hoping the guy could conceive the gravity of what he was about to do. "You don't understand," he was pleading, his voice plaintive above the clicks of switches and buzz of communications, gear and command. "You're going to risk—" "Hey, kid, chill out." Peretz did not bother to look up from his terminal. A strip chart recorder next to him was humming away, as voltage and amperage checks proceeded. "But look." Georges pointed to the screen of an adjacent workstation. "You've got less than 3 minutes left to abort the power-up. After the auto-test sequence it's doing now is finished, the superconducting coil starts final power-up. That's when everything switches to auto mode. It's all automatic from then on, for a very good reason." "Hey, that's why we're here, kid." Peretz was grinning his crazy grin. "This is not some fucking dry run. This is the big one. I've got no intention of shutting it down. We're gonna launch, dude." Dor Peretz knew exactly what the critical go/no-go points in the countdown were. He had researched the Cyclops system extensively. He also knew that after auto mode, there would be no altering the orbital abort and the timing of the detonation. Once auto mode began, he was home free. He could split. The trajectory he had programmed with sort was not for Sauda Bay, but for low orbit. One orbit. The abort had been preset. The bomb was going to be delivered right back here on Andikithura. It was brilliant. Get the money in place, get out, and then wipe out the island. All evidence of the operation, including Sabri Ramirez. The world would then think that all the terrorists were dead. And they would be all, that is, except Dr. Dor Peretz. In truth, he was thinking this was almost the most fun he'd had in years. The most fun had been the memo he had presented to Sabri Ramirez concerning the new split of the money. All along, he had thought the phrase 50-50 had a nice, solid ring. What point was there in spreading the ransom all over the place, giving it to a bunch of assholes? Which was why Dor Peretz had, 2 weeks earlier, established an account in the same Geneva bank where Ramirez was having the money delivered. The memo had instructed Ramirez to advise the bank to move half of money into that account as soon as it arrived. And when funds were deposited into that account, the bank was instructed to move them yet again well beyond the reach of anybody. All he needed now was proof that Ramirez had faxed the bank with the new instructions. So had he. The time had come to check in with the bastard and find out. Then it was over. All he would have to do after that was commandeer the chopper and get the hell out. The only missing link was somebody to fly the Sikorsky, and the perfect choice for that little task was in the next room. A certain Vietnam fighter pilot turned CEO. He motioned for Georges Lafarge. "Okay, everything's set. Auto mode. We've got exactly 68 minutes to lift off. Is that enough excitement for you?" Lafarge did feel something of a thrill, in spite of his better judgment. He didn't know why Peretz would want to abort the flight, which he knew was what Sort had been programmed to do, but at least VX-1 was going up. And when you worked on a project like this, there was only one real payoff when the vehicle left the pad. All the months, years of preparations led up to that final moment. "I want Bates, Peretz declared, pointing toward the closed office door. "So go and get him. That's an order." Time he got in on the fun. After all, this is his baby. Or just turned away from his useless workstation, still shaken by the sight of auto mode, clicking in, and walked back toward the door. Bates had been locked in there, mainly to keep him quiet. But now things were starting to happen. Several members of the terrorist group had come in, started readying weapons, and were acting nervous. Well, Georges thought maybe they're worried the U.S. might just get off its ass and come in, do something about this outrage. The terrorists had plenty of heavy weapons, and now they were checking them out and slapping in clips of ammunition. Bill Bates was not going to like what he saw. He opened the door and motioned for Bates to come out. He slowly rose from his chair, looking beat and haggard, and came. Georges's first impression was that he was missing a large slice of his old zip. He looked like a man near defeat, exhausted, even disoriented. "How are you feeling?" Peretz asked. "What do you think?" Bates growled, looking around at all the assembled terrorists now readying their weapons. The place was turning into an armed camp. "Just a friendly inquiry," Peretz went on, flashing his empty grin. We're about to start the fireworks up at launch, and I didn't want you to miss out on any of it." He paused to check, the countdown scrolling on the terminal in front of him. So, he continued, turning back. "I think it's time we three, you, me, and George is here, took a small stroll and checked out how things are going. Mind telling me what in blazes you're up to?" Bates demanded. His voice was still strong even though he had lost much of the spring in his step. "If you fuckers have killed any more of my people, I'm going to see to it personally that—" "Take it easy, man," Para interjected. "As long as nobody causes any trouble, then nobody gets hurt." He turned and motioned for Jean-Paul Moreau. "Keep an eye on this place." He swept his arm over the sea of technicians and systems analysts. Everything's right on target with the countdown." It was an impromptu private joke, a spur-of-the-moment thing that he found delightful. Jean-Paul Moreau, his reflexes now slowing slightly from lack of sleep, did not get the joke, and he'd not like the feeling he was getting. Dor Peretz was a canny little fucker, and he suddenly seemed in a great hurry to get out of command. Was the Batard up to something? It was puzzling and troubling. He adjusted his blonde ponytail and gazed around the room, now a cacophony of pre-flight activity. Keeping everybody in line was the least of his problems. These white-shirted engineers were so scared that if you said jump, they'd all stand up and ask how high. No, what bothered him was not knowing what the damned Israeli had up his sleeve. Peretz was planning something, probably intending to leave somebody to hold the bag. And it wasn't hard to figure out who that somebody was. "You know," he said to Peretz. "Everybody has orders to stay at their posts and keep security in case there's an assault. You pulling out of here is not part of the plan. Hey, I've been handling this thing so far and the launch is set. Now I need to check on the telemetry and data hookups at launch if that's okay with you. I've taken care of my end, so now all you've got to do is keep any of these assholes from getting on the computer and trying to screw things up. Nobody so much as touches a e-board. Got it? Got it." Moreau nodded, hating the little son of a bitch even more. "Good," he said, turning back to Bates. "Okay, baby, we're gone." Chapter 17, 6:58 a.m. Hugo Vorst was lying propped against a rock, his shoulder bandaged with white strips of gauze from the first aid kit. Now that the flow of blood had been staunched, Marcel was injecting him with a shot of morphine to quell the looming pain. Happily, the hit was clean, just a flesh wound and nothing serious, but he would be of no further use on the mission. Worse still, he actually had become a liability. The only thing to do was leave him where he was, with an H&K machine pistol for protection, and proceed. You didn't like to abandon anybody, but Vorst, for his own part, mainly felt sheepish. Giddy though he was, the result of mild shock, his Dutch stoicism was still holding up. "I'll be all right," he was saying, a slow grin covering his face as the narcotic kicked in. "Sorry to be a party pooper. You got lucky," Hans soothed, checking the bandage one last time. "You had to take a little time off, but you may still have a chance to give us some backup if things get hot." Armand had not said anything, leaving the kidding around to the younger men. They needed it to keep up their macho. The hard truth was, the whole operation was rapidly turning into a disaster of the first magnitude. Everything possible had gone wrong, and now he had no idea where Vance was. The situation had gone red, the odds deteriorating rapidly. Ramirez had been lured out, but he had been saved by the deus ex machina of an unexpected but short-lived attack from their rear. What had that been all about? Then he noticed a glint in the sky through the early dawn, and realized it was a helo, far in the distance, banking as its pilot began turning back. He looked more carefully and counted 4, all aggressing. "Take a look." He pointed toward the cluster of tiny dots slowly diminishing in the dim sky. "Looks like somebody showed up just long enough to screw us, then aborted. And now Mike is back in the belly of the beast." He turned and peered at the fog-swathed floodlights, now growing pale as dawn began arriving in earnest. Around them, the dull outlines of trees and Ox were lightening into greens and granite grays, with the damned rockets still sitting up there ready to blast off. All right, he continued after a thoughtful pause. We know where Ramirez is, but after all the shooting around here, the idea of a nice clean insertion will have to go by the boards. He returned his gaze to launch control. No way in hell could we take launch by surprise now. Ramirez has got to know something is brewing, which means we're going to have to do things the old-fashioned way. Bad news for the hostages if they don't know how to get out of the way, but we've got to deal with the bomb no matter what. There was muttering and grumbling. ARM men did not fancy excessive gunfire. They had all long past that age of youthful denial when men thought they were invulnerable. They had seen too much. By the way, Armand abruptly interrupted everybody's chain of thought. What happened to the woman who was here, Dr. Andros? Was she hit? Nobody had noticed up until that point that she was absent. They quickly checked the rocks around the area, but she was nowhere to be found. Forget about her, he finally decreed. If she doesn't want to stay with us, then it's not our problem, he thought a minute. Maybe we should break radio silence and see if we can raise Vance. He took a unit with him. I'm against it, Willem Vorst declared. As a matter of fact, I'm against doing anything. If a U.S. is planning to come in here and take down this place, then why should we risk our own ass? Let's just get in a secure position and let them do our work for us. We've never had that kind of help before. It might be refreshing. I think Michael can take care of himself. Why, no, we can't wait for them, whoever it was. Armand cut him off. I don't know what the hell they were really up to. And besides, if that little demonstration we just had was any indication, their mode is going to be to shoot first and ask questions later. So we have to finish our job, just get it over with. And I'll tell you what I think. Since launch is a muck-up now, our best bet is to keep Ramirez off guard for a while and go ahead and take down command. Immediately before they realize what's going on. With any luck, maybe they won't be expecting it. He looked around. Make a 3-point entry, flashbangs, and tear gas, just blow out the place. He paused to let the words sink. Well, he continued finally, does anybody disagree? There were nervous frowns, but nobody did. Instead, they began silently collecting their gear. 11:59 p.m. Hansen had returned to the basement situation room, where maps and operation plans cluttered the teakwood table and littered meal trays. Grease encrusting on the white china were piled up in the corner. No stewards were allowed in the room, and nobody else was going to clean up. He had not slept for a day and a half, and he was now showing a ragged shadow of beard. Ted Brock had heard some of his aides upstairs commenting to each other, sotto voce, that he had never seemed older. All right, he said. I've called off the assault and given the bastard 6 hours to clear out. I've also released the money, had it wired to the account he wanted. So maybe now he'll leave quietly. Our deal is that he frees the hostage. She's unharmed, disarms the bombs, and gets the hell out of there. But I'll tell you something else. He's not going to live to spend a dime. The minute he's airborne, his ass is ours. I want him shot out of the sky, and the hell with the consequences. He'll probably take some civilians along with him, Briggs said. Hostages. We could be looking at some dicey press. All right then, so we won't shoot him down. We'll just force him down the way we handled that Libyan pass. Injured jet with terrorists aboard. There was official flack for a week or so from the usual quarters, but off the record everybody was applauding. When you do the right thing, the world makes allowances for how you manage it. Briggs remained skeptical, but he kept his thoughts to himself. He wanted to have as little to do with the operation as possible. Sooner or later there would be loss of life, he was sure of it, and the chances were the losses would be massive. He had no interest in making the history books as the author of a civilian massacre, terrorists or no terrorists. All right, Mr. President, I'll tell the Deltas to keep their powder dry until we play this one out. He had already heard from Jenner. Max Austin, who said Nichols was fit to be tied, eating his cigars instead of smoking them. Who could blame him? To have a commander-in-chief micromanaging an anti-terrorist op violated every known canon of military strategy. There might be a more surefire recipe for disaster, but it was hard to conjure one offhand. Hansen, for his own part, recognized the pitfalls of giving the terrorists more time. However, he hoped it would end up being the ropeman, that false confidence that would hang them. He had wired the ransom money to the numbered account at Banco Ambrosiano, as requested. There, his intelligence on the ground was reporting. The 800 million had been split and transferred. Several other accounts. Then portions of it had been immediately wired out to a destination not yet known, though it damned well would be. What, he wondered, was that all about? Were the terrorists in the process of screwing each other? It was a possibility. Everything was a possibility. But it also was smart because it made recovering the funds that much more difficult. They were, in effect, laundering it even before they had made their getaway. These characters, whoever they were taking no chances. 7:03 a.m. Loaded on now, Ramirez was saying. We're taking it with us. He flashed a smile from behind his aviator shades. You never know when you'll need a nuke. Abdallah couldn't believe his luck. He had been sure that number one intended to try and kill him. But now it turned out to be the others, the ones he'd sent over to command, that he planned to leave in the lurch. Dawn was breaking, but there still was enough early fog to mask their movements partially. It was definitely time to get the show on the road. One of the bombs had been installed on the VX-1 vehicle, and a countdown was underway. When that bomb devastated Sauda Bay, nobody was going to be worrying about a own chopper somewhere over the Med, and with the other weapons still in their hands, the whole operation was going like clockwork. The money was in place, he was now rich, and they were packing to leave. The bomb they were now loading actually made him think. Maybe, he mused fleetingly, he could just kill number one and return it. It would be the final revenge for what the bastard did to Rise. No, that was stupid. Better to just take the money and run. Lose the heroics. In fact, given how things had gone so far, the whole thing was almost too good to be true. In fact, that bothered him a little. More than a little. He had seen too much double dealing already to believe anything number one said or did. He trusted. Or Peretz even less. The Israeli, he was sure, had a private agenda of his own. He always seemed to. Maybe he was planning to divert the bomb and take out Tel Aviv. He was crazy enough, but who cared? They were getting out. Better still, number one had indicated he intended to take the old professor, the Jew, with them. With him on board, number one had declared there was no danger that the U.S. president would order the chopper shot down. The old guy made a perfect passport. But with Sauda Bay being incinerated as they made their egress, it hardly seemed to matter. He grasped the lever on the forklift and, aided by Shujat, hoisted the bomb through the cargo hatch, guiding the edges of the rate. It weighed almost as much as they did together, but by now they were used to managing it. Interestingly, it still was wired to its radio-controlled detonator, with the explosive charges intact. He had the momentary thought that it should be disconnected, but now there was no time. That was something that should be done with extreme care. Maybe he would take care of it after takeoff when they were airborne. Be careful, Ramirez went on. But don't waste time. The vehicle is going up and then we're going to be out of here. In less than an hour. 7:08 a.m. Team 2 CQ, came Hans' voice on the walkie-talkie. He and Marcel were in the overhead ventilation duct above command, which had been depicted in great detail in the blueprints. Hugo Vorst had been left to fend for himself, while Willem had split off with Dmitry Spiros, forming Team 3. Team 3 CQ, Willem reported next. Ingress looks like a go. He and Dmitry were at the rear exit, which passed through Bill Bates' office. They had entered through the tunnel that connected Bates' office and the living quarters. The door had been set with C4 and was ready to blow. Copy. Team 1 CQ? Armand whispered into his own radio. He and Reginald Hall were now in the outer lobby, and just ahead of them stood the doors that led into command. Together, the teams formed a three-pronged attack that would seal off all egress. Take down on anybody with anything in their hands, and watch out for Michael. I don't think he's in there, but you never can tell. If he is, Willem Vorst's voice said, he'll know what to do. As they waited, Reggie gazed around reception in disgust. The deserted guard desk looked as though it had been strafed by an automatic, almost as if the terrorists intentionally were wreaking as much destruction as possible. "Cheeky bastards," he muttered under his breath. "Why do these Oaks always think they've got to trash a place?" "Reggie," Armand whispered back. "These gentlemen did not attend Eton. You have to learn to make allowances. And right now they appear to be trying to deliver an atomic bomb into somebody's back yard, which would tend to suggest they're not model citizens. One has to expect a disheartening want of tidiness in such an element." He checked his watch. "All right, get ready." Ahead of them, the doors to command were closed. Who knew if they were locked or even booby-trapped? But it didn't matter. The C4 had already been attached around the frame. Exploding it, and the other door opposite would serve as a diversion, drawing the first fire and giving Hans and Marcel the moment they needed to make their own ingress, rappelling in under cover of flash grenades and mopping up. That was the plan, at any rate. A 3-point entry with flash grenades and tear gas. It usually worked. Armand clicked on his walkie-talkie again and checked his watch. "All teams alert. Assault begins in 30 seconds, starting now." 7:09 a.m., peering down into the room through the overhead grating, Hans felt his palms grow sweaty. This was the moment he always hated. Even after all his years with the assault squads, Spezial and Satstrup, in GSG-9, he had never gotten over this moment of soul-searching panic. 20 seconds. He glanced up from his watch, then tested the he and Marcel would use to rappel down into the room. Finally, he adjusted the hood of his balaclava one last time in an attempt to quell his nerves. It never worked, of course, and it wasn't working now. Still, he always did it. More helpful was checking the clip on his MP5. He had a spare taped to the one now loaded, making it possible to just flip them over. A third was taped to his wrist. It should be enough. 10 seconds. That was the moment at all. A's happened when he felt his mouth go dry. Bone dry. 7:10 a.m. Reggie, who normally served as standoff sniper, almost always used an old AK-47 he had had for 15 years, and kept honed to perfection. Nothing fancy, just deadly accuracy. Today, however, he was keeping it in reserve since this was close quarters. At the moment, he was going with his sentimental British favorite, an Enfield L85A1 assault rifle that was a last product of the old Enfield arsenal. Its special sling meant it could be carried behind his back, and it was short, virtually recoilless, and a marvel to behold on full automatic. For his own part, Armand had a Steyr Mannlich, or AUG assault rifle, augmented with a Beta 100-round C-mag supposedly only available to government organizations. He didn't like to bother changing clips, which annoyed him as a waste of precious time, and the circular 100-round dual magazine gave him, so he claimed all the firepower he needed. Besides, he liked to say, if 100 rounds weren't enough to take down an objective, then you hadn't planned it right and deserved to be in the shit. He gave 5 clicks into his walkie-talkie, which meant 5 seconds, then stood back as Reggie got ready to blow the C4. 7:10 a.m. "Looks like you got it right," Parrott said with a crooked smile. He was examining a fax whose letterhead read Banco Ambrosiano, Geneva. Ramirez had just passed it over, and the correct account number was there, together with the amount in dollars. His piece of the money, his bigger piece, had been transferred to the separate account he had specified. By now, according to the instruction he had left, it was already on its way out. Home free. He counted the zeros again, not quite believing it. The villa he had set his heart on was his. He had just acquired $400 million. Some countries weren't worth that much, for God's sake. Your generosity is touching. He folded the paper and slipped it into his shirt pocket. He had left ironclad instructions at the bank. The minute the funds were transferred, they would be wired to a bank in Nassau, Bahamas, a bank known only to him. That way, Ramirez would have no chance to fiddle the money back. Ramirez said nothing, merely smiled. The fact was, this little Israeli creep was an amateur. 5 minutes after he had wired the instructions, he had sent a second fax, countermanding them. That was the last thing to worry about. More important was that Peretz had left his post at command and come down here to gloat. So it was a good thing he had sent Jean-Paul and Jamal over there to keep an eye on things. They also had taken the last Stasi, Peter Mayer, with them. Skindler had disappeared, presumably lost when the U.S. began its aborted attack. They had proved to be useless, a fact he was going to point out to Wolf Helling just before he shot him between the eyes. This crude attempt at blackmail by Peretz was perfectly in character, had in fact been telegraphed from the start. Which was why all the contingency plans had been necessary. Given Peretz's particularly obnoxious demand, he was tempted to move the plan ahead and just shoot the son of a bitch now. Unfortunately, though, he might still be needed, so the best course, for the moment, was just to let him think he had gotten away with it. Besides, it was a trifle early to finish thinning the ranks. All in due time, 7:11 a.m., it could have been the sound of a single explosion, even though it had taken place at the two opposite entries to command. Then, as Team 1 and Team 3 were inside, just behind the harmless explosions of flash grenades and charges of CS they had blasted into the room, Willem Vorst of Team 3 was in first position as he virtually pounced through the door, just blown away with C4, which now was a curtain of smoke. While he sprayed the ceiling with rounds, sweeping left to right, Dmitry Spiros was in second position, automatically sweeping right to left. "Get down," Vorst yelled in English, hoping the civilians would be quick. Staffers dove for the gray linoleum, many yelling in pure terror. In Vorst's experience, a couple of curious morons always wanted to stand up and watch the action, frequently a lethal form of entertainment. This time, however, everybody fortuitously hit the floor. On the far right, Salim Khan yelled and brought up his Uzi, mesmerized by the balaclava covered face of Vorst, but the Dutchman was already far ahead of the game, and a single burst from his MP5 dropped him, taking away the left side of his face. The bearded Iranian pilot never realized what had happened, pitching forward without so much as a final prayer. One away, Vorst thought. But that was an easy one. An amateur. On the opposite side of the room, Armand was in first position, and Hall was in second, both poised to take down anybody who showed but hostile intent. Together with Team 3 at the back, their two-point entry was like a Wagnerian crescendo that began a piece of music instead of ending it. The melody was still to come. Armand squinted through the hood of his balaclava to the billowing CS that was enveloping the room. The confusion that obscured the difference between friend and foe dismayed him. ARM had had no photos of the terrorists to work with, no intelligence other than the ID of Ramirez concerning their physical appearance. The back of his mind, however, was telling him that they all were dressed in black, just as the members of the ARM team were. So everybody with a gun looked alike. The difference boiled down to who was shooting at whom. Reggie, in number 2 position, had the best eyes of any of them, and he had moved in behind Armand, those eyes sweeping the room. Try not to waste the bloody place, he was lecturing himself. Show some class. With the surprise still fresh, it now was time for Team 2 to appear, completing the 3-point assault. Through the smoke, 2 black figures appeared out of nowhere, rappelling down into the very middle of the chaos. First came Hans, followed by Marcel, both holding the rope in one hand, an MP5 in the other, while Willem Vorst and Dmitry Spiros were still firing, hoping to draw the attention of the hostiles away from Team 2. Hans rotated on his rope and took measure of the room. He had less than a second to get his bearings and to analyze the immediate threat from hostiles, the peril to friendlies, and the one-time opportunities a quick window of surprise offered. The main thing was to try to cut down the most senior, experienced hostile in the room. In the millisecond before his feet touched the floor, he saw what he had hoped for. A man dressed in black, with long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, carrying an Uzi. Better yet, he recognized him. Jesus. It was Jean-Paul Moreau. Interpol wants that bastard, he told himself, but they want him alive. There's a private bank consortium bounty on his head of 500,000 francs. He's found money. Alive, 7:11 a.m. What the hell? Ramirez glanced at the TV monitor that was next to the array of instruments and video screens looking out onto the launch pad. Parrots whirled to look, as did Bill Bates. The scene was command, and the image had grown fuzzy, as though the room were filled with smoke. There was no mistaking the chaos. SATCOM staffers were on the floor, while flashes of light darted across the screen as the camera automatically panned back and forth. Jesus, Bates thought. It looks like Nam. It's an assault. Who could it be? Had the U.S. decided to get off its butt and start protecting its citizens? They damned well had taken their time about it. Now he could see who was doing the shooting, and most of it seemed to be coming from pairs of men dressed in black. There were abruptly the screen went blank, switching to video noise. The panning camera had been drilled by somebody's stray round. 7:12 a.m. Through the chaos of the flash grenades and the tear gas. Morau had missed seeing Hans and Marcel rappelling down. Instead, he paused for half a second, then hit the floor and rolled, ponytail flying, intending to get as many of the hostages as possible between him and the two members of the Odyssey. Alt team at the front. He figured the firepower would come from there. The rear entry, with the two guys firing at the ceiling, was the diversion, intended to throw everybody off. He knew better. You never looked where the other side wanted you to. That was playing into their hands. He got off a burst from his Uzi, leaving a line of craters in the cinder block walls next to the front door. Wide and high. Bad placement. But the game wasn't over. It was just beginning. Now he had repositioned himself so that a terrified cluster of SATCOM staffers were between him and the front, and a line of terminals protected him from the rear. Good. In the momentary pause, he slammed a new clip into the Uzi. These assholes aren't going to shoot up the hostages, he told himself. That wasn't how professionals worked. And these guys wearing balaclavas were professionals. They were fast, moving quickly, and not providing a real target. Murd. But now you've got the advantage. Just concentrate and take them out one by one. You've been in tougher spots before. Dmitry Spiros, approaching from the rear, also had seen him, the blonde-haired terrorist who rolled behind a line of workstations. But Spiros had not recognized him. To the Greek, he was merely another hostile to be taken down. He switched his MP5 to semi-auto and carefully took aim between the terminals, waiting for the creep to show himself. Hans was not planning to wait. As his boots touched the floor, he took aim and got off a single round, carefully wounding Morau in the right bicep. The French terrorist spun around, startled, but he sensed no pain. Instead, he felt satisfaction at knowing now where the third entry point had been. Life had just been simplified. A 3-point entry. Standard, no problem. All you had to do was keep your wits. He whirled and got off a burst toward Hans and Marcel, sending them diving to the floor, then returned his attention to the pair at the front. But now those two batards had taken cover. Where was Jamal? Salim was dead, the stupid Iranian. Good riddance. But where was his brother? Why wasn't he helping? As it happened, during the first few seconds of the assault, Jamal Khan had been making his own calculations. He had been figuring an assault was overdue, and he had been prepared for it for several hours now. He had long since donned a bullet-proof vest, and he had made sure he had 2 Uzis at hand, both loaded together with 5 spare clips. The moment the first flash grenades went off, he rolled beneath a row of workstations and shoved a handkerchief over his face. Ready for the tear gas he was sure would come next. Now he was surrounded by a frightened cluster of SATCOM staffers. The perfect shield. Marcel had also surveyed the room as he rappelled in, and by previous arrangement he had focused on the right half, whereas Hans took the left. He had seen Jamal's roll and started to cut him down with a blast, but then he thought better of it. There were too many friendlies to take a chance on ricocheting lead. Just get into position. Do it right. Pierre Armand also had seen Jamal duck out of sight, and he felt his heart sink. The element of surprise had been used with all the effect it could, and the result had been one terrorist killed and one wounded. Now they were entrenching. Bad, very bad. Then a man on the other side of the room shouted something in German, choking from the CS, stood up and brought around an Uzi. That one was stupid. He had identified himself and he was wide open. Armand dropped him with a single burst before he could even get off a round. Clearly an amateur terrorist, he was standing in the clear, and Armand's well-placed rounds sent him into a macabre dance of death. Hans watched with satisfaction. Okay, he thought, that's two. Now what about Morau? It would be nice to take him alive, help salvage something from this damned expensive disaster. Morau, however, had no intention of being taken alive. In fact, he had no intention of being taken at all. He had rolled into the shelter of a computer workstation and begun to spray the entrance indiscriminately. Fortunately, the shots were wild, posing no threat to the ARM team or anybody else unless by Rick. Ashore. By now, Hans had taken cover behind the terminals situated in the center of the room. This wasn't the movies, with the assault team standing tall and shooting from the hip, particularly with all the friendlies milling in the haze of tear gas. Besides, there were plenty of hostiles, including the young Arab who had provided himself a secure redoubt behind a row of workstations, surrounded by hostages. He knew that stray bullets could not be tolerated. What to do? If Morau kept this up, he would have to be taken down lethally, and damn the money. A shame, really. The scene was rapidly turning into a standoff, the worst thing that could happen, but first things first. Determined to bag Morau alive, he lobbed another canister of CS across the room and into the clump of people and hostages where the Frenchman was. A half-second later it exploded, spraying its noxious powder across a full quarter of the room. And as that was happening, he threw another flash grenade. The friendlies would be blinded and overcome, he knew, but the effects would only last for a few minutes, and by that time everybody could be dragged into the open air. It was better than being mowed down in a hail of fire. The two grenades had the desired effect insofar as they momentarily disoriented Morau, and they gave Hans the opening he needed to get in behind the row of terminals against the wall where the French terrorist crouched. It was the last, best chance he would have to take the bastard alive. Morau was on the floor now, gasping from the CS as he tried to get an angle on what was happening. He knew he was going to be rushed, but he wasn't sure from which direction. And as Hans moved in, that hesitation proved to be a profound, primal mistake. Before he could plan his next move, the German was on him, an MPS against his neck. He tried to bring up his own Uzi, but by the time he had it halfway around, Hans had kicked it aside and intercepted the move. With a yelp of pain, Morau twisted away, trying to recover, and managed to slam his left leg against Hans, knocking him off balance. Both were now cursing loudly, mingling their epithets with threats. The battle would have been even, had it not been for the fact that Hans was wearing an encumbering balaclava. Hans's flash grenade had illuminated the entire room with its blinding explosion. And now Dimitri's Eros was making an end run along the far wall, just below the huge projection TV screens, trying to encircle Jamal before he had a chance to recover completely from the glare. Across the room, Reggie saw what was happening and opened fire into the ceiling, hoping to keep the Iranian pinned down or at the very least draw his fire. Confusion reigned. Willem Vorst, who was in the center, analyzed the situation with a clearer eye. The damned little Arab was not going to be taken down easily. Spiros was heading into danger, not thinking. Dimitri, no, the little fucker, Spiros yelled. He was already moving, impossible to stop. His Greek passion had superseded his better judgment, for he was not wearing his bulletproof vest. A container of those had been left inadvertently when the seaplane went down, and he was in no position to put himself in harm's way. Jamal was coughing and choking from the CS, but he had not yet been totally immobilized. He saw Dimitri, a hooded figure in the smoke, and responded by instinct, bringing around his Uzi and getting off a burst. Although Spiros had seen it coming and tried to duck and roll, he was not. Quick enough. 2 rounds caught him in the chest, but not before he had gotten off a well-practiced 3-round burst from his MP5. One of the slugs entered the center of Jamal's neck, above his bulletproof vest, and literally ripped his throat open. The Muslim radical who had helped kill 218 defenseless Marines in Beirut collapsed in a pool of blood, having exacted one last price. Dmitri Spiros was down, gravely wounded. Willem Vorst was at his side in an instant. He took one look, then rose and sent another blast of automatic fire into the Iranian Jamal, whose lifeblood was already ebbing rapidly. It was an impulsive act of anger, definitely out of character for RM, but the vengeance of the moment seemed to call for something. Jesus, Hans thought as he watched the tragedy unfold, still grappling with Morau. This is turning into a disaster. How did we manage such a screw-up? And how many or of the bastards are there? They're like vermin who keep showing up just when you think you've got them all. The area around him had become a cacophony of gasping, coughing SATCOM staffers, many moaning in fear, all near shock. But it works. Both ways, Hans thought. If there are any more terrorists hiding among the terminals, they're probably in the same condition. Now, though, there was no motion anywhere in the room. It looked to be over. Clear, Marcel said the first, his voice gar. Pulled by the balaclava. Hans crunched a knee against Jean-Paul Morau's face and heard him moan. "You little fucker," he yelled in French and slugged him as hard as he could. It had the desired effect. Morau's body went limp, but Hans, wanting to take no chances, immediately yanked his arms around behind his back and handcuffed him. "Clear," he yelled, still breathless. "Clear," called Reggie, but not before looking around one last time, squinting through the smoke. Heath. Ott hoped it was true. A bloody great mess, that's what the assault had been, and Ramirez was still on the loose. Objective CQ, Armand announced finally, even as he surveyed the scene with bitterness and horror. Dmitri had screwed up twice. Unforgivable. And now he was on the critical list, hemorrhaging from the 2 holes in his chest, barely conscious, with blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. While Willem Vorst was already bent over him, trying to begin stabilizing. The crisis, Armand moved quickly to his side. "Hang on, Sherry. Can you hear me?" Spiros nodded, though whether it was an answer to the question no one could tell. "Don't move. The blueprints show there's an emergency medical facility here. They probably have a supply of plasma. We'll pull you through." This time Spiros tried to smile and raised his hand slightly, but Armand gently took it and laid it back on the floor. "Save your strength. We may need you again before this is over." Then he rose up and looked around the room. "Start clearing everybody out of here, and make sure there aren't any more of these fuckers hiding among the friendlies. Was it a clean job?" he wondered. "Did we hit any civilians? There was enough gunfire to create a real possibility that somebody got nicked, or worse." He watched as Hans began shouting orders for the evacuation. The air in the room was starting to be slightly breathable again, and everybody seemed able to move. 3 terrorists lay dead and a 4th wounded and handcuffed. All wore black pullovers. Maybe, he thought, just maybe we had a little bit of luck on our side after all. It was about time. But who could talk about luck with Dmitri lying there on the floor, gravely critical. God damn the whole operation. It was Spiros's fault, but this was no time to recriminate. He looked like his lung was punctured. In fact, that was an optimistic prognosis. It could be much worse. Well, Armand thought with relief, the SATCOM people seem okay. Chalk up 1 for marksmanship. Guess that's why we get paid so well. He looked up at the large computer screen being projected on the wall at the end of a room which showed a countdown in progress. Ramirez's scheme was still on track, though there was still almost half an hour's time left. "What now?" "All right," he declared. "Let's make up a stretcher and get Dmitri down to their medical." Hans pulled a syringe from the medical kit he always had with him and gave the Greek a heavy shot of morphine in his inner thigh. In moments, it had surged through his system, causing his eyes to glaze and the moaning to stop. Willem checked the wound again, then took some more gauze pads and continued working. He figured if Spiros could be gotten on intravenous plasma within the next 15 minutes, he might survive. Willem Vorst was finishing the construction of a makeshift stretcher from chairs and cushions, while Hans was checking over the civilians as he ushered them out into the hallway, making sure none were injured. And too deeply in shock to realize it, he also was running an interrogation. Who knows how to stop the countdown? Just shut the damned thing off. Nobody offered up his or her services, possibly because nobody wanted to be held responsible for causing a meltdown in the multi-million-dollar storage coil. They're all. So was a more practical reason. Georges Lafarge was in charge of the countdown. A coughing, nervously shaking young man finally volunteered. He's not here now. The Israeli guy took him over to launch. He paused. But the Fujit. Sue is in auto mode now. We can't just flip a switch, at least not without doing horrific damage to the coil. It has to be discharged through the Cyclops. Then can you do that? Hans asked. Not without Cauley or Georges here. He replied decisively. You screw it up and you're talking millions of dollars. He shrugged. No way would I attempt it without somebody say so. His voice trailed off. Hans pondered this, then shrugged. Okay, you're saying everybody here is scared to tinker with the Cyclops, so we'll still have to take down launch and get to the vehicle. He glanced back toward the smoky room, thinking aloud. But we were going to have to anyway to get Ramirez. Once we're there, maybe we can find a way to disable the vehicle some other way. The staffer looked dubious. I don't know how. There's only one real way to do it, by bleeding off the Cyclops. Anything else would be too dangerous. Maybe, Hans, Armand was shouty, interrupting them. Come and help Willem carry Dimitri through the tunnel. Do you remember where the medical room was from the blueprints? I memorized everything, he shouted back. What do you think I get paid for? Then get on with it. Maybe there'll be somebody there who can help out. Otherwise, you two just became doctors. I'll save him, Willem declared, trying to sound as confident as he could. He knew, as they all did, that it would be a long shot. But what are you going to do now? We still have to get Ramirez. I'm aware of that, Armand snapped back. But first we've got to get these people out of here and somewhere safe. Then he had a thought. Maybe you should take them with you, over to the Bates Hotel. We could make that our collection point for friendlies. All right, Hans agreed partially. But this is no time to split up. You'd better come with us. If we run across any more of these assholes, we'll need backup. Armand nodded, realizing it made some sense. Okay, then get the people. Hans looked down and checked over Jean-Paul Moreau. The Frenchman was bleeding too, but nothing about his wound appeared to be serious. A tourniquet should hold him. Some of them can carry out our friend here. For a moment, he considered telling Armand who their captive was, but then he decided to do it later. Moreau might be more useful if he didn't realize he had been recognized. Then, with Armand on paw, and leading the way, they headed through the tunnel that connected Bill Bates' office to the living quarters. Minutes later, command sat as empty as a tomb, impotent and useless as the countdown continued to scroll, the Fujitsu working the will of door parrots. Chapter 18, 7:12 a.m. Hansen lied. Ramirez was saying as he took one last glance at the snowy TV monitor, which moments earlier had shown the chaos in command. The son of a bitch lied. He didn't call off the assault. After all, it was just a stalling tactic. He turned to Peretz, anger deep in his eyes. We've been double-crossed. What do you care what happens to those assholes? Peretz remarked calmly, flashing his pale grin. Good riddance. Let's just take the old guy like we planned and get the hell out of here. We've got the money, so who gives a shit? You have an inelegant but concise way of putting things, Ramirez concurred. But there's a final phone call I need to make. I walk. And Hansen to know what will happen if he tries to interdict us. Well, while you're doing that, I'll check out the chopper, Peretz went on. When we split, I don't want any problems. Is that why you brought him? Ramirez pointed at Bay. Might as well have someone with some aviation experience look it over. Peretz smiled again. Besides, I think we may have just lost Salim in all that excitement over in command. So we're going to need a pilot, right? What bet? Or then a war hero? William Bates had been monitoring this exchange, not quite understanding the underlying dynamics. He did perceive, however, that Peretz was playing the scene as though he were in a game, and it looked like a contest with only a single winner. Number one, however, was not the kind of guy who struck you as a loser. But then Peretz didn't seem like the losing type either. The Israeli was one wily son of a bitch, and he had something up his sleeve. Was he intending to screw number one somehow and get away with all the marbles? Just how he intended to do that was not yet clear, but there was no mistaking his faked attempt at calm. If number one didn't catch it, he was dumber than he. Looked, and he didn't look dumb. What, he wondered, had happened to Mike? Did the message Lafarge had passed along, Ulysses has landed, mean he was on the island somewhere? And if he was here, had he called an ARM? Were they the ones who had just stormed command, not the U.S.? Whoever did it, they hit the wrong place. The murdering bastard who called himself number one was here, and he was about to get away scot-free. 7:12 a.m., Vance wanted to kick him. Elf. He'd screwed up again, managing to blind himself with his own flash grenade. And having done that, he thought it the better part of discretion to take cover and hope Pierre and the team could take out Ramirez with a clear shot. Instead, Ramirez got away. Why didn't they get him? Instead, they got into some kind of firefight. Heck, he thought, if I'd known they were going to blow it, I could have tried to take him out myself, half blind or no. Now, though, Ramirez was back in launch in the control room. Worse still, he told himself, I've really screwed things up. I blew the element of surprise. Now what? He sat down, feeling like a prisoner of the fog, and began to engage in extensive self-recrimination. He was afraid to use the radio, and he didn't know where the ARM team was. Everything had to be rethought. Michael, is that you? Are you all right? Collie was a pale apparition in the half-light, now working her way around. A remains of the gantry. I'm terrific. Thank goodness, I almost gave up on finding you. What happened down there? He was relieved to see her, but otherwise he still felt miserable. Also, he wondered if she was still angry. We got ambushed by somebody. From the direction of the shoreline, I didn't know there were so many of them. She looked back down the hill, puzzled. It was strange. There was a lot of firing, and then it just stopped. But one of your guys got hit. Ooh, our first casualty, he thought. The disaster grows. I don't know his name. I think he was Dutch. Willem or Hugo? Vance loved them both and felt his heart turn. I don't know, but it looked like he's going to be all right. I decided not to stick around. So you don't know where they went? Pierre and the team? Haven't a clue. Vance sighed. Okay, the way I see it, we've only got one chance left, but I have to get Bill to help. That's going to be next. Oh, impossible. They're still holding him in command. Not anymore. I think I saw him through the window there a couple of minutes ago. He pointed. They're in launch. That's not a good sign, she sighed. It could mean they may be getting ready. A leave, and they're probably going to take him with them. Then we've got to break protocol, get on the radio and try to locate Pierre. 12:15 a.m. Look, you bastard, the president was saying into the phone. I've done everything. And you asked. I've deposited the money and pulled back all American forces for 6 hours. Now you're going to live up to your end of the agreement. You're going to disarm those weapons and get the hell out of there. No hostages. I personally guarantee you safe passage. If he'll believe that, Hansen was thinking, he's still writing letters to Santa. Who do you think you're talking to? Ramirez asked. There's a force on the island right now that's got my people under fire. I know La. Unger can take responsibility for anything that happens. I don't know what you're talking about, Hansen replied, genuinely puzzled. Had the Deltas countermanded his orders? Carried out a rogue operation? If so, there was going to be El Tepe. If there's somebody there, they're not part of the American armed forces. That's your problem, not mine. It is your problem. I want you to put a stop to it. How the hell am I supposed to do that exactly? What can he be talking about? Hansen was still wondering. If you can't handle your situation, then maybe you'd better go back to terrorist school. I've kept up my end. Ramirez proceeded to tell the president two things. First, when the Sikorsky took off from the landing pad, Isaac Mannheim was going to be on board, a hostage. He was their insurance. That much was true. The second was a lie. The other thing you should know is that we have armed a nuclear device and secured it on the island. The detonation sequence is radio-controlled. If there is any interference with our egress, no matter at what point, we will not hesitate to detonate it. You do that, Hansen said, and you'll be tracked to the ends of the earth. That's something I can guarantee you for absolute certain. He had visions of his presidency going down in ruins, and if the story of the money ever came out, the headlines. Then you also have the power to guarantee that it doesn't happen. Think about it. With which cryptic farewell, the connection was severed for the last time. The fact that a 15-kiloton nuclear bomb was about to obliterate Souda Bay, Crete, and the 6th Fleet in a matter of minutes was not mentioned. 7:18 a.m. Ulysses to Siren. Do you read me? When his radio crackled, Armand was in the medical facility of the Bates Motel, watching as a plasma Roman 4 was attached to Dimitri's arm. He immediately grabbed for it. Oppie Mike, but make this quick. Are you all right? Never better. Where are you guys? Sorry to break radio silence, but I think Ramirez may be getting ready to pull out. Could be now or never. We took down command, Armand said. Into his walkie-talkie. Neutralized 4 of the bastards and cleared it. Looks to be a clean job as far as the friendlies are concerned. A minor miracle, considering. And when we got here to the motel, there was a Greek, one of them, but we took care of him. Nice work. That's the good news. They're all here with us now, and they seem okay. He leaned out and took a peek down the hall. The SATCOM systems engineers were all collapsed on the floor, drinking cokes from the machine. In at the end, there's bad news too. In the first place, nobody there would shut off the countdown. They're just afraid to do it. Has to do with melting some kind of coil. The bird is still going up. What's the second place? The other bad news. Dimitri got shot up. He's in pretty bad shape. We're in the emergency room now, just keeping him alive. We've got to evacuate him out of here and soon. I hear you, Vance replied back, but the only way I know of right now is with one of the helos, either the Augusta or their Sikorsky. How long can he hold on? We still need to take out Ramirez. I haven't given up. Michael, the airspace is closed around the island. Totally shut down, I guarantee it. There's no way he could get a chopper out. He's trapped, going nowhere. We're staying with Dimitri till we're sure he's stabilized, and then we'll come down there and handle that son of a bitch, all in time. All right, Vance said. Take care of Dimitri. In the meantime, let me see what I can do at this end. And while you're there, you might want to sweep that place for explosives. I think they were planning to get everybody inside and blow it. I found some C4 on a timer down on the 2nd level, by the elevator. There may also be some more of them hanging around there, so be careful. Only way we know. 7:20 a.m. Major General Eric Nichols was in the Kennedy's mission control room, fit to be tied. Now he was beginning to understand how the attempted rescue of the American embassy hostages in Tehran could have turned into such a disaster. He lit a cigar and tried to relax. The op would be back on track, and he checked his watch another 5.5 hours. Unless, of course, the orders got changed again. And the blue phone on his desk rang. Well, I'll be damned, he said, hanging up a few moments later. I knew this was going to be a clusterfuck, but I think we've just expanded the term. He looked over the deltas waiting with him. Would you believe it's back on? Something happened, who knows what. But the sons of bitches are pulling out, and they've threatened to nuke the place if anybody tries to stop them. We're ordered to get in there before anybody can get off the ground, keep them from having the chance. I don't know if we're going to make it. He grinned. But I'll tell you one thing. This time we're going to just take the place down once and for all. And the hell with micromanaging from Fort Fuckup or anywhere. Fucking Lieutenant Manny Jackson declared, reaching for his flight jacket. I say we just do a standoff with Hellfire missiles. Take out their damned space vehicles and any choppers they've got. Then they can just stick their nukes up their ass. Sorry, Jackson, but that's still our last resort. If we hit the vehicles, there's the risk of nuclear material getting loose. No. What we're going to do is take down their radar power source, the so-called Cyclops, and any choppers they have, which ought to put them out of business. And if that doesn't cause the bastards to throw in the towel, then we'll call in a Tomcat and a couple of laser-guided missiles right into those underground bunkers. Nichols had studied the satellite photo intelligence they had, as well as site plans and blueprints obtained from SATCOM's executive offices in Arlington. And he knew exactly where a missile would have the best chance of penetrating command and launch control. There might be some civilian casualties, but they sure as hell wouldn't have the nukes in there. A quick, decisive operation. All right, he added. In conclusion, let's rock and roll, and this time there's going to be no recall. I don't care who tries. 7:21 a.m. How does it look? Peretz was asking. He and Bill Bates had just climbed aboard the Sikorsky, old and gray in the light fog. Bates had already checked it over from the outside. It was military, and it appeared to be on loan from the Pakistani Air Force with the markings clumsily painted over. But it appeared to be in pristine shape. Good. Maintenance. Let me see. He walked to the cockpit and looked over the rows of instruments. Nothing obvious seemed amiss. If there's fuel, it should be able to fly. After all, it got in here from somewhere. Peretz nodded with satisfaction, then clicked on his walkie-talkie. Firebird 1, Bates says there may be some problems with the nav gear. He wants to start it up and give it an instrument check. Probably just feeding me some kind of bullshit, so why don't you? And out helling for a minute. He should be in on this. What? Bates mumbled. I copy you, came back Ramirez's voice. What seems to be the problem? Probably no big deal. Claims it's the in-flight computer. Something to do with flight control. All right, Ramirez replied. I'll send Wolf out if you think you need him. The walkie-talkie clicked off to the accompaniment of static. What are you talking about? Bates looked up, feeling a chill. I don't see anything here that looks like a problem. Who the hell knows if the in-flight computer is? Just shut up, Peretz barked. Now start the engines. But just do what I tell you. He was now grasping a Walther 9mm with what appeared to be boundless self-assurance. You're the boss. Bates nodded, settling into the cockpit. He suddenly realized that something not on the schedule was about to go down. All along he'd had a feeling Peretz was up to something. Now it was more. And a feeling. With a tremble of apprehension, he hit the ignition button, then started spooling up the power on the main rotor. Everything seemed to be working normally, just as it should. This old crate, he figured, had a lot of hours on the end. But there was nothing to suggest any kind of problem. Coming toward them now across the tarmac was the famous German terrorist, Wolf Helling. Bates glanced through the windscreen and looked him over, thinking he looked annoyed. He had the hard face and eyes of a killer, the kind of face you could only earn the hard way. Suddenly, the whole scenario clicked into place. This Israeli character was about to try and pull a fast one on everybody. He had set the vehicle to launch and now he was getting out. But what about the German? Was he in on the scam? Probably not, from the disgruntled look he had. Besides, this guy Peretz was the quintessential loner. He had his marbles and the hell with everybody else. So what's the problem? Helling asked as he stepped lightly up the metal steps of the Sikorsky. Is something. He never had a chance to finish the sentence, as a dull thunk punctuated the placement of a 9mm round directly between his eyes. The half-bald leader of Germany's notorious revolutionary Zelen pitched into the chopper, dead before he reached the floor pallet. Fucking Nazi, Peretz said to no one in particular. I've been waiting a long time. Then he stepped over the body and headed for the cockpit. Okay, it's about to be post-time, baby. You're going to bug out, aren't you? Bates had turned around and was staring at him. You son of a bitch, you've got VX-1 set to launch and now you are leaving while the leaving's good. It's not going to be that simple, he responded calmly. But we are about to make an unscheduled departure. You will be flying and get shot down, Bates said, rising and walking back from the cockpit. Come on, this place has got to be surrounded. He had hoped, now feared it was so. Surely the word on these terrorists was all over the world by now. You have got to be kidding. No way am I taking this bird up. You're on your own, P. I refuse. That would be a serious mistake, health-wise, Parrot smiled back. Because if you give me the slightest hint of trouble, you're going to enjoy the same fate as this Nazi klutz, starting with your kneecaps. I would advise you to be cooperative. He smiled again. Do what you want, Bates said, not quite feeling his own bravado. But you'll be flying it yourself. Don't press me, asshole, Parrot said. Besides, there's a nuclear weapon in that crate there. He pointed. Nobody's going to lay a finger on us. 7:22 a.m. You know how to handle this? Vance handed Cawley the MP5 he was carrying. He had brought it up the hill to try to take out Ramirez, but after the fiasco with the flash grenades, he hadn't fired a shot. I've got a pretty good idea, she replied, some of the old pique coming back. Somebody'd better use it. Besides, it doesn't exactly require postgraduate research. Sometimes it takes some thought to keep from getting killed. He sighed, then proceeded to show her how the safety worked. Okay, what I need is for you to give me some cover when I make the move. Call it our last-ditch effort. What are you owing to do? What else? It's time I had a talk with Ramirez. If you can't lick them, join them. You're kidding. She laid down the automatic and glared. You're going to just give up? No, I'm going to offer him a deal. Maybe it'll whir. And maybe not, but I don't know what else to do. She stared at him incredulously. What kind of deal? I don't know yet. I'm making this up as I go along. But maybe if I can get in close to him, I can try to slow him down. What would happen? He was wondering if Ramirez saw him again. Just shoot him on sight. It was possible, but then again, maybe not. It was worth a try. But you've got to help. Create a diversion that'll give me an opening. All right then, she shrugged. Just tell me what you want me to do. Now he was fiddling with his Walther, checking how many rounds were left in the clip. There were 2. He cocked it, then slipped it into the back of his belt, pulling down. The shirt over it. See that window there? He was pointing toward the glassed-in viewing station of launch control that overlooked the pad and the vehicles. I want to get him there, where you can see us both. Then, when I give a signal, thumbs up, I want you to open fire. On you both? She looked incredulous. How about trying very hard not to hit either one of us? Just start firing and distract them. Then I'll try to take care of Ramirez somehow, you know. I don't know why you're doing this, but it seems awfully dangerous. Maybe I'm trying to make amends for being such a screw-up. He was half serious. That's very noble, but frankly I think we'd better wait for your friends from ERM. She picked up the automatic and examined it again, then looked him over. To be brutally honest, they've got a slightly better track record. Good point, except now they've got a casualty to worry about and we're running out of time. Oh, this has to be solo. He kissed her, this time on the lips. Wish me luck. You're really going to do it, aren't you? I'm going to try. He finished tucking in his shirt. You're crazy, you won't listen to anybody. Sometimes that's a help. He kissed her again, more lightly than he wanted to. Was she still mad? It was hard to tell, but she was definitely distant. Okay, get ready, and for God's sake, don't hit me, fire wide. Wide, she grinned, extremely wide. 7:24 a.m. Thought you might be getting lonesome. Vance had walked into launch control, directly through the entrance next to where the fallen gantry had been. Ramirez had met him, with his Beretta 9mm trained on him from the instant he came in the doorway. Always the joker, Mr. Vance. Ramirez did not appear to think he was very humorous. I see you're roaming around again like a cat. 9 lives, remember? Yes, I should have put an end to them earlier. He gestured Vance forward with the automatic. They now were in launch control, the wide windows looking out over the vehicles. But then I wanted you to myself. Here I am. He felt a chill. Was Ramirez just going to shoot him? Before he had a chance to do anything. The terrorist, however, seemed to have other things on his mind. You know, you've been missing out on a lot of the fun. There was something of a ruckus in command just now. As it happens, it was on that TV. There. He pointed to a monitor, its screen now filled with snow. A decidedly second-rate entertainment, but I watched a while anyway. Sounds exciting. Want to tell me what happened? The broadcast encountered technical difficulties. Before the end, For all I know, the show may still be going on, but perhaps I should break some news to you. That assault force, whoever they were, merely saved me the trouble of tidying up myself. You were planning just to murder all. Or helpers anyway, right? He settled into a sculptured chair next to a console, as casually as he could manage. Neatness. Guess I should have thought of that. You should have thought of a lot of things, Mr. Vance. And how about you? Did the rants? A money come through? I assume this operation had a price tag attached. He laughed. Of course the money came through, all 800 million. What do you take me for? Respectable chunk of change. So why in hell are you going to... I'll launch an A-bomb? Even Vance was impressed by his perfidy. That's not very sporting. I'm not a sporting person. That's hardly a news flash. He felt his outrage spilling over. Mind telling me the target? Not at all. I'm going to incinerate the U.S. air and naval base at Souda Bay. The Americans don't care anything about civilians, as they have shown any number of times, but they are very attached to their 6th Fleet. Jesus, you're totally mad. It was worse than he had imagined. You're going to kill hundreds, thousands. How in hell can you do that? Easily. As a matter of fact, it's as good as done, in a few minutes. He checked his watch, then glanced up and examined Vance a moment. And it looks like Jean-Paul did a fairly good job. I should have told him to just finish it. He got close enough, believe me. Looking at you, I'd have to agree. He smiled, eyes behind his gray shades. All right, mister. I assume you came back in here for a reason. What is it? The truth is, I'm dropping by to see if we couldn't talk over a deal. I don't really think so. You may be able to set off a bomb, but the way things stand, no way are you. Going to get out of here in one piece. He was trying out the speech he had been rehearsing. In case you didn't realize it, the U.S. Navy has the airspace around the island totally closed down. The skies over the eastern Med are currently an F-14 parking lot. But if you'll put a stop to all this insanity, release the hostages, then don't try to bluff me, Mr. Vance. He gestured him forward. Come, take a look at my collateral. He led the way us to a second row of workstations, these on the side and closer to the window. When I leave, which is imminent, I will have company. A certain professor. I think you've met him. And sure enough, there in the comer sat Isaac Mannheim, looking as... Oh, the world had already ended. The old man appeared to be in a dark space of his very own, his face pitifully sunk in his hands. It can't be stopped, he was mumbling, almost incoherently. Damn them. There should be a special rung in. Hell for them. Don't worry, Vance assured him. There is. He turned back to Ramirez. It isn't going to work. The U.S. is not going to be bluffed. He hoped it was true. Somehow, though, he didn't feel all that confident. Ramirez was smart, very smart, and the U.S. had a history of screwing these things up. Just outside the window, VX-1 awaited, primed and about to lift off. Unlike the space shuttle, it had no clouds of white condensate spewing out. Instead, it stood serene and austere, its payload prepared to wreak havoc on thousands of unsuspecting U.S. citizens. The loss of life would be staggering. He got Johann to call off the assault. Mannheim continued, interrupting his thoughts. It was because of me. He wanted to save me. He did, but he only made things worse. He should have just let them kill me and have done with it. Vance examined him and stifled a sigh. Now he had Mannheim to worry about. He didn't want Colley to start shooting up the place with him in the room, so he couldn't go to the window and signal her the way he had planned. What to do? Look, he said finally, turning to Ramirez. If you need insurance, why not just take him? Ian, let Mannheim go. You and I have some unfinished business. He's not part of it. He will go, all right. With me on the helicopter. You, on the other hand, are... Ramirez glanced out the wide window and fell silent as he studied. The Sikorsky. The main rotor was starting to power up, and something about that seemed not to sit well with him. Suddenly, he seemed galvanized. He glanced at his watch, then checked the safety on his Beretta. Vance watched this, wondering what to do. Was this the golden moment to try and take him? There were only the Packies outside to worry about. But Ramirez was already moving, grabbing Mannheim by the arm. Abruptly, he stopped, turned, and took aim at Vance. where precisely between his eyes, Vance blanched. Jesus. Go for the Walther and get it over with. But before he could move, Ramirez laughed and slipped the hand holding the Beretta into his pocket, then gave a nod of his head, beckoning. Mr. Vance, I think I would like to have you join us after all. You're right, we still have a few matters to settle. He stepped aside and motioned. But the time has come to bid farewell to Andikithera. Ramirez was still dragging Mannheim along as a pass-through launch, pausing only to nod lightly toward the two Pakistanis, who immediately snapped to attention and followed. Amidst all the excitement of the pending launch, nobody seemed to notice. They passed through the outer door and onto the tarmac as an ensemble, Ramirez holding Mannheim by the arm and guiding him. 7:31 a.m. Bill Bates looked through the Sikorsky's wide windscreen and saw them coming. The time had arrived, he realized immediately, to make a move, now or never. The Israelis' attempt to pull out early had just been cut off at the pass, so why not see what would happen if the scenario got shut down entirely? He reduced the power, listening to the engines wind down, and Rose, guess my part of this is over, he announced. You've got to go system, so have a nice day. I'll be seeing you around. Parrot's eyes momentarily flashed confusion, but he was wily enough to recover immediately. Your help has been much appreciated, he smiled quickly. Thank you for checking everything out. Should I tip off number one? Bates asked himself. No, that flicker is nobody's fool. He's already way ahead of this little twerp. And the second he sets foot in here and sees that dead German hood, there's going to be a lot of heavy-duty explaining to do. Now Peretz was moving jauntily down the Sikorsky's folding steps, carrying his Walther with an air that proclaimed nothing amiss. Time to get out of here, Bates told himself. There's going to be hell to pay. He rose and headed down the stairs after Peretz as rapidly as he could. Mike, where have you been? He waved at Vance. We can't go on meeting like this. What do you say we just pack it all in and go sailing? Fine with me, Vance yelled back. No time like the present. At that moment, a shot rang out from somewhere in the direction of the fallen gantry, whereupon Peretz whirled, leveled his Walther into them. And got off a burst on full auto. Emptying the clip, the scene froze like a tableau. Vance's first thought was that Peretz had overreacted, nervous, and probably with good reason. But at least Cawley was trying to do her share. The problem was the quarters were too close. The two Pakistanis were still standing on the tarmac, not quite understanding what was happening, but Ramirez sized up the situation in an instant. He shoved Mannheim up the steps ahead of him, ducked into the protection of the Sikorsky's open door, and then turned back. Peretz was slower, caught standing on the foggy tarmac next to the bottom step. When he realized his Walther's clip was empty, he fished another out of his pocket and quickly began trying to insert it. That won't be necessary, Dr. Peretz. Ramirez's voice was like steel. Let me take care of it. Whereupon he leveled his Beretta 9mm and shot a startled Abdallah squarely between the eyes. Before Shujet realized it, he shot him too, point blank in the left temple. What in hell are you doing? Peretz yelled, watching them fall. He was still trying to shove a new clip into his automatic, but now he was loosey. His touch and it jammed. That's not how I suppose you thought me some kind of fool, Ramirez replied, shifting his aim. It's time I laid that fond illusion of yours to rest once and for all. I don't appreciate your tone. Voice. Peretz was still struggling frantically with his Walther. And I don't appreciate you trying to make off with this helicopter. We have just lost a crucial element of our relationship, the element of trust. I never knew our relationship had all that much trust in it. Peretz looked up defiantly. We had a business arrangement. I've kept up my end to the letter. Vance watched the exchange with mixed emotions. He realized that Peretz, being no idiot, knew the situation had just gone critical. He had begun stalling for time. It wasn't going to work. But after Ramirez finishes with this computer clown, he told himself, Bill and I are next. And with that thought, he reached around under his shirt and circled his fingers around the Walther. He had been right. It's over, you little son of a bitch. Ramirez fired point blank into Peretz's chest. The Israeli jerked backward, stumbled, and crashed, slamming his head against the hard ass. Fault, he didn't move. Oh, Vance thought. Now it's our turn. He was standing next to Bates, while around them were 3 bodies of terrorists. Ramirez, however, was safely inside the open doorway, out of range for Cauley. Does she realize what's about to happen? She must have, because just as Ramirez leveled his black Beretta to finish off what he had started, there was another burst of fire from the direction of the gantry. It was the diversion Vance needed. He dove for the tarmac, rolled, and extracted the Walther he had shoved into his belt. Come on, baby, keep giving me cover. Mike, Bates yelled, seeing the pistol as he too dove for the tarmac. Shoot the bastard. Now. Vance aimed for the doorway, but it was all ready, closing, the steps coming up. Sabri Ramirez was not a man to engage in gunplay for the fun of it. He was about to be gone. A second later, the main rotor, which had been idling, immediately began to whine into acceleration. We blew. Ooh it, Bates boomed, his voice now almost drowned by the huge GE turbashafts. The hyena, Vance muttered, pulling himself up off the asphalt, headed back to his lair. And there's not a damned thing anybody can do about it. Not we. Isaac on board, Bates concurred. Sorry I yelled, you really didn't have a chance. He was shielding himself from the downdraft as he tried to stand up. The fucker is getting away without a scratch, looks like he pulled it off. Right, Vat. And said, watching the giant Sikorsky begin to lift. But maybe there's one thing left we can do. How about trying to remove that bomb? He pointed up at VX-1 before that thing goes up. What in hell are you talking about? Yates turned to squint at the silver spire. There's no way. Well, I don't know. What about using the Augusta? It's probably still flyable. He had turned back to watch the Sikorsky bank into the thinning fog. Ramirez was just barely. Isabel threw the windscreen, smiling as he disappeared into the mist. There's no time. Parrots told me that VX-1 is set to lift off at 7:48. The bastard had it timed exactly. Bates glanced at his watch. That's just a few minutes. No balls, Vance snorted. Bill, for God's sake, let's give it a shot. Maybe we can at least disable it, turn it into a dud. Bates was still dubious as he gazed upward. Buddy, I don't want to be hovering over that thing when the Cyclops kicks in. Do you realize? Come on, where's your backbone? He waved to Cauley, who was now coming around the corner of the gantry. Thanks for not shooting me. When I saw Ramirez start killing everybody, I assumed you two were next. It was then or never. She looked exhausted. You assumed right. We were on the hit list. Thanks. He kissed her on the forehead, where her hair was still plastered. Now will you help me talk some sense into this guy? I say we could at least try to mess up the bomb before the Cyclops launches it. They've got it programmed for Sauda Bay. You're kidding. Bates was transfixed. That's what he claimed. Come on, let's. Hang on a second. He turned and nodded over to the doorway of launch, where he seized a coil of electrical wire. This may come in handy. Coming back, he punched Bates' arm. Let's give it a try. No guts, no glory. Sauda Bay. Christ. Bates glanced at his watch. Mike, we've got less than 9 minutes. 7:38 a.m. I copy, Nichols said into his mic. When did the chopper lift off? The AWACS picked it up at. Just after 0730 hours, came the voice. From the Kennedy, it was General Max Austin. The bastards are bugging out. So what do we do now? Try and intercept them. We're taking care of that from here. Fixed wing. First, though, we've got to figure out if there really are hosted. She's aboard, like they claim, but don't worry about it. There's nowhere they can hide. Your mission is still the same. Secure the facility. There could still be some of them left, so just interdict anything that tries to aggress. That's a confirm. If it moves, it fucking dies. Chapter 19. 7:42 a.m. Dawn had arrived, though the mantle of light fog was still adding a hazy texture to the air. The sunup had a freshness that reminded Vance of the previous morning, the first glimmerings of daybreak. Although visibility was hampered by the residual moisture in the air, just enough to give the world a pristine sheen. What would the morning look like? Vance wondered if a nuclear device exploded at Sauda Bay on nearby Crete. It was a possibility difficult to imagine, but the results were not. Bates began spooling up the power, and slowly the blue and white striped Augusta Mark Roman II started lifting off the pad. Fortunately, it had been prepped the previous day and was ready to fly. "This is going to be dicey, Mike," Bates yelled back from the cockpit, his voice just audible above the roar of the engines. "I don't know how exactly you expect to manage this." "I don't know either," Vance yelled in reply. "Try and see if you can hover just above the payload bay, very gently." Colley was helping him circle the insulated wire about his waist, then his crotch, making a kind of seat. Finally, he handed her the free end and shouted, "Here, can you secure this around something?" "Around what?" she yelled back. "Anything that looks sturdy, and then hang on to it." "Ever done this before?" She had found a steel SDMT by the door. "I haven't." "Are you kidding? That makes us equally experienced." "Well, remember one thing, the downdraft from the main rotor is going to buffet you like crazy. Be prepared." "Right." He was already trying mental games to avoid vertigo. The closest thing he could think of was looking out the windows of a tall building, and even that scared him. He liked working close to the ground, very close. As Bates guided the Augusta quickly down toward the launch pad, and the vehicle's visibility was no more than a quarter of a mile. And since he had not bothered switching on the radar, he was totally unaware of the two Apache AH-64s now approaching from the south at 180 mph. It was a mistake. 7:44 a.m. "Sir, we've just picked up some new action on the island," Manny Jackson, in the first Apache, said into his radio. He could scarcely wait to get in and take down the island. These camel jockey terrorists needed to be taught a lesson once and for all. He had lost a cousin, 19 years old, in the Beirut bombing, and this was the closest he was ever going to get to a payback. Guess there were more of the bastards. 10-1, they're taking up another chopper. "No way are we going to allow that to happen," Nichols declared. He was in the lead Huey, 2 kilometers back. "The first batch may have got away, but not these. From now on, nobody down there moves a hair. We're about to teach them a thing or two about air supremacy. They don't seem to be going anywhere, just moving down the island. What do you think it means?" He was wondering what a lot of it meant. Why was Sauda Bay being evacuated? They weren't calling it that, but an evacuation was exactly what was underway. A big hurry-up to get the fleet into blue water, all non-essentials ordered to take a day off with pay. A sudden token of thanks from Uncle Sammy for jobs well done. "Bullshit, probably picking up hostages," came back Nichols's voice. "Who the hell knows, but our mission is to make sure they don't leave the ground." "You've got it, sir." He reached down to the weapons station and flipped the red switch that armed the Hughes TMM chain gun. Its 1,200 rounds, he figured, should be enough to handle the problem. 7:46 a.m. What in blazes is he doing? Pierre Armand wondered aloud. He was standing with Beginald Hall at the southern end of the Satcom living quarters, the Bates Motel, gazing out over the launch pad and trying to make sense of what he was seeing. 5 minutes earlier they had watched in dismay as the Sikorsky lifted off. Now this looks to be summed. "Fool trapeze stunt," Reggie Hall muttered, shaking his head. "He's going to get himself killed." What in bloody hell? He caught his breath as he watched Vance begin rappelling down some kind of thin line dangling out the open door of the chopper, spiraling from the downdraft of the main rotor. It was something of a circus aerial act, definitely not recommended for civilians. He clearly didn't have the slightest idea how to use his arms to stabilize the spin. A rank amateur. What was that sound? His senses quickened, and he turned to squint at the southern horizon. Through the light fog, he could hear the faint beginnings of a dull, familiar roar, and he realized immediately it was choppers coming in. He quickly pulled out his Tasco binoculars and studied the morning sky. 2 helos, both looking like ungainly spiders. Yes, they had to be Apaches. What else? Great, he thought, once more the U.S. has got its timing dead on. The first time they show up and managed to keep us from getting Ramirez. And this time they decide to drop in just after his Sikorsky took off. probably taking him and the last of his goons out, undoubtedly with a few hostages for good measure. From all appearances, he had gotten away. Again. It was sickening. Now the gunships were dropping altitude and moving in boldly with the authority their firepower commanded. He wondered if the teams on board might actually be unaware that Ramirez had escaped. "We ought to go out and signal them in," Armand said. "Let them know how useless warning flares erupted from the Hughes 30 in the nose of the first Apache, missing the Augusta by no more than 50 meters. Christ, they don't know who the friendlies are." He immediately canceled his impromptu plan to head out and wave. The U.S. Army was in no mood to dialogue. "Do they think Mike's a terrorist?" Reggie asked, incredulous, but even as he said it, he realized that must be exactly what they thought. They were going to try to force down the Augusta, or shoot it down. "Reggie, draw their fire," Armand yelled. Almost by instinct, he raised his Steyr-Mannlicher assault rifle and up on the lead helicopter, going for the well-protected GE turboshaft on the left. "Don't try to kill anybody, for God's sake. Just distract them." "This is insane," declared Willem Vorst, who had come out to see what all the excitement was about. "What are you doing? I don't want to go to war with the United States of America." Then he noticed the blue and white Augusta hovering over VX-1, Vance dangling, and put it all together. Without a further word, he aimed his MP5 and got off a burst, watching as it glinted harmlessly off the second Apache's left wing. Miraculously, it worked. The Army's favorite helicopters were huge, with a main rotor almost 50 feet in diameter, but they could turn on a dime, and these did. They came about and opened fire with their chain guns on the cinderblock portico where Armand and Hall and Vorst were ensconced. The 30 rounds tore around them, sending chunks of concrete flying, but the structure was temporarily solid enough to provide protection. Armand ducked out and got off another burst, keeping on the heat, then back in again. Now the Augusta was hovering just above the nose of the VX-1 vehicle, and Vance had disappeared on the other side. What, Armand wondered again, could he possibly be doing with the vehicle? Then the answer hit him as transparent as day. Murd. He's going to try and retrieve the bomb. Good Christ, he thought, the man has gone mad. He may know how to trace hot money halfway around the globe, but he doesn't know zip about a nuclear device. He'll probably set the thing off by accident and blow the entire island to a spray of canna. And fire kicked up a line of asphalt next to where he was standing, and he retreated for cover deeper behind the cinderblock portico. They're not going to fool around long with that chain gun, he told himself. We're going to be looking at rockets soon, and then it's game up. We've done what we can for Michael, he yelled, getting off one last burst. We've got to get back inside before they get tired of playing around and just fry this place. I hear you, Willem Vorst agreed, already headed deeper inside. Mike's on his own. 7:47 a.m. Vance had never been more scared in his life. This made a day at a stormy helm seem like a Sunday stroll. The downdraft was spinning him violently. Now, a lesson that rappelling was not for the faint of heart. Then he remembered some basic physics and held out his arms, helplessly flapping like a wounded bird. But it was enough as his spin immediately slowed. He was dizzy now, but when he came around, he got an overview of the launch facility, and the glimpse made him realize that something had gone terribly wrong. What were those? 2 Apache helicopters were hovering, and they were firing on the Bates Motel, just beyond the fallen gantry. Why, Ramirez and all his goons were gone or dead. Bill Bates, who also had seen it all, had a better understanding of what was underway. It was a massive failure of communications. Thinking as quickly as he could, he started negotiating the Augusta around, situating VX-1 between him and the Apaches. The fucking Delta Force had come in like gangbusters and was shooting at the wrong target. There was no time to try to raise them on a radio, and besides, he only had 2 hands down below. Vance slammed against the hard metal of the nose, and then rotated one-handed to try to take measure of what to do next. It wasn't going to be easy, that much was sure. The payload bay was sealed with a Teflon ring, which was itself secured with a series of streamlined clamps that were bolted from inside, designed for automated control. But there also was lettering next to a thumb-operated hatch that read emergency release. He flipped it open and, bracing himself against the side of the silver cone to try to overcome the destabilizing downdraft, looked in. A red button held down for safety by another thumb latch stared. Back. What the heck, he thought. You've got nothing to lose. He flipped the thumb safety, and then, bracing himself to try to slow his erratic spin, slammed a heel into the button. Nothing happened for a second, but then the Teflon clamps on the card. Obey began to click open one by one. Up above him, Collie was yelling something, but he couldn't make out her voice above the roar of the engines. Anyway, whatever it would have to wait. There was only one thing left to do, and he had to press on. The clamps were now released, but the cargo bay was still closed. At that moment, he began experiencing yet another failure of nerve. There could only be a minute left, 2 at most, and he didn't have the slightest idea what to do next. Then he noticed the heavy release levers, positioned beneath the Teflon clamps and circling the 3 sides of the streamlined door. Once more bracing himself against the slippery side of the nose, he began clicking them open, starting on the left and working his way around. Time is surely running out, he told himself. This could end up being the stupidest stunt ever attempted. The roar of the Augusta above was so deafening he could barely think. He felt all of his 49 years, a weight crushing down on him with the finality of eternity. Then the last clamp snapped free, and he watched as the door opened by itself, slowly swinging upward. It was heavy, shaped like the pressure door on an airplane fuselage, and designed to withstand the frictional heat of space flight. But the spring mountings on the recessed hinges were intended to open and close automatically, and there sat a metallic sphere outfitted with a jumble of connectors and switches. So that's what a bomb looks like, he marveled. It was somehow nothing like he had imagined, if he had had time to imagine. Now, Bates had lowered the helo just enough to allow him to slide inside and take the weight off. The line. Finally, he could breathe, but again the matter of passing seconds had all his attention. If the vehicle really was going up at 7:48, then there probably was less than a minute left now to get the device unhooked and out. He looked it over, puzzling, and decided on one giant gamble, one all-or-nothing turn of the wheel. It was a terrifying feeling. Quickly he untied the wire from around his waist and began looping it around the metal sphere. Once, twice, 3 times. There was no time and no way to disconnect the telemetry, so the device would simply have to be ripped out. One thing was sure. If it blew, he would never be the wiser when he had the wire secure, or as secure as he could make it. He looked out the door and gave Collie a thumbs-up sign, hoping she would understand. She did. She turned and yelled something to Bates, and a moment later the Augusta began to power out as the pitch of the blades slowly changed. The line grew taut, then strained against the sides of the bomb, tightening his knots. Will the wire hold? He wondered, and does this little toy helo have enough lift to yank this thing out of here? It's like pulling a giant tooth. Then there was a ripping sound, and as the connectors attached to the sphere began tearing loose. So far so good, he thought. At least the telemetry is now history. If the vehicle goes up now, it'll be orbiting a dud. Mission partly accomplished. Then the bomb pulled away from its last moorings and slammed against the side of the door, leaving him pinned against the frame, unable to breathe. But he instinctively grabbed the line and wrapped his legs around the sphere, just as it rotated and broke free. As it bumped against the door frame of the payload bay, he barely missed hitting the closing door, but he ducked and swung free into the open air, riding the device as though it were a giant wrecking ball. 7:48 a.m. Those bastards firing. Must have gone inside, Philip Sexton yelled. Let them wait. Let's stop the damned chopper from aggressing. He was pointing through the windscreen of the Apache. Orders are to keep everybody on the ground. Manny Jackson hit the pedals. Nothing to it. There, almost in his sights, was the striped Augusta chopper with a terrorist hanging beneath it. Probably fell out. He was hanging on to something, though what it was you really couldn't tell through the thin mist. It didn't matter. The guy was Opa, and in the clear. This was the beginning of what was going to be a marvelous operation, taking these bastards down. With a feeling of immense satisfaction, he reached for the weapons station. And then his world went blue. 7:49 a.m. Ollie stared out the open door of the Augusta and felt her heart skip a beat. A beam of energy, so strong it ionized the air and turned it deep mauve, seemed to be engulfing Michael. Staring down, she was almost blinded by its intensity. He was there, she was sure, but where she could not tell. Then it shut off for a second, and she realized it had been directed toward the base of VX-1. Next came an enormous clap of thunder as the splintered air collapsed on itself, sending out shock waves. Just like lightning, she thought. The Cyclops is sending energy as though it were lightning. Then the blue flashed again, and this time it began microsecond pulses, like a massive strobe light. All the action was now highlighted in jerky snippets of vision, as unreal as a disco dance floor. The air around the beam was being turned to plasma, ionized pure atoms. But the next burst of energy came from the propulsion unit of VX-1, which slowly began discharging a concentrated plume out of its nozzles, a primal green, instead of the usual reds and oranges of a conventional rocket. The Cyclops had just gone critical, right on the money, ionizing the dry ice propellant in VX-1. Would the impulse be enough to lift it off, she wondered. Was Isaac's grand scheme going to work? Years had been spent planning for this moment. She felt her heart stop as she waited for the answer, totally forgetting the man, who was dangling just below the chopper, bathed in the hard, pulsing strobes. 7:50 a.m. As Manny Jackson grappled for the collective, blinded by the intense monochromatic light engulfing him, a clap of thunder sounded about his ears, deafening him to the roar of the Apache's turboshafts. What in hell? Had one of the nuclear devices been detonated? No, his instincts lectured he was still alive. If it had been a nuke, he would be atoms by now, sprayed into space. This had to be something else. Now his vision was returning, the blue receding into quick flashes, and the chopper seemed to be stabilizing. Maybe, he thought, I'm not going to be permanently blind, but I've got to get this bird on the ground. We'll just have to take our chances. Then the realization of what had happened finally sank in. The damned Cyclops laser had switched on. They had arrived too late. He was thrown against the windscreen as the Apache slammed into the asphalt and collapsed the starboard leg of the retractable gear. Jesus! He turned back to the cabin, forehead bleeding, and yelled, "Everybody okay?" The assault team was still strapped in, and nobody seemed the worse for the bumpy landing. The Apache was a bird, hero of tank battles in Iraq. No problem, came back a chorus of yells. They were already unfastening their straps and readying their weapons. All right, he bellowed, killing the power. Everybody out, let's take cover and kick. As 7:50 a.m., Vance heard the thunder and felt the shock wave almost simultaneously. He gripped the wire, trying to hold on, and felt it cut deep into his palms. The pain seemed to work in opposition to the numbing effects of a shock wave that had buffeted him, assaulting his eardrums and his consciousness. For a moment he forgot where he was, shut out all thought, and just hung onto the wire with his last remaining energy. In the Augusta up above, Bates was struggling with the controls, trying to keep stabilized as the pressure pulse from the Cyclops swept down the island. The dangling bomb and Vance were serving as a counterweight, holding the small commercial helo aright. It was all that kept it from flipping as the sudden turbulence assaulted the main rotor. The energy that filled the air now had yet another release. As his eardrums recovered, Vance heard a new roar, deeper and throatier than the sound of the Augusta welling up around him. Down below, a wave after wave of pressure pulses were drumming the air, and he watched spellbound as VX-1 shuddered, then began to inch upward into the morning sky. It was a gorgeous sight, the liftoff of the world's first laser-driven space vehicle. Was Collie watching this moment of triumph? He wondered. She should be ecstatic, even in spite of all the rest, but would the vehicle make it to orbit? He suddenly asked himself, with the payload gone, wouldn't the weight parameters be all out? Whack! But then maybe it didn't matter. The mere fact that it was going up should be enough to cover Bates' contractual obligations with his investors. That was down the road. He was so mesmerized by the sight of the lift off that he had totally forgotten he was wrapped around a nuke, hanging on for all he had as the asphalt loomed 50 feet below, like Slim Pickens riding the bomb down in that famous closing scene from Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove. Then the pain in his hands refocused his attention. The bomb down below, he figured, was now permanently inoperable. But Ramirez still had Mannheim as a hostage, and he had made good his escape, which meant he was still in the terrorist's catbird seat. Using innocence for a shield rather than slugging it out fair and square. As the Cyclops continued to pulse, and VX-1 edged upward into the morning mist, Bates steered the Augusta toward the old landing pad where it had originally been parked. In moments he had eased down the bomb, just as though settling in a crate of eggs, no more than 20 feet from where they had taken off 5 minutes earlier. It was a marvel of professionalism. As the weapon bumped onto the asphalt, Ants had a sudden thought. The damned thing was useless now and harmless. But what about the other one, the one Ramirez had taken with him in the Sikorsky? Michael, are you all right? Colley had leapt from the open door of the Augusta, looking as oriented as he had ever seen her. You were only a few feet away when the Cyclops turned on. For a minute there, I couldn't even see you. What was it like? Try the end of the world. Like 1,000 bolts of lightning, all aimed at one place, a perfect description. She smiled and reached to help him stand up. I'd never realized there'd be a thunderclap when it switched on at full power. God, what a sight. She was beaming at the thought, exhilarated that all sat calm. His work had been vindicated. You know, he said, speaking of the end of the world, we came pretty close. I hate to think what would happen if a bomb actually went off on Crete. I've got a sinking feeling the end of the road wasn't going to be Crete at all, Bates declared, stepping down from the Augusta. I've been thinking. Something that little Israeli prick let drop as we were coming out to start up the Sikorsky finally sank in. He was rambling on about retargeting the vehicle. You know, I think it was going to come back here. He had the trajectory set to begin and end right here on Andikithera. After he bugged out, of course. Nice, Vance said. I actually kind of admire his balls. He was going to nuke Ramirez. And us. That part's a little harder to like, I grant you. He turned and gazed down toward the 2 Apaches that had landed. By the way, what were those all about? The Delta Force saving us? Who knows, he seemed to have a sudden thought. Let me get on the radio and try to call them off, before they actually end up killing somebody. While you're doing that, I'd like to try and raise Pierre, find out what's happening at his end. There's a walkie in the cockpit, Bates said. Use it. 7:55 a.m. Michael, thank God it's you, Armand said into the mic. Guess what? We almost went to war against the U.S. Special Forces, we have just surrendered. Incidentally, nice work up there. Or maybe you just got lucky, he laughed. Seeing you rappelling leads me to suggest that you probably ought to stick to other lines of work. I hear you, Vance said. By the way, the bad news is Ramirez got away. So he was in the Sikorsky? Armand sighed with resignation. Blast, I was afraid of that. Well, this may not be over yet. The vehicle got up, but we're not quite sure where it's headed, bomb or no bomb. I want to try to get into command or what's left of it and try to find out. Before some Delta cowboy fires a Hellfire missile in there. Good idea, Armand agreed. It would also be nice to keep a handle on Ramirez's getaway chopper, but somebody will interdict him. The almighty U.S. Navy owns this airspace, as we found out the hard way. Don't count on anything. He took along Mannheim as a hostage. Insurance. This guy is no slouch. I'd be willing to bet he's got something up his sleeve. One thing he's got is at least one more bomb. Bill saw it on the chopper. And he might be just crazy enough to use it. God knows where. Then I don't know what the U.S. can do if he's got a hostage, and a bomb. They're sure as hell not going to shoot him down. Where do you think he's headed? That's question number 2, but if we can get into command, maybe we can figure out a way to track him from there. Somehow. Good luck, Armand said quietly and with feeling. And stay in touch. 8:01 a.m. Door Parrot's chest still felt like it was on fire, a burning sensation that seemed to spread across the entire front of his torso. In fact, he felt like shit. And he had almost been blinded by the intense blue laser strobes that had purged the island when the Cyclops kicked on. However, in all the confusion surrounding the liftoff of VX-1, nobody had bothered to wonder where he was. The part suited him fine. Donning the bulletproof vest around midnight had been the best idea of his life. No, that wasn't true. The best of all was coming up. Sometimes, he thought, life could have a moment so delicious it made up for all your past disappointments, and you could either seize that moment, or you could forever let it pass, wondering what it would have been like. Not this one, baby. As he passed through the lobby, he noticed the security door leading into command had been blown away with some kind of military explosive, probably C4. Curious, he paused and assessed the damage. Hey, the television down in launch hadn't really done the assault justice. Must have been one hell of a show. Then he stepped inside and checked out the scene. Jesus. The place was a mess, showed all the signs of a bloody assault. Luckily, however, the emergency lights were working, their harsh beams perfect for what he wanted to do now. There was definitely plenty of evidence of gunfire, flecked plaster from the walls and over there. Christ. It was Jamal, or what was left of Jamal. Little fucker's neck looked like he'd had a close encounter with a chainsaw. Not far away was Salim, shot in the face. Then, on the other side of the room, was the body of the last German Stasi, Peter Mayer. His demise had come neatly, right between the eyes. Smooth piece of work, you had to admit. The only asshole unaccounted for was Jean-Paul Moreau. Oh, what happened to that arrogant French prick? Did he escape, get captured? Who gave a shit? Meditations on fate, the absolute. The truth was, it was more than a little chilling to see the bodies of 3 dudes you'd come in with only a day before. Well, fuck it. These other guys had known the risks. If they didn't, then they were jerks. Down to business. He knew what he was looking for, and he had left it next to the main terminal. And there it was. While he was working, he would block out the ache in his chest by thinking about the money. Hundreds of millions, tax-free. Even if you spent 10 million a year, you could never spend it all. What a dream. Then he had an even more comforting reflection. Everybody had seen him shot. They wouldn't find the body, but they would naturally assume he was dead, too. He would have the money, and he would be officially deceased. He almost laughed, but then he sobered, recalling he had only a scant few minutes to wrap things up. He slipped the component into its slot, then rummaged around for the connectors. He had left them dangling when he removed the black box, and they were conveniently at hand. They were color-coded, and besides, he had a photographic memory and knew exactly what went where. Seconds later, the diodes gleamed. Online. Okay, baby, let's crank. The real radio gear, he knew, was in Bates' office, which stood at the far end of the room, its door blown away. Bates had plenty of transmission and receiving equipment in there, so that would be the perfect place to take care of business. He picked up the device, now ready, and carried it with him, heading over. The main power switch that controlled Bates' radios had been shut off, but it was just outside the door and easy to access. He pushed up the red handle and walked on through, watching with satisfaction as the gear came alive. Over by the desk was Bates' main radio, a big Magellan, already warming up. Life was sweet. He clicked on the receiver station next to the transmitter and began scanning. Ramirez, he figured, would probably be on the military frequencies now, spewing out a barrage of threats about blowing up Andikithera. That had been the agreed-upon egress strategy, assuming the confusion created when the bomb took out Sauda Bay wasn't enough. And sure enough, there he was, on 121.50 megahertz. Just as planned, Parrots decided to listen for a minute or so before breaking in. I won't bother giving you our coordinates, came his voice, since we show a radar lock already. I warn you again that any attempt to interfere with our egress will mean the death of our hostage and a nuclear explosion on the island. How about that? Parrots thought. The getaway scenario is still intact, right down to the last detail. Gives you a warm feeling about the continuity of human designs. He and Sabri Ramirez had planned it carefully. The Sikorsky would be taken to 15,000 feet, its service ceiling, whereupon anybody left would be shot. The controls would then be locked and they would don oxygen masks and jump, using MT-1X parachutes, the rectangular mattress-appearing chutes that actually are a non-rigid airfoil. MTLXs had a forward speed of 25 miles per hour and could stay up long enough to put at least that many miles between the jump point and the landing. They were, in effect, makeshift gliders, and they presented absolutely no radar signature. While the Sikorsky continued on its merry way, on autopilot, they would rendezvous with the boat that was waiting, then be off to Sicily, with nobody the wiser. The chopper would eventually crash into the ocean halfway to Cyprus, leaving no trace. The only part about that plan that bothered Dor Peretz from the first was whether Sabri Ramirez was intending to kill him along with the rest of the exit team. Nothing would prevent it. There was supposed to be some honor among thieves, but enough nostalgia. The moment had come to have a little fun. He flicked on the mic. "Yo, my man, this is your technical associate. Do you copy?" There was a pause in the transmission, then Ramirez's voice came on loud and clear. "Get off this channel, whoever you are. Hey, dude, is that any way to talk? We have a little business to finish. By the way, how's the weather up there? Shoots still look okay." "What in hell?" came back the voice, now abruptly flustered as the recognition came through. "Where are you? Dead, I guess, but hey, I'm lonesome, Mabe." "It slipped your mind I was supposed to be part of the evacuation team. What do you want?" "Want? Well, let's see. How about starting with a little respect?" "Fuck you, Peretz. Now, is that any way to talk? If that's how you feel, then I just thought of another small request. I also want you to transfer your part of the money into my account at Banco Ambrosiano. As a small gesture of respect, I want you to get on the radio and see about having it arranged, or I might just blow the scenario for you." He had to laugh. There was radio silence as Ramirez appeared to be contemplating this alternative. It clearly was unpalatable. "You've got a problem there, my friend. One of time, I'm Shay. Or we're being monitored, so let me just say there's been a change of plans. You would have been part of it, but unfortunately. Hey, asshole, there's no change of plans. You figured it for this way all along, but now there is going to be a change. I hate to tell you what the new scenario is." "Yo, hang on a sec." He had looked up to see Bill Bates and Michael Vance entering the office. "Come on in and join the fun, guys." He waved his Walther and grinned. "We're about to have a blast." Vance walked through the door, bloody and exhausted. "And I thought Ramirez was the only one who could manage to return from the dead." He tried to smile, but his face hurt too much. Either he was using blanks or we're wearing a bulletproof vest. Somehow I doubt it was the former. "So what happened? Have a business disagreement with your partner in crime?" Peretz was grinning. "That's how it is in life sometimes, man. Friendship is fleeting." He gestured that forward. Bates had moved in warily, still stunned by the carnage among the workstations in command. "I suppose I have you and Ramirez to thank for tearing up the place out there." He walked over to the desk. "Nice to see that, my rady. Oh, gear is back on and working." "It's working fine," Peretz replied, then waved his Walther toward the couch opposite the desk. "Now sit the fuck down, both of you. You're staring at Bokup hard time, pal." Vance did not move. "I can think of several countries who are going to be fighting over the chance to put you away. This might be a propitious moment to consider going quietly." "Quietly?" There was a mad gleam in his eye. "I never did anything quietly in my life. You're in luck, asshole. You're about to have a front row seat at history in the making." He turned back to the radio and switched to transmit. "Yo, my man, looks like we have nothing more to say to each other, which means it's time for a fond fare." "Well, what's he about to do?" Vance wondered. "He's about to screw Sabri Ramirez, but how?" Then it dawned. There was one bomb left, and Bill had said it was on the Sikorsky. Probably radio-controlled, and Peretz had a radio right then. Or God help us? "Hey," he almost yelled. "Get serious. What you're about to do is insane. You don't use a nuke to take out a single thug, even a thug like Sabri Ramirez. You've gone crazy." In fact, Vance told himself Peretz was looking a little, more than a little, mad. He had a distant fix in his visage that was absolutely chilling. The world had been waiting decades now for a nutcake to get his hands on a nuclear trigger. Maybe the wait was over. Look, Pecker. Ed, I'm sorry if you find this unsettling. Peretz was still holding the walther. However, don't get any funny ideas, he laughed. You know, it's almost poetic. For years now, Israel has been the world's biggest secret nuclear power. But nobody ever had the balls to show our stuff. I'm about to become my nation's most daring ex-citizen. He turned back to the radio. You still there, asshole? There was no reply. The radio voice of Sabri Ramirez didn't come back. He's jumped. Peretz looked up and grinned a demented grin. He's in the air. Perfect. Now he'll get to watch. He plugged in the device he had been carrying, a UHF transmitter. Then he flicked it to transmit, checked the liquid crystals. It told its frequency and reached for a red switch. No. Vance lunged, trying to seize the walther as he shoved Peretz against the instruments. The crazy son of a bitch was actually going to do it. Peretz was strong, with the hidden strength of the terminally mad, and after only a second, Vance realized he didn't have a chance. He was too beat up and exhausted. Bill Bates, too, was suffering from absolute fatigue, but he also leapt forward, grappling with Peretz and trying to seize his automatic. With Vance as a distraction, Bates managed to turn the pistol upward. Peretz was still gripping it like a vise, however, and at that moment it discharged on automatic, sending a spray of rounds across the ceiling. Vance tried to duck away, and as he did, Peretz kneed him, shoving him to the floor. Bates, however, still had a grip on his right wrist, holding the pistol out of range. Again it erupted, another hail of automatic fire, but as it did, Bates managed to shove Peretz against the desk, grabbing his right elbow and twisting. The walther came around, locked on full automatic, and caught Dor Peretz in the side of his face. As blood splattered across the room, Bates staggered back, while Peretz collapsed onto the desk with a scream, then twisted directly across the transmitter. He was dead instantly. And as he crumpled to the floor, almost by magic, the background noise from the radio on the Sikorsky Sta replaced by a sterile hiss. Thank God, Bates whispered, breathless, and reached to help Vance up. Are you okay, Mike? I think so, he mumbled, rising to one trembling knee. At least the room shook as a blistering shock wave rolled over the island. Outside, the distant sky above the eastern Mediterranean turned bright as the midday sun. 15,000 feet above the Aegean, a blinding whiteness appeared unlike anything a living Greek had ever seen. Chapter 20, 12:10 a.m. My God, the president muttered, settling the red phone into its cradle. They did it. The bastards detonated one of them. NSA says their SIGINT capabilities in the Med just went blank. An a magnetic pulse. I don't believe it, Morton Davies declared. Sitting on the edge of his hard chair, the chief of staff looked as incredulous as he felt. We're tracking their helicopter with one of the AWACS we brought up from Rijad. The Mini. They set down, we're going to pick them up, rescue Mannheim and any other hostages, and nail the bastards. They know they can't get away, so why? He'd threatened to nuke the island, Hansen went on, but I assumed that had to be a bluff. Why in hell would he want to go ahead and do it? It didn't buy him anything at this stage. Edward Briggs was on a blue phone at the other end of the Situation Room, receiving an intelligence update from operations in the Pentag. As he cradled the receiver, he looked down, not sure how to tell Johan Hansen what he had just learned. Mannheim. What's the matter, Ed? I don't like that look. What did, Mr. President? He seemed barely able to form the word. Our people just got a better handle on. It wasn't Andikithera. What? Hansen jerked his head around, puzzlement in his deep eyes. What do you mean? Good Christ, not Sauda Bay. Surely they didn't the detonation. Our wax flying out of southern Turkey monitored it at around 15,000 feet. As best they can tell. They still, what? They say it looked to be about 70 miles out over the eastern Med in the direction of Cyprus. which is exactly where. They were tracking, you mean? His voice trailed off. That's right, Briggs said finally. They think it was the helicopter, the one they were flying out. An old Sikorsky S-61 series, we believe. What are you saying? Hansen found himself refusing to believe it, that those idiots nuked themselves. What the hell was the Pentagon talking about? My God, Isaac doesn't exactly figure, does it? Briggs nodded lamely. The electromagnetic pulse knocked out all our non-hardened surveillance electronics in the region, but Sauda's intel section was hardwired into our backup SATNET, and they claim they triangulated it. Everything's sketchy, but that seems to be what happened. I can't believe it, Hansen said, running his hands over his face. They were trembling. The whole situation must have gotten away from him. That's the only way. It must have been a macabre accident. Christ, a damned ghastly one, Briggs agreed. But I think you're right. It's the only explanation that makes any sense, Hansen went on. He probably decided to take one of the bombs with him, hoping to try this again, and something went haywire. He suddenly tried a sad smile. You know, I warned that son of a bitch he didn't know what he was doing, that he'd probably end up blowing himself up. Truthfully, I didn't really think it would actually happen, though. He turned back to Briggs. The Pakistanis said the weapons they had were about 10 or 15 kilotons. How big is that, Ed, in English? Okay, Briggs said, pausing for effect. That would be like a medium-sized tactical, I guess. Truthfully, he wasn't exactly sure. Well, Hansen mused, I'm still convinced they intended it for Sauda Bay, and if they'd succeeded. But as it stands, I guess it was more like a small upper-atmosphere nuclear test. A tactical nuke, you say? The very term is an obscenity, but you know. Oh, NATO had those all over Germany not so long ago, on the sick assumption that the German people couldn't wait to nuke their own cities. After a long moment, during which a thoughtful silence held the room, Hansen continued. Tell me, Ed, what kind of impact would a weapon like that actually have at that altitude? My guess is the effects will be reasonably contained. He was doing some quick mental calculus. Okay, if you were directly under it, you'd have been about 3 miles away, so you'd have taken a shock wave that would have knocked out windows, and maybe produced some flash burns. But we had the region cleared of civilian traffic, so maybe we're okay on that score. What about fallout? Hansen asked. Well, at that altitude, the radioactive contamination should be mostly trapped in the upper atmosphere and take several days to start settling. By that time, it'll probably be diluted to the point it'll be reasonably mini. Nothing like Chernobyl. Hell, I don't know the numbers, Mr. President. But then again, he was over some fairly open waters. Besides, like I said, we had a quarantine on all civilian air and sea traffic. Guess we see now. But a good idea that was so maybe we can be optimistic. The bloody fools just committed harakiri and took Isaac with them. He found himself thinking about the warning his aged father had given him that the job of president would age him half a lifetime in 4 years. He now felt it had happened in 2 days. There's more, Morton Davies said, clicking off a third phone and glancing at the computerized map now being projected on the giant screen at the end of the room. Satcom's laser-powered rocket did go up. That's all they know for certain, but they think it's going into orbit, whatever the hell that means. What about the deltas? Hansen asked finally, remembering all the planning. And the assault, did they? Right. Good question. He beamed. JSOC Command reports that the deltas are on the island now and have it secured. They even retrieved the bomb that those bastards were planning to put on Satcom's rocket. They managed to get it removed before the launch. How? I haven't heard yet, but at least we can take pride in the fact that this country's anti-terrorist capabilities got a full dress rehearsal, and they were up to the job. The president nodded grave. Not quite sure what exactly had been proved. That America could go in with too little, too late. If so, it was sobering insight. All right, Morton, get Caroline in here first thing in the morning. I want her to schedule a television speech for tomorrow night. Prime time. I don't know what I'll say other than our special forces minimized the loss of life. It's going to sound pretty lame. And what about the money? Is that going to get mentioned? Hansen laughed. Not in a million years. That money's going to be traced and retrieved today or else. The Swiss know when to play ball, and by the way, nobody here knows anything about any of this. No leaks or off-the-record briefings, and I mean that. The less said, the better. That might apply to the whole episode if you want my opinion, Davies observed. You know, Morton, yes and no. He turned thoughtful. Maybe some good can come of this disaster after all. It might just be the demonstration we all needed to start the process of putting this nuclear madness to rest, once and for all. The genie managed to slip out of the bottle for a couple of days, and now we see how it can happen. I think it's time we got serious about total disarmament and on-site inspection. Edward Briggs always knew Hansen was a dreamer, but this time he was going too far. He did not like the idea of America scrapping its nuclear arsenal, even if everybody else did the same. That's going to mean a lot of wheeling and dealing, Mr. President. It's going to be a hard sell in some quarters. Right, Hansen thought, and the hardest sell of all was going to be the Pentagon. Well, damn it, nothing in this world is easy, but this is one move towards sanity that may have just gotten easier, thanks to that idiot on the island. I'm going to rework that speech I've got scheduled for the General Assembly. We lined up the Security Council, including the permanent members for the right reasons once before. I'm going to see if we can't do it again. This time I think we've got an even better reason. 8:23 a.m. All right, we can evacuate them on a Huey. Eric Nichols was saying. They'll take care of them on the Kennedy, courtesy of the U.S. government. But just who the hell are you? He was in the upper level of the SATCOM living quarters, talking to a man in a black pullover who was packing a pie of Greek balaclavas into a crate. What in blazes had gone on? He had arrived in the lead Huey to find one of the Apaches crash-landed, only one SATCOM space vehicle left, and the Deltas on the ground, futilely searching for it. Terrorists, but instead of terrorists, they had only come across this group of men in black pullovers who had surrendered en masse. Turned out they were friendlies, and now this guy had just asked for a Huey to take out a couple of their ranks, who had been shot up, one pretty badly. My name is Pierre Armand, replied the man. He seemed to be the one in charge, and he had a French accent. I mean, who the hell are you? And all these guys, CIA? Nichols couldn't figure any of it. 2 minutes after he landed, a shock wave pounded the island. Then when he tried to radio the Kennedy to find out what in good Christ had happened, he couldn't get through. There was no radio traffic anywhere. He had a sinking feeling he knew what that meant. And now, these clowns. They didn't look like regular military, but there was something about the way they moved. We're civilians, Armand said cryptically. And we're not here. You don't see us. The hell I did. What in blazes do you mean? Nichols didn't like wiseacres who played games. The problem was these guys clearly weren't desk jockeys, the one type he really despised. No, they seemed more like a private anti-terrorist unit. And he didn't have a ready-made emotion for that. As far as you and the U.S. government are concerned, we don't exist, Armand continued. It's better if we keep things that way. Nichols looked around and examined their gear, trying to figure it. The stuff was from all over the place, German, British, French, Greek, even U.S. And not only was it from all over the globe, it was all top-notch, much of it supposedly not available to civilians. Where? And then it hit. You're the jokers we were trying to keep from coming in. You did a pretty good job of slowing us down. Armand nodded. Not good enough, it would seem. He laughed, a mirthless grunt. You're a crafty bunch of fuckers, I'll grant. You one thing, though. At least you knew enough not to put up with micromanaging from the other side of the globe. You ended up doing exactly what we would have if anybody had let us. Vietnam all over again. He was reaching into his pocket for a Monte Cristo. He pulled out two. Care to join me? Castro may not be able to run a country for shit, but he can still make a half-decent cigar. Thank you, Armand said, taking it. He hated cigars. Bye. Away, I'm Eric Nichols. I know, Armand said. JSOC. He had followed Nichols's career for years, always with an idea in the back of his mind. I also know you've got one more year till retirement, but you don't seem like the retiring type. Nichols stared over the lighted match he was holding out and smiled. Tell me about it. Then he looked around at the men of ARM, the pile of balaclavas and MP5s, vests of grenades. And discipline. Plenty of discipline. It was a sight that did his heart good. Your boys look like they've been around, in a manner of speaking. Whereupon Pierre Armand proceeded to give Major General Eric Nichols an overview of the private club known as the Association of Retired Mercenaries, including the financial dimension. Nichols nodded slowly, taking deep, thoughtful puffs on his Monte Cristo. He was already way ahead of the conversation. I think we might need to have a talk when all this is over, a look into the future. It would be my pleasure, Armand said. Dinner in Paris, perhaps. I know the perfect restaurant. He did. Les ambassadeurs in the Hotel Krillin. French, though not too French. Rough-hewn America. It's like Nichols always got slightly uneasy when there was more than one fork on the table and the salad came last. Sounds good to me, Nichols said. Just as long as I won't be getting any asshole phone calls from the Pentagon while we talk. I can virtually guarantee it, Armand replied. But in the meantime, we do need a favor or two from you. For starters, we would much prefer to just be numbered among the civilians here. He smiled. That is, after all, we are civilians with toys. And some pretty state-of-the-art ones at that, Nichols said, looking around again. But I sometimes have problems with my vision, can't always be sure what I'm seeing. Like right now, for instance, I can seem to see a damned thing. Oh, and one other favor, Armand continued, nodding in silent appreciation. We took one of the terrorists alive, a certain Jean-Paul Moreau, who is wanted in a string of bank robberies all over France. Its action directs idea of fundraising. We'd like to remove him back to Paris. There are some parties there who will pony up enough bounty to cover the costs of this operation and make us whole. How about it? For purposes of your mission debriefing, can you just say the precise number of hostiles remains to be fully established? When we get back to Paris, he's going to fall out of a bus on the Rue de Rivoli and be captured. He paused, hoping. The Americans not go for this one. We would be particularly grateful, and so would several financial institutions I could name. Nichols drew again on his Cuban cigar, starting to like this frog a lot. Why the hell not? If you're not here, then I can't very well know who you take out, can I? Never heard of the guy. Thank you very much, Armand said, and he meant it. This was indeed a man he could work with. I'm glad we see the situation eye to eye. Somebody at Le East ought to come out of this clusterfuck hole, Nichols reflected wistfully. Jesus, what a disaster. Armand had turned to watch as the Deltas began easing Dmitri onto a metal stretcher. He seemed alert, and he even tried to lift a hand and wave. Armand waved back and shouted for him to take it easy. By the way, that Greek civilian over there is named Spiros. He runs a security business out of Athens and never leaves town, which is why he wasn't here. Audit, Nichols nodded. Guess a lot of things didn't happen today. He looked around. But I've still got one question. We've already counted about half a dozen dead hostiles, so if nobody was here, then who exactly took down all these terrorist motherfuckers? Well, Armand explained, we both know Delta Force doesn't exist either. So maybe this Greek sunshine gave them terminal heat stroke, and they all just shot themselves. Yeah, Nichols concurred with a smile. Damnedest thing. 9:31 a.m. George's, what do you think? Colley asked. Can it be saved? Well, first the good news, the Fujitsu is okay. He wheeled around from the workstation. Command was a shambles, but he had managed to find one auxiliary terminal that would still function. That workstation and the lights were on, but not much else. It was buried deep enough in the bedrock that it escaped the EMP, the electromagnetic pulse, from the blast. If we'd lost our sweetheart, we'd be dead in the water. Any telemetry? Yep, he smiled. The tapes were on. We had Doppler almost from liftoff. The Cyclops computed our acceleration from it, and the results looked to be right. And the money. The not-so-good news is that the last telemetry we recorded, just before the bomb went off and the Cyclops crashed, showed that VX-1 was about 3 minutes away from capturing orbit. I think we probably made it, but I still can't say. However, since Big Benny was already reducing power, getting ready to shut it off anyway, just maybe we got lucky, she sighed. When will you know for sure? Right now I'm trying to get Arlington online and tied into here. I'm hoping we can patch into their satellite receiving station. Anyway, I should know in a few minutes, assuming the vehicle is still sending back telemetry. Care to venture a guess? She collapsed into a chair next to him. This was the first time she had been in command for several hours, and it seemed almost strange. Whereas the staff over at Launch Control had opened the champagne immediately after liftoff, still not fully aware of all the behind-the-scenes drama, the command technicians were too shell-shocked to think, and they were only now slowly drifting back in. Not the people in launch, though. All they knew for sure was that they had done their job, even if the gantry had collapsed for some mysterious reason. VX-1 left the pad without a hitch. They had a success. Well, if I had to lay odds, Georges went on, I'd guess we captured orbit, but it's going to be erratic. However, if we can get the Cyclops up and running again, maybe we can do a mid-course correction. He tapped something on the keyboard. Yet another first for the Never Say Die SATCOM team. She had to laugh. You look pretty cool, Soho, for somebody who just lived through World War III. He tried unsuccessfully to smile. Hey, don't go by appearances. I tried to open a Pepsi just now and my hands were shaking so badly I finally just gave up and went to the water fountain. Callie, I'm a wreck. I'm still quiver. God. He pulled at his beard, then absently added, I'm going to shave this off. What do you think? It isn't me? It never was. She had refrained from telling him that earlier, but now he seemed to want to talk about trivia, maybe. Just to take his mind off all the heaviness around. And there were two new things she did not want to tell him. The first was that millions of dollars were riding on his every keystroke. The second was that she was thinking a lot right now. About somebody else. 9:43 a.m. Mike, I can't believe it, Bates said, hanging up the phone. The one in his office was among the few still working, and it had been ringing off the wall. Know who that was? Vance had not been paying heavy-duty attention. He had been thinking about the woman out there now talking to the computer hacker with the scraggly beard. What? Sorry, Bill, I wasn't listening. Hey, he laughed. Your mental condition isn't what it might be. Tell you the truth. You look like a guy who just mixed it with a 20-horsepower fan and lost. You really ought to go over to medical and get your face looked after. The deltas are probably still over there. If I showed up, I might just get arrested. Don't think I could handle an interrogation right now. Better to hide out for a while longer. The fact was, he still felt too disoriented to think about how he must look. He hurt all over and he almost didn't care. Whatever. You say, Bates shrugged. Anyway, that guy on the phone just now was a Jap by the name of Matsugami. He just happens to run NASA. What's that? Vance asked, trying to clear his mind enough to remember the initials. The information was back there somewhere, but he just couldn't reach it. You really are out of it, buddy. You of all people ought to know perfectly well it's their National Space Development Agency. He says they're disgusted with all the failures they've been having. The American and European commercial rockets. He wants to talk about a contract for SATCOM to put up their next 3 broadcast satellites. That means we get to haggle for 6 months while they try to trim my foreskin, but I think we'll get the job. Laser propulsion is suddenly the hottest thing since Dayglow condoms. That bastard who took us over just gave us $1 billion of publicity. He laughed. I'd almost like to kiss what's left of his ass. Except it's probably somewhere in the ozone about now. Well, congratulations. Wait till Callie hears about this. She just may go into orbit herself. You've been on the phone for an hour. After Peretz was carried out, he had collapsed onto the couch in Bates' office and tried to go to sleep, but the goings-on had made it impossible. Bates had been talking nonstop. What else is happening out there in the world? Ramirez was planning to nuke. He did nuke it. He just didn't manage to nuke at the place he intended. Bates leaned back in his chair. Well, It turns out good news travels fast. Since VX1 is up, our two prime banks in Geneva are suddenly engaged in intimate contact between their lips and my nether parts. Roll over your obligations. Mais oui, Monsieur Bates, certain. Avec plaisir. Will you need any additional capitalization? We could discuss an equity position, the cocksuckers. It was almost a shame to piss away that weapon on empty space. I could have thought of a much better use. Hallelujah. He felt his spirits momentarily rise, though not his energy. Maybe this means all that stock you paid me for the boat will end up being worth the paper it's printed on. Truthfully, I was beginning to worry. Told you it'd all work out, he grinned. No faith. Come on, amigo. I've got to break the news to the troops. He strode to the door, or the opening that was left after the C4 had removed the door and surveyed the remains of command. The technicians and systems analysts were filing back in, but mostly it was a scene of purposeful lethargy. The horror of the last day and a half had taken a terrible toll. Eyes were vacant, hair unkempt, motion slow and aimless. Several of those who had previously quit smoking were bumming cigarettes. He whistled with two fingers, and the desultory turmoil froze in place. Okay, everybody, he said. His voice not quite a shout. It's official. We're back in business. You've all still got a job. The glassy-eyed stares he received back suggested nobody's thoughts had extended that far yet. Nobody was in a particular mood to let themselves ink about the future. That's the good part, Bates went on, oblivious. The other news is there won't be bonuses or stock dividends this year. We'll be lucky just to service our debt. But anybody who hangs in there for 12 months it's half a year's pay extra as a bonus. I'll do it out of my own pocket if I have to. And if you play your cards right, we could be talking stock options too. There were a few smiles and thumbs-up signs, more to hearten Bates, who they revered than to celebrate. Nobody had the capacity left to feel particularly festive. At the same time, nobody was about to abandon ship. Not now that they were needed more than ever. Vance was leaning on the wall behind him, watching it all and thinking, okay, so Bill was about to be rich, and Satcom had gotten enough free publicity to last into the next century. But the real notoriety should be going to the question that had haunted the world for 4 decades. What would happen if terrorists got their hands on a nuclear device? This time the consequences, although intended to be devastating, had in fact been peripheral, an inconsequential detonation somewhere halfway into space. The question that still hung over the world was, what would happen the next time? It was a question Bill Bates had too much on his mind today to think about. Maybe he never would. 9:51 a.m. JJ shook his head in disgust. As he looked over the shambles that was the gantry, Dr. Andros had just phoned from command, asked him to undertake a preliminary assessment of the condition of the facility, just to ballpark the extent of damage. The assignment was already depressing him. Still, from what he could see so far, things could have been worse. There was no obvious physical injury to VX2 or to the transmission antennas up on the hill, though the testing and corrections could take weeks. The gantry was a total loss, no doubt about that, but otherwise the major physical structures on the island appeared unscathed. The main reason, naturally, was that almost everything important, including the superconducting coil and the Fujitsu, was well underground. The main scene now was all the bodacious helicopters, Hueys, on the landing pad and all the Army commandos milling around. Jesus, how did everybody in launch control miss what was really going on? Looking back, the whole thing was fishy from the word go. Now the Army types were collecting the bodies of the terrorists and acting like they had cleaned up the place all by themselves. Guess that was going to be the official story. Mr. Bates had already come down to launch, shook everybody's hand, and thanked the crews for hanging in there. He looked a little shook up, but he wasn't talking like it. Totally upbeat. You had to love the guy. He also delivered the news that as soon as things settled down, Satcom was going to kick some ass in the space business. Jordan Yeager looked up at the brilliant Greek sunshine and grinned in spite of himself. Shit, he couldn't wait. 10:22 a.m. It's all been handled, Armand was saying. Ants had finally decided to venture out of Bates' office and see how things were going. The Bates Motel had taken some heavy gunfire around the entrance, but it was still usable, with the ARM team milling around and readying to depart. Down below, the sea had never looked bluer. Nobody knows anything, our favorite state of affairs. Vance was still trying to take it all in. How's Spiro's doing? They took him out on one of the Hueys, Armand said. Hugh. Oh, went too. Are they going to be all right? Hugo's okay. He even knocked back a couple of Guinnesses before he left, saying they would help ease the stabbing pain. Can you believe, as for Dimitri, the Deltas had a medic along and he gave him a better than 50-50 shot. Said nothing vital seemed beyond repair. Thank goodness for that at least. Poor guy, he felt personally responsible for the whole mess. I think that was why he sort of lost his better judgment there. For a second when we rushed command and got careless. It can happen, Vance said. Looking back, he decided he had lost sight of better judgment several times over the past few hours. The rest of the ARM team was checking out the gear and tying crates, all the while working on their second case of beer. Departure was imminent. Well, Vance added finally, it was a nightmare start to finish. What more can you say? Well, not entirely, Armand observed, a hint of satisfaction creeping into his voice. Bates is going to let us use the Augusta to fly back to Paris, and when we get there, one of the terrorists who got blown up is going to suddenly reappear. Jean-Paul Moreau. Know him well? Vance said, remembering the beating and his sense of hopelessness at the time. Better not let me see the bastard. He might not make it back to Paris in one piece. Well, Michael, that would be very ill-advised. He's worth a small fortune. If the Greeks were to get hold of him, he could piss on the court system here and keep it mucked up for years. So we're taking him straight back to Paris. He paused to glance around. Nichols is giving us an Apache escort as far as international. Airspace will permit, but you don't know anything about any of this. Keep your nose clean. Nichols? The name didn't mean anything, but then his mind was still mostly in neutral. Major General Eric Nichols. No reason you should know. Oh, him, runs the Deltas. Good man, by the way. First rate, I've had my eye on him for a number of years. Could be he'll end up being our first Yank. Well, our second besides you. So this was really a recruiting drive. Vance laughed. Suddenly, he was feeling almost giddy again, this time from the release of all the stress. You take them where you can get them. Armand nodded, then looked around and whistled. Okay, everybody, bring down the Augusta and start loading the gear. We're gone. He turned back to Vance. How about you coming? No, he said, almost not even catching the question. Think maybe I'll stick around, make sure Bill is okay, you know, unfinished business. Right, Armand laughed. I think I saw your unfinished business, Michael. Don't you think she might be a little young for you? You're starting to get like me now, middle-aged. Well, working for ARM doesn't help, but then you do have a gift for pointing out the obvious. The way he felt starting over looked tougher all the time. On the other hand, why not? As a romantic Frenchman, I can only wish you bon chance. He patted him on the back. What more can I say? Thanks. Vance had to smile. Armand was gallant to the end, and a man who prided himself on knowing what things mattered in life. At my age, you need all the luck you can get, Murd. In this life you make your own luck. With which pronouncement he shook hands, then yelled for hands to bring over the list of gear for one last inventory. 7:47 p.m. It was the end of the day, and he could genuinely have used a tequila double with a big Mexican lime on the side. Instead, however, he had something else on the agenda. After an early dinner with Bill Bates, he had talked Calypso Andros into a stroll down to the harbor, there to meditate on the events of the past 2 days. They had agreed in advance not to talk about Isaac Mannheim's death. Cauley declared he would have wanted it that way. His life was his legacy. I wonder if this island will ever be the same again, she was saying as she leaned back against a rock. You know, it was peaceful once before Sat. Took over there actually were sheep, a whole herd, but even then it had a kind of purposefulness that was just the opposite of chaos. We're the ones who disrupted it. Sat calm. We remade it in our image and we tempted fate. She sighed. God, this whole disaster almost seems like a bad dream now. I wonder if the island will ever know real peace again. There'll always be the memory to haunt everybody. You know, when Ulysses came back to his island, he discovered it had been taken over by a bunch of thugs. So he took away their weapons, locked the doors, and straightened things out. It set a good precedent. Well, it didn't exactly happen that cleanly this time, but we did get them all. Ever. The last one, and about half of them you took care of yourself, one way or another. Please, he stopped her. Let's don't keep score, it's too depressing. I'm not depressed, at least not about them. They came in here and murdered people. Right and left. They deserved whatever they got. Good riddance. The human race is better off. That's pretty tough, Vance said. On the other hand, whereas they claimed to be terrorists, they really were just extortionists. At least Ramirez and Eretz were. For them, this was all about money. Kidnapping and ransom, so maybe you're right. The penalty for kidnapping is death. They were looking at the max, no matter what court ended up trying them. I'd say ARM just spared Greasaw. For somebody, a lot of trouble and expense. Performed a public service. I suppose that's one way to look at it, he smiled. But somehow I don't think Pierre's going to get so much as a thank you note. It never happens. Things always get confused like this at the end. But as long as he and the boys come out whole, they don't care. His voice trailed off as he studied the sea. Along the coast on either side, the pale early moon glinted off the breakers that crashed in with a relentless rhythm. Yes, a bomb had exploded somewhere up there in space, but the Aegean, even the jagged rocks around the island, still retained their timeless serenity. The Greek islands, he never wanted to leave. Right now, though, he was trying to work up his nerve to talk seriously with Dr. Collie Andros, and the words weren't coming. How to start? Are you still here? She finally broke his reverie. Or are you just gazing off? Sorry about that. He clicked back. I was thinking, wondering if you'd still be interested in what we talked about yesterday. What? She looked puzzled then. Oh, you mean taking a sail with an old, slightly beat-up yacht charter operator. You're beat up, There's no denying it. She laughed. I hope you keep your boats in better shape. She looked him over and thought again how much he reminded her of Alan. The mistake that affair represented was not one to be repeated blindly. Then again. But I don't consider you old. Experienced, maybe, but still functioning. Is that supposed to mean yes? It's more like a maybe. She touched his hand. What were you thinking about exactly? What else? The Odyssey thing? He looked out at the horizon, then back. Seems to me it deserves another try. Oh, the pearl seas are yonder, the amber-sanded shore, if you'll pardon my attempt to wax poetic. She smiled. Plagiarist, I know that one, and I also know there's another line in it that goes, Troy was a steepled city, but Troy was far away, far away. Get it? Or maybe it doesn't even really exist at all. Oh, it exists all right. You just have to want to find it. He picked up a pebble and tossed it toward the surf, now rapidly disappearing in the dusk. So what are you trying to say? I'm saying that maybe Troy was a real place and maybe not. But that's almost beside the point. What it really is a symbol for at something or somebody we're all looking for. Whatever special it is we each want. Like when I came here to work for SATCOM, space was my Troy. It was what I wanted. And when you tried to recreate the voyage of Ulysses, you were thinking you could make something that was a myth into something that was real. Big impossibility. You're saying the search for Troy is actually just an inner voyage, and I got caught up in trying to make it literal, the boat and all. Well, that's what myth is really about, isn't it? We make up a story using real, concrete things to symbolize our inner journey. You're saying Ulysses could have sailed up a creek for all it mattered. That's exactly what I'm saying. She leaned back. Shit, I want a pizza so bad right now I think I'm going crazy. Vance was still pondering her put-down of his Odyssey rerun, wondering if maybe she wasn't onto something. Maybe he had learned more about himself in 2 days on the island than he would have learned in 2 years plying the Aegean. All right, she said finally. I'm sorry. I've busted your chops enough. You asked if I'd like to take a sail, and I said maybe. The truth is I would, but I've also got a journey of my own in mind. What do you mean? Well, before I tell you, maybe I'd better make sure you meant it. For one thing, what are you going to sail in? Good question. Up until that moment, he had not given much. Ought to personal finance. The truth was, he was broke. I don't know if I can scrape up enough money to build an Odyssey III. It's a problem. Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think Bill owes you at least a boat for all you did. He shrugged, not quite agreeing with her on that point. You don't pitch in to help out an old friend, then turn around and send him an invoice. Maybe, maybe not. But in any case, it would be minus the 10 grand I owe him for the bet I lost. Come on, she frowned. That's not fair. Maybe not, but a deal's a deal. Poseidon was the god of the sea and the god of anger. This is Greece, so maybe the old gods are still around. Maybe I tempted Poseidon and pissed him off. Anyway, the sea got angry, and that's how it goes. The way of the gods. 10 big ones. Well, Calypso Andros said, speaking of gods, Aphrodite was the goddess of love and beauty. The Greeks were smart enough to give you a selection, so you ought to think about burning some incense to her next time, or something. Maybe fall in love. I hear she likes that, too. Good suggestion. He glanced over. Michael, I feel so rootless, she said finally. Leaning against him, strands of hair across his shoulder. Not close to anybody, really. Now that Satcom doesn't need my mothering anymore, I want to try and start a few things over. And the place I want to start is So's my Odyssey? He just nodded, understanding. I want to go back to my old home, she went on, almost a sad confession. I haven't been there for over 20 years. We had such a beautiful little whitewashed house. Looked out on a bay. It was tiny, but I still sneak back there in my dreams. I want to make sure it survived. Don't think you have to worry. The shock wave was probably well dissipated by the time it hit Paros and Naxos. Fact is, I doubt it did any real damage to any of the islands. Then why don't we go there together? Your Odyssey and mine. It's a done deal. Good. She straightened, suddenly becoming businesslike. Just as soon as we find out about VX-1. If it made orbit and if anything is salvageable. George's should know by tomorrow morning, then I want to split for a while. It would do us both good. Have to. And you know, since we're definitely going to need some transportation, I think I'm getting an idea. He nodded down toward the 28-foot Morgan, pristine white, bobbing at anchor in the harbor. Looks pretty seaworthy to me. Think Bill would mind? With all the Satcom stock I've got now, she reached out. Udin touched his face. I'll just fire him if he says a word.